Listen. You already know what it is. We back. It's Flight Sports TV. You already know what it is. We got Charlotte Hornets basketball. That just sounds so good, doesn't it? Salute to all y'all that's in the chat rocking with Flight Sports TV. This is a unbelievable time right now to be a basketball fan. We have the Hornets basketball back. Is so much to break down, so much stuff on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. I truly believe that this is going to be a big season for the Hornets. This is going to be a big season for LaMelo Ball. I can't wait to see not only LaMelo Ball, but we got the return of Brandon Miller, ladies and gentlemen, B. Millie, coming off of that wrist. We all know that that's something, in terms of, his whole entire situation. His story to me is special. I think the Hornets would have did a lot better if he didn't go down last season, but now it's a new year, and I believe now you have Brandon Miller. He wants to take it up a notch. I don't think Brandon Miller just wants to sit, in the position that he's in. If you listen to what some of these people are saying in the front office, Brandon Miller is taking charge. Brandon Miller is not sitting back, taking the back seat to no one. So I think that's going to be special for the Charlotte Hornets. And then you talk about this young crop of talent that they have surrounded him with. I want to see the development of T.J. Salon. T.J. Salon had an unbelievable breakout summer league. Let's see what's going on in the preseason. He's going to get a lot of looks. The Hornets, right? The Hornets are no team. They're not in no position to act like, oh, it's just the preseason. Oh, it's just no. Everything is important, and the first game of the preseason is very important for the Charlotte Hornets to establish themselves as a basketball team, a team that's going to be able to play the right way. There's so many things that the Charlotte Hornets must check off headed into this upcoming season, and mostly is playing the right way. The Charlotte Hornets, we all know how clumsy of a basketball team they could be at times, but I don't see that being the case this year. I think that when you bring in veterans like this, they're not here to mess around. They didn't bring in Spencer Dinwiddie to sit around and miss the postseason. They didn't bring in Pat Connaughton to sit around and blow the whole season. You don't bring in these players. I'm going to go with Mason Plumlee. I don't believe Plumlee comes here. They don't make that signing if they're not thinking about trying to play somewhat competitive. And if you hear the front office, they're going for it. This is not a year to tank. The Hornets, I know that people might think, oh, they're not competitive. When you hear, I think people say that to make themselves feel better, to relieve the pressure of the timetable for the Charlotte Hornets. But no, listen, there's a timetable here, ladies and gentlemen. The Hornets must get to the playoffs. You got LaMelo sitting there, his counterparts knocking on the door of NBA championships. If you look at his guy Anthony Edwards, for instance, we're gonna get into Halliburton shortly, but you get into Edwards. Edwards is talking about moves and things that he learned from Michael Jordan. The way he's gonna be going back to the basket, this and that. If you Charlotte, what's going on? You had Tyrese Halliburton knocking on the door of an NBA title. So you have to start to think about what's going on, especially, and then you hear about trade rumors. We're going to be able to see what kind of team this is. Is this team on the verge of getting to the postseason, and maybe somewhere down the trade deadline they make a splash to really go for it? All of these things are on the table, but it's going to be the start of the season for the Charlotte Hornets to determine all of that. Everything is not just going to just pop off overnight. We know that for Charlotte. This is not an overnight basketball team, ladies and gentlemen. But they let go of Nick Smith Jr. They clearly want some of these players to get, playing time. I'm just keeping all the way 100 with you. They got a lot of people that need to play. That's why you can't have a situation where you got a log jam and you got guys like Trey Mann coming back, who I believe is going to pay dividends. Pardon me. So let's see what happens. What's going on with Green. We got Grant Williams. We don't know what's going on, his health situation, and his whole, the minutes and everything like that when he does return. All of these things are going to pay dividends. But you got guys that want to be here. I believe everybody in Charlotte right now wants to be here. I don't see no disgruntled players, and that's special for Charlotte. Shout out to Basil Carpenter Jr. in the chat. Salute to Thunder in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to all y'all. You already know what it is. We got Charlotte Hornets basketball back and returning. Listen, preseason basketball, this is where it all begins, man. This is where it starts for Charlotte. And they taking on the defending champions, the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think that's something special. OKC. Clearly they on two different timetables. Do I expect guys to play? Probably not. I don't know who's going to actually be available for Oklahoma City. I doubt Shea's going to play because they just don't have to. I mean, they're champions, so I expect them to treat the preseason like NBA champions. Let's see, but I do know the Charlotte Hornets. They are in no position to act like it's just the preseason. They have to roll their sleeves up tonight. Charles Lee, listen, man, I believe it's extreme pressure on Charles Lee this upcoming season. I know that he has the backing of the front office. When you speak to everybody seems to have high regards for him. I want to see him take that high regard on the floor, and take Charlotte to the next level. That's what I'm expecting and hoping for. Shout out to Jessica in the chat. I see your boy Zion Williamson. He doing big things. They cooking up there in the NBL. This is good for basketball when you see teams like the New Orleans Pelicans, as exciting as they are, because they are one of the most exciting teams in basketball. Whenever you got Zion Williamson taking the floor, you're going to have eyeballs. And I like how they have embraced everybody out there, because they are really ingratiating themselves in that whole NBL culture. And we got to give props, man. We got to remember LaMelo Ball played in the NBL. Jessica said this is going to be our season. I believe so. I mean, listen, I like what I'm seeing from everything. This is the best part of the year. You know why? Because everybody feels like they got a shot at 0-0. Everybody can have championship aspirations, deep playoff aspirations. It's not until maybe about a week or two in that we realize what's really happening out here. It won't take long, but there's always a surprise team out there, and I'm hoping that it's Charlotte. I think that it could be Charlotte, especially in this Eastern Conference. And obviously, listen, you got LaMelo Ball. If he stays healthy, that's key. Health. There's so much about health too. New Orleans Pelicans fans, y'all should know that as well. That's why so many people are ecstatic that Zion Williamson potentially is going to be healthy this upcoming year. He's dropping all this weight. All of this stuff gets people very excited, but listen, we got to play the games. And this is the first game for, the Charlotte Hornets. We are moments away from tip-off, ladies and gentlemen. Preseason basketball has returned. It is almost time for a busy year, for the Charlotte Hornets. I'm excited for guys like McNeely. I thought that the Charlotte Hornets shut him down relatively early. He didn't have any health scares or anything. I would like to see what's going on with him. Khan Knipple. A lot of people I want to see this year, especially in this game. This game, the Hornets, you're going to get a good look at a lot of these people tonight. We're going to see it. I don't know how much LaMelo and Miller and Bridges is going to play. Maybe I'll see them playing a quarter or a half, but I do see guys like McNeely, Khan Knipple, Sion James, TJ and Salon. I see KJ Simpson. I see all of these players getting good minutes tonight. And we being able to get an extensive look, a double look at these players, along with them playing with the vets, because we've seen them already. This is slightly a young team, but I like the collection of veterans. This is how you do it. We always talked about the quality of veterans that they put around LaMelo Ball. When you started to look around the league at the vets, at these other teams, you're like, man, they got veterans over there. Now I'm looking at Charlotte, and like I said, you bringing in Connaughton, who's a champion. You bringing in guys that have played, a nice bit of time in this league. Colin Sexton, this guy was a starting point guard, in the NBA. So he's going to be able to shoulder off some of this load for LaMelo. It doesn't have to be LaMelo centric. LaMelo doesn't have to, push it every single night. He doesn't have to press the issue. Not to say that he does, but I think that they got a little bit of better guard play this season. I think reliable guard play. I think that even Spencer Dinwiddie at times is going to be able to play the point guard for you at times when guys are on the bench. He could play both positions. You got to get KJ Simpson in there. What's the role of Sion James? So there's a lot going on. Who's going to Greensboro? Because I think that this time around, I think that they got some good quality vets. When they traded Mark Williams, they got McNeely in the first. Are you sending him off to the G League? So I think that we have a potential this upcoming year to see the least amount of people going to Greensboro. I'm hearing that Kalkbrenner, the center that they signed, is playing very well in training camp. Obviously, you don't want to just throw these guys out there, when they may not be ready. But I don't see a situation where they're wasting away like some of the other talents that we've had before that had to take stops in Greensboro. These people here, I don't see sticking around. I think that they're going to be on this active roster in the rotation. I think McNeely, he's a rotational piece right away, and I want to see what it looks like this game and this season. I want to see what he plays like with these players, because it's time. It's time for Charlotte to finally do something this season, man. It really is, man. I'm tired of the days of the Charlotte Hornets becoming a laughing stock, of the NBA. We have to stop this. The Charlotte Hornets are not a laughing stock. We just keep it 100 with you. They're not. They got to change it. Shout out to L Trade, and he says Charlotte's going to be bad. Can't wait for my boy Melo to get out of there. Shout out to the floor. Shout out to Zio too. We already know what's going on with Lonzo. Let's see his role coming up with the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's going to be interesting. Also, we got to get into the role of everybody else. Like I said, in Cleveland, this year is going to be crazy, and we all going to be ready for it. Now, back to the Charlotte Hornets. What's going on with Miles Bridges? I think that Miles Bridges, he has to hear himself in trade rumors and things like that. He has to. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with him. It really is. It's going to be very interesting to see what do they do with Miles Bridges. Are they going to move on from him? That's going to be key. I just don't think that Charlotte is going to let go of Miles Bridges. He's been there for the long haul. That's a guy that I just don't see them letting go for whatever reason. But it is what it is at the end of the day. The Charlotte Hornets, man. It's Flight Sports TV. What's your thoughts on this upcoming game tonight? The Charlotte Hornets are back. Oklahoma City have come to town, and right now, if I'm not mistaken, Charlotte, they're in Charleston, South Carolina. So y'all pay attention now. It's always good to see these teams bounce around a little bit throughout the towns coming out of Charlotte. But like I said, this is going to be a good game. I'm going to keep it all the way real with you. It's going to be interesting. The NBA League Pass, I haven't had this thing in a long time. It's the return. Of course, Melo is limited tonight. A lot of people. That's why I'm real. But like I said, the Charlotte, they have such a great, not would say soon to be great young influx of talent and veterans. I want to see what they look like. I want to see what Colin Sexton does for the team. You're going to be able to get brief little spots. Um, as I'm looking into Oklahoma City, who may be available for them. Like I said, this is a championship basketball team. Um, Let me look at some of the reports here because an injury report did come out for this preseason opener. And these are the people that's out. You have Jalen Williams, Kenrich Williams, Thomas Sarber, and Grant Williams and Josh Green will be out for Charlotte. So it looks like we will get a good look at, some of these players, including the Shays of the world. Who knows how long Shea Gildas is going to play? Um, but from all accounts, he should be there in uniform and suiting up. Like I said, the Hornets, you got Lean McNeely. I want to see what he looks like because, like I said, I think they pulled the plug on him. I thought it felt like they seen everything they needed to see. So I want to see, what have they been doing with him? Because I think that he's going to play a big role this year for Charlotte. He just is. It is what it is at the end of the day. Like I said, we moments away from tip off. The Charlotte Hornets are back. Um, he says, Dex, we whoop Australia. You sure did. Like I said, everybody was going to do that. And y'all pay real respects to the NBL. I think that they're doing a lot of business with the NBL, and obviously LaMelo, and he's not going to get any credit for bringing awareness to the NBL because I've never even heard of the NBL until he went to play with Illawarra. And then you've seen the other talent that was out there. And then you see now with some of the other players, if I'm not mistaken, JaVale McGee went out there. So you see a lot of NBA talent now using that to their advantage. Now you see Carmelo Anthony, if I'm not mistaken, he owns some kind of percentage in that league. So it's clearly a big NBA, NBL kind of partnership going on that's brewing. I think that's evident. So we shall see what it comes out to. Nonetheless, you got the Charlotte Hornets. They back, like I said, Charles Lee. It's time to roll up your sleeves and coach. You can't sit around and play games. This upcoming year, you gotta really do what you have to do this year. It's gonna be interesting to see if Charlotte could just accomplish all of their goals, this year. Because I remember that Hornets team that was knocking at the door of the postseason. I would really like to know what happened to that cast of characters, that whole team, the trajectory. Somewhere down the line, the trajectory just went off. Now we can attribute that to a lot of different things. We could talk about them basically letting go of James Borrego. Them basically not bringing in the right coach at the right time. There's so many things. Maybe not signing this guy, not trading for this one. It's so many different things that could be the case to why the Charlotte Hornets are not and did not reach the ultimate goal. But this season we get to change all of that. We get to fix all of the talks and the chatter. The Charlotte Hornets are back. Listen, we got all access in the building. Dex, what's the deal? We got Hornets basketball back. We moments away from tip off. What's your thoughts? We got preseason basketball.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine. Flight. I was trying to hit my intro, but it says I don't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
access.
yeah. I mean, yeah, we'll get the intro going shortly. Not today, but we'll have it back up.
Okay, got you. Okay, yeah, okay. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. And shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports Block. And big ups to everybody pulling up. Flight. This is the beginning of the Charlotte Hornets season. I know it's preseason, and I'm not making too big of a remark, but we already seen the Charlotte Hornets go undefeated in Summer League. So now, are we going to watch the conclusion and the continuous momentum from that historic championship Summer League run of the young Charlotte Hornets be integrated with the veteran style of Charlotte Hornets? And the reason why I say that, Frank, because them youngsters, they don't know what losing is. Think about that. The young Charlotte new edition Hornets don't know what losing is. They haven't lost. But the veterans, the seasoned Charlotte Hornets definitely know what losing is. So how can Charles Lee integrate these two mindsets in one conglomerate winning culture for the Charlotte Hornets 2025-2026 campaign Flight?
That's gonna be interesting to see. Like I said, there's pressure on Charles Lee. That's like I've been just saying before. I believe that Charles Lee is not gonna be just a walk in the park for him this upcoming year. And as I speak to, we've had people who rock with the Charlotte Hornets in that area come up here. And it seems like they try to make it seem like there is no pressure, but it is. He does have the backing of Peterson. I mean, everybody's seen the All Access. If you haven't, check it out. Peterson is on record of saying that he's got the full backing of Charles Lee. They truly believe in this guy. So it's going to be interesting to see if he could fulfill all of the beliefs that this organization has in him. What do you believe in Charles Lee, Dex? Do you think that is pressure on him this upcoming year? What do you expect from Charles? But that, like I said, like Dex will be here in a second. But
Oh yeah, I'm sorry for the delay.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know if it's pressure Flight because there's not much expectation coming from the brass of the Charlotte Hornets organization. And I can recall, even though it was a separate regime, I can recall that Mitch Kupchak, when he was running the operation under Michael, he always tried to temper the expectations of the fan base when Charlotte was going on a run. And even he said, with the talent that he had, which I think was a better talent base than they currently have, that the team was not playoff ready. And they're going to take it step by step. And they're not going to expedite winning at the cost of bankrupting the organization. I know it's a new mindset. I know it's a new regime. And the challenges still remains the same. But I just don't think that there is any pressure on Charles Lee to carouse these vets and YNs who don't know losing. Just keep that in mind now. These YNs for the Charlotte Hornets do not know how to lose. So that's going to be a difficult task in itself. Can these YNs of the Charlotte Hornets push the seasoned vets to overcome their complacency? Can Charles Lee be the unifying voice to bring this to a coalesce and create a new Big Bang Theory at the Spectrum Center inside their silo? Can this be possible? Can this be a reality? That's why I don't believe there's much expectation for Charles Lee. Whatever wins he get, it's a bonus towards his next contract. But I don't think the Charlotte Hornets is, as the fan base, expecting the Charlotte to propel themselves to be a six or better seed coming into the season. If Charles Lee happened to manage this group of talent to a 10 seed, I'm jumping for Jubilee. But if not, hey, just another wasted season in Charlotte because they hired a coach in Charles Neeflight with no head coach experience.
Yeah, you got a point there, but let's see what happens. You are right about that, but when I do hear, when I watched the all access thing that they had, um, it did, it sounded like, and I heard Jeff Peterson say, "I've already let everybody know that no, we're being competitive this year." That was on that was on Peterson's record. He is letting everybody know that they're playing for something this year. They're not playing to get it back in the lottery, So I want to see that. I definitely want to see what happens. But you are right. They got a lot of young players on this roster. Um, and I want to see how these young players come together. How do they gel with this whole entire roster? I want to see what these veterans look like because they did bring in better veterans that they've had before. I believe they have better, reliable shooting now. I think that's something that Charlotte hasn't had in a long time. I think when you kick it out to these guys now, I think you got some reliable hitters. In my humble opinion. What do you think about the veterans that they brought in? The Spencers, the Pat Connaughtons, the Colin Sextons, Plumlee. The, it looks like a better crop of veterans than they've had before. Can't you agree with that?
Yeah, shout out to Spencer, homegrown LA
Put the
native.
ball in the hole.
Um, but Spencer been around for a trillion years. I mean, it's not like he's a 4 year player, that's coming over to Charlotte. Um, you got to see what's in his legs. I mean, he had 3 tours of duty in Brooklyn. Think about that. 3 tours of duty in Brooklyn. So, that is an indictment on Spencer in itself. You know what I mean? Um, we just have to see with these veterans how much juice they have remaining and how much willpower they have because that's the main thing. Now I know Pat have been on a couple of winning squads. Uh, do we still have the rigor to train with the Charlotte Hornets to get to that state of mind where losing is contempt? We just have to wait and see. So this is the initial beginning of what we're going to see at the Charlotte Hornets. When that ball bounced after the tip in that first quarter, second quarter, we're going to see what the Charlotte Hornets if they really want a winning season or not.
I agree with that. That's why I said that the Hornets are in no position. They're not like these other teams. If you look at the Lakers, you don't see Luca, you don't see LeBron. Clearly, they're in another stage of their development. The Hornets, this is a young team. They haven't done anything, So preseason, you have to treat this, like it's the real season. You cannot come out here and say it's just the preseason. I'm pretty sure Peterson, they're going to be keeping a magnifying glass here, and keeping an eye out and watching what's going on. You have to, this is the basketball team that you just can't let nothing go ahead of you, and I want to see what happens. I want to see the belief they have in LaMelo. Because if anybody remembers, it was a little bit of issues going on last season. It happened relatively early in that year, but him and Charles Lee did have a run in. So we can't act like LaMelo and Charles Lee it's just been smooth sailing either. They had an issue before. LaMelo didn't make it, public or anything like that, but Charles Lee definitely challenged LaMelo when he pulled him out that game, and it seemed like they was having a little bit of friction. So my only concern would be if the Hornets don't get out to the best start that they basically, kind of push it all on LaMelo, and you see Charles Lee pulling these antics just on him. I would hate that. And I think that I don't want to see that from Charles Lee. I don't want to see another situation where, you know, you sit your best player, in the fourth quarter. I mean, that's just horrendous. You just don't do these things. So I want to see what happens. This upcoming year. This is a big year for the Charlotte Hornets. Dex, what do you think about LaMelo and Charles Lee's relationship? And do you think that they won't have any more run-ins, because a lot of people forget about that run-in that they had last year?
Well, like Al Green said, how do you mend a broken heart?
Mm.
Um, Fortunately for the Charlotte Hornets, they, like I reported last year, they dealt with that immediately. I'm saying once the clock went zero and the game was officially over, they instantly had a meeting to quell all kinds of disarray and disagreements and disenfranchisements, because LaMelo is a silent leader. You know, he's not going to just vocalize everything, but he's a silent leader. And there was members of the Charlotte Hornets, not only teammates but coaching staff, was divided on that issue, and you can't have that. And you got to keep in mind that coaching staff been with LaMelo for a long time. The majority of that staff been with LaMelo for a long time, so they have a bond with him, and that was something that could have caused a massive disgruntlement amongst the staff as well as the players. So Peterson, the young guru that he is and have shown so far, noticed that that had to be squashed immediately. There's no beef. There's no set tripping. This is LaMelo's team. Charles, you have to coach in a way where LaMelo can be successful and the team in general can be successful, and everybody is appeased. If not, maybe you're not the right guy for the situation. Charles Lee agreed. He humbled himself, and he realized he was a dickhead in that instance, and he reversed his course, and that's water under the bridge. And these two have a better relationship since the intermediate uh, arbitration. That's what I'm gonna say. Arbitration between Melo and Charles Lee with Jeff Peterson. So that's water under the bridge. That situation is over, and I don't think Charles Lee is married to that kind of attitude. And I think Charles Lee have professionally divorced himself from his ego in order for the team to be successful going into this season. So that was an aberration flight, because you don't see that in the NBA. You just don't see that in the NBA. Very rare you're going to see Tony Coop's coach get the shot over Scottie Pippen. You see what I'm saying? Very rare you're going to see that. And even when that did happen with one of the greatest coaches of all times in this league, Phil Jackson, there was a mighty backlash. So if Phil can get backlash, what the hell you think Charles Lee gonna get if that kind of aberrant behavior continues, which I don't think it will continue. And fortunately for the Charlotte Hornets, everybody have reduced themselves to the voice of reason, which is Jeff Peterson.
Do you like Jeff Peterson? Are you a fan of his, or the jury is still out on him?
Well, I
Jury
like
out on everybody, ain't it?
well, I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like Jeff Peterson because he's Jeff Peterson. You understand what I'm saying? This guy been around. He always got some kind of clamor whenever a opening from a organization presented himself. So that made me kind of look his way. And then when I found out that this dude was a youngster and he's getting that much attention to run an organization, I had to give him the benefit of the doubt. And then he's a brother. So you telling me they're going to pass up all these Asians, all these Caucasians, and give a young brother an opportunity to run an organization? I have to like him until he prove otherwise. So yes, I like Jeff Peterson. I give him the benefit of the doubt. And I understand this is why I never really trashed him, because I understand Jeff Peterson is taking over a mess. He was inherited a mess. And so now he have to unmess the mess to make it the best. And whatever purse strings that Gabe and Snall is giving him to operate with, I think he's doing a fairly good job of getting in some players, cutting players. You would have never seen Nick Smith being cut under the old organization. They would have rolled that dude out, man, until it was time to pay him. You follow what I'm saying? So I believe Jeff is serious. I believe Charles Lee has heard the call from the catbird seat, and he's going to resonate everything that Jeff Peterson is going to spring down from above and try to implement it the best way he can. And the Nick Smith cut, the Nick Richards trade, the Mark Williams trade is putting everybody on pins and needles, excluding LaMelo and Brandon Miller, and now Knipple. So everybody else is expendable, and he's letting you know
Right.
that you guys can be expendable. It ain't like we're being how can I say this without being shrewd? They're not being sentimental to their draft. If they draft you and they find out you just wasn't a good fit, or you didn't uh, play up to expectations, they're not going to be embarrassed. They're not going to play their ego. They're just going to change, bring in somebody who is. Because you have to remember now, these are an elite 400 players, and somebody is thirsty to get that 399 spot. Like,
That's right. We moments away from tip off, ladies and gentlemen. The players are taking the court as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. It's Flight Sports TV. Listen, it's gonna be an exciting year of basketball. The Charlotte Hornets are back, taking on the defending champions. Listen, this is gonna be one of them games. Y'all put your picks down in the chat. The Charlotte Hornets are in North Charleston. They are not in Charlotte. It's definitely great to see when Charlotte is able to touch bases. You hear them talk about connecting the dots with the Carolinas. You know, they're not just representing Charlotte, but they're representing the Carolinas. They go for South Carolina too, and all of North Carolina. We all know that, and I like to see that they are touching bases in South Carolina. So many good players come from South Carolina. So it's definitely something to look into. But nonetheless, we are moments away from tip off. You already know what it is. It's Flight Sports TV. It's about to go down. So y'all get in the chat. It's crazy.
yeah, yeah, y'all get active in that chat, man, and blow it up. Take it to the
Yes,
next stratosphere. And let's see, man. Whether you're going to politic or not. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what people's thinking, because this is the
that's right.
first opportunity we get to see of LaMelo, and LaMelo's not wearing no ankle braces. I want to report that he's not going to wear
Nope.
no ankle braces. I think he's going to play the season without them this year. So let's see how that works, and let's keep an eye on that as well. And how do y'all feel about that? Do y'all think LaMelo should continue wearing his ankle braces, or he should go ahead and feast on the NBA hardwood without them? I'd like to hear y'all respond to that.
We tipped off, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The Charlotte Hornets are back. We got Williams with the rock right now for the Oklahoma City Thunder. OKC is on the board early. They just hit a big three. That's Dang, number 13. Here comes LaMelo, MB1, the one of one with the basketball. He kicks it out to Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller putting the moves on in the mid-range. Mid-range jumper from Miller and his money. That was just so effortless from Brandon Miller. Here we go. Is Shea? I don't believe Shea is out there on the floor. I thought that Shea wouldn't be playing. I doubt Shea's even in the building. Three ball from OKC, and that's off. So I don't. The only player I see out here for OKC is Wiggins. I don't see any of their core players in the starting five. But here we go. Miles Bridges kicks it out to Nipple to Brandon Miller for three, and that is off. Brandon Miller missed it. So we do have Musa Diabate starting at the center, and I knew this was going to happen. A lot of people want to know what's going on with the center position. Do not sleep on Musa and everything he could bring to the table. A big time three there from the Oklahoma City Thunder is 6'2". Williams just hit a three. Here we go. LaMelo Ball has it, kicks it out to Miles Bridges for three. Miles Bridges hits a big-time three ball. It's 5-6. Charlotte is down 1, 10-20 to go in the first quarter. Here comes the Oklahoma City Thunder. Here comes a screen coming. They kick it out. Williams has the ball. Dang has it. Dang putting the moves on Miles Bridges, mid-range jumper, and that's money. Oklahoma City, they coming out on fire. It is 8-5. Here comes LaMelo. LaMelo Ball with it. LaMelo getting doubled. LaMelo kicks it to Nipple for three. He missed it. So just missed the three, and he was wide open. He's going to need to hit those shots, especially on this team. Here comes OKC, Oklahoma City. Their field goal percentages through the roof right now. They balling. I think that was Joe who just made that dunk. So and then Charlotte just went backcourt. So the Hornets are getting clumsy out here right now. It's 10-5. Y'all let me know what y'all think of this starting lineup. Nipple is in there, high draft pick, and they got Musa Diabate. Y'all let me know your thoughts on that. Can this team compete? That starting five is kind of wild. Let's see what they could do. And then what's so crazy is Oklahoma City, they came out with much better effort. Here comes Charlotte. Here goes Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller has it. Brandon Miller putting the moves on. They kick it out to LaMelo, back to Brandon. Brandon Miller with a big-time dunk. It is 7-12. So Charlotte look like they want to pick up the intensity here. Like I said, they didn't come out too good. Here we go. Oklahoma City has it. They kick it out to Williams for three, and that's off. What they called the foul? Oh man, Brandon Miller fouled him. So we got 3 free throws coming for OKC. That was very clumsy right there. I don't know how that happened. Shout out to Rap Guy Reloaded. Salute to everybody that's in the chat right now. We got Charlotte Hornets basketball. You already know what it is. MB1, the one of one. This is gonna be a big time year. If you're a Hornets fan, if you're a Ball family fan, we're gonna have a lot of things for you. Don't sleep on Lonzo Ball. It's gonna be a big year for the Cavs. Let's see what they could do. Joe has it at the free throw line. He made the first free throw, and Joe makes the second one. He's at the line for 3 free throws after that foul from Brandon Miller. I don't know what that was all about, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's 14-7. Salute to all y'all that's in the chat right now. Joe makes all the 3 free throws. Here comes Musa inbounding to LaMelo. LaMelo Ball has it. They kick it out to Miller, back to LaMelo. LaMelo step back 3 ball, and that's off. Nipple, good tip, rebound, back to for 3, and that's money. Nipple hit the 3. Big time 3 from Nipple. He gonna have to do that. It's 15-10. Big time play from They kick it out to Wiggins. Stolen. Brandon Miller, cookies. Miller, big time dunk. Big time defensive stop. Big steal, which led to a dunk. It's 15-12. 8:25 to go in the first. Oklahoma City has it, and the Hornets, they playing good defense. LaMelo picking up Joe. Joe kicks it out to Wiggins. Wiggins dribbling it. She's shaking it. Wiggins step back 3 ball, and that's money. That was a tough shot. Here goes LaMelo, kicks it out to Khan for three. Oh, I'm about to say that would have been a big three if he would have made that. He missed it. I'm about to say the Hornets got themselves a sharpshooter. He making those. Here comes Joe. Joe for three. Your OKC ain't playing. They missed it. Hornets catch a break. Here comes Miller. Miller kicks it to Musa, and the Hornets they lose the ball. Hornets turnover, which leads to Oklahoma City big time dunk, and here comes a timeout by the Charlotte Hornets. It's 2012, 7:38 to go. Charles Lee calls a timeout. You gotta do what you gotta do out here. You know, a very frenetic pace. Let's see what happens. This a big time game right now. Dex, what's your thoughts on this game? You know, we got a break into action. It's 7:38. 20 is 2012. What's your thoughts on the way the Hornets have came out? Dex should be Dex,
Yeah,
you there?
yeah, I'm here. I actually, Flight, I like the way they're moving the ball around, getting people involved. And one thing that is a sneaky leak is LaMelo is looking for a conquer nickel. You know what I mean? He really trying to get this guy acclimated into the offense with confidence. So he's stringing him along with a lot of attempts, and they're getting him the ball. So let's see if he can answer the bell. Flight. I like the way Charlotte is moving right now.
Yeah, I do. You know, we're in the midst of a commercial break. Let's see what happens. You know, I like what I'm seeing so far. Oklahoma City, they came out, they hitting everything. You know, they don't have their veterans there. You don't see the people that they normal starting five. But OKC, I mean, what do you think about Oklahoma City? How hot they came out? Like they can't miss nothing. You know, it seems like this is gonna be a tough game for Charlotte, no matter what.
Yeah, well, these are champs, so that means the bench are champs as well, and they playing Charlotte with their reserves, and they're coming out like they're starters. So that just shows you that the high fly confidence that the Oklahoma City bench is. They plan on being a deep squad this season, and let's see if Charlotte can respond positively and overcome this championship mentality that Oklahoma City is bringing in to the Carolinas.
Yes. Shout out to the Carolinas, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Jessica in the chat. Shout out to L Train. Shout out to Rap Guy Reloaded. Salute to Thunder. Salute to all y'all that's in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Want to appreciate y'all. Shout out to Dusan. Um, Shout out to Noble Knowledge. Salute to all y'all that's in the building today, man. It's Flight Sports. I want to appreciate all y'all for taking your time, rocking with us, getting this live coverage that we want to bring to you this upcoming year. You know, and like I said, just get in the chat. Let's get interactive. It's Flight Sports. Hey, we coming back with it. It's 2012, 7:38 to go. LaMelo is still out there on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Musa inbound to LaMelo. LaMelo kicks it to Khan. Khan has it back to LaMelo. LaMelo shaking and baking. Kicks it out to Khan Knipple for three, and that is off. So LaMelo is looking for Khan Knipple. He's gonna have to make these shots too. That's why they brought him here. You know, here we go. Musa with a big time steal. Musa Diabate all the way to the cup. There we go. And that was a foul. Yeah, big time players 2014. Musa going to the line to complete the 3-point play. Salute to the Charlotte Hornets coming out balling. This is what we want to see. Good play. Musa Diabate. I got a lot of faith in this guy, y'all. This why I didn't feel like the Hornets needed to jump anything, to do anything crazy. You got Musa there. He was developing pretty nicely. He's ready to step into a increased role. You know, you got to give guys that opportunity. Here we go. 3 ball for OKC, and they missed it. Big rebound from Miles. That was a grown man rebound. I want to see more of that. But Miles walks into a 3 ball, and that's off. I don't want to see too much of these threes from Miles, but here we go. Uh-oh. Trey Mann is out there. Trey Mann for 3, and that's off. LaMelo kicks it all the way to Trey Mann cross court while he was damn near falling out of bounds. Here we go. Here comes The Oklahoma City Thunder. Wiggins has it. Trey Mann on him. Trey Mann is back in Charlotte, ladies and gentlemen. And big time stop. Here comes Trey Mann. He's bringing the ball up the floor. He kicks it out to Miles. Miles Bridges back to Trey Mann to McNeely for three. McNeely, he missed it. McNeely just missed it. Come on, Charlotte. They're getting a little clumsy offensively. Shout out to Nicole Singleton. Here we go. Trey Mann has it. Trey Mann kicks it out to Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges back to LaMelo. LaMelo shaking and baking. LaMelo going all the way to the cup, and that's money. That should have been an and one. It's 2016. Melo is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. That was a tough shot. Here comes Oklahoma City. And then OKC, did they just make that? Yeah, they just made that. It's 22-16. Trey Mann has it. Trey Mann kicks out to LaMelo for three. LaMelo, money. LaMelo getting active. LaMelo's getting active. It's 22-19. He's getting active, y'all. That's back-to-back buckets. He had a floater going to the lane and traffic, and then he just walked into that three. Here we go, Miles. They should give it right back to LaMelo. He calling for it. Come on, Miles. Damn. That Miles pressing the issue. Miles out here pressing. Here comes Ryan Kalkbrenner. I want to see what he looks like out here. Colin Sexton's out there. Like I said, I've seen a lot of Colin Sexton and Ryan Kalkbrenner in training camp. I want to see what it looks like now. He's going to be interesting. Here we go. It's 22-19, 5:09 to go in the first quarter. Wiggins has it. Colin Sexton, the young bull, he's all over him. The young bull is checked in. T.J. Salon is in there. Here we go. Three ball. Okay, damn, OKC ain't messing around. Damn. It's 25-19. Here goes Colin Sexton. Colin Sexton kicks it to T.J. Salon, to McNeely, to Trey Mann. Trey Mann in the mid-range with the floater, and that's off. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oklahoma City, they ain't playing. They out here. They going. Colin Sexton with it. It's 27-19. Charlotte, they got a score right here. Trey Mann kicks it to Sexton. Sexton going, he lost it. Colin Sexton with a turnover. So the Hornets, they turning the ball over. It's getting clumsy. Three ball, OKC, and that's off. Trey Mann has it. OKC is clearly trying to run them off the floor. Trey has it. Back to Trey. Here comes a screen with McNeely. Trey Mann going all the way to the cup. Oh, that's goaltending. They ain't called that? Oh, yeah, they counted that. I'm about to say that has been crazy. I'm about to say they're not giving Charlotte nothing. Yeah, 27-21. So Trey Mann, he good play. That was a goaltend. Good basketball.
Yeah, I wanted to see how Trey Mann respond coming off that horrific injury that cost him basically a full season of basketball, and his recovery looking very well. Like,
yeah, sure is. Let's see if they can win this game. That'll be special. Trey he's back with it. Trey net, he turned it over. See, the Hornets, they got to stop turning the ball over. That's just crazy. What just happened right there? All these turnovers. Colin Sexton. They got to take care of the ball. Sexton just walked into a three.
they got to do a better job on the offensive boards as well. They can't just be one and out against a championship squad.
Yeah. Sure is. Here we go. We got a break. Look like we got a stoppage in action. It's 29-21. Crazy right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's crazy.
So the ball will be taken out on the side.
What's up?
The ball will be taken out on the side. I don't know what the call was that caused the breakage in action, but Hornets basketball.
Yeah. Here we go. Ryan is out there with it. McNeely has it to Trey. Trey, three ball. Money. Uh-oh. Trey Mann, they needed that. That's something that the Hornets they didn't have last year. And it's so crazy. I'm starting to realize this is against his former team. And we got a timeout. What you think happened with Trey Mann and OKC? It's just an influx of talent. They had to let him go. I mean, what was going on with that situation?
Well, by them bringing over Shea, that made Trey expendable because you know when Trey was over there, Trey was pretty good. Don't forget
Right.
that his first 3 years there was really impressive, and he needed the ball, and the heliocentric offense that was generated by Mark Dagnall that excluded Trey from being instrumental to that offense because Shea is a bigger, faster, and more proficient guard than Trey Mann. And it proved to be true because look what happened. He grew into a MVP championship player, MVP of the season, MVP of the finals, and a champion. So the organization of OKC Thundercats, those boys from the Red Clay, knew exactly what they was doing when they decided to depart from Trey Mann. So we got 29-24, 3 minutes left to go.
Oh shit! The whole time my mic was on mute the whole
Yeah,
time. Listen,
yeah.
y'all make sure y'all join us this Tuesday night. We got the Cleveland Cavaliers, Lonzo Ball, ZO2, the Chino Hills Prodigy. You already know what it is. Dex, while we got a break in the action, what can the people expect from Lonzo Ball this season?
Oh boy, like I couldn't wait for Lonzo to get on a competitive team that was vying for championship aspiration. And now here we have it. Um, the way that the point guard whisper, aka Kenny Atkinson, has been chirping over Lonzo in his presence with the Cavaliers, I believe that's going to be an exciting thing to watch this year as the land competes for a championship.
Yes, absolutely. Salute to the line. It's 29-24 right now. Here we go. 2:50 to go in the first quarter. Here comes the Oklahoma City Thunder. Charlotte cutting into this. Uh-oh. Big time steal. Cookies. Here we go. Colin Sexton all the way to the cup. The young bull. He missed the layup. Oh, come on, Charlotte. I can't be missing layups, man. It's 29-24. That was a blown opportunity. OKC for three, and they missed it. Big rebound from Trey. Here comes Colin Sexton, the young bull. The young bull in the mid-range to Ryan Kalkbrenner. What happened? A good play from Ryan. That's a big body. Pause. Somebody said the floor general. Yeah, Sexton. I like what we give him from Colin Sexton when LaMelo go to the bench. That's good. They don't really drop off much. I mean, it's a drop
Like,
off, but I mean, it's
yeah,
different. It's
stop that.
different.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
different.
massive problem.
But you get a guy that was a starting point guard. I should have said that. I should have rephrased that. You bringing in a former starting guard, so it's better than bringing in a career bench warmer.
Yeah, better than
So
bringing the Theo Maladin, right?
yes. That was much better. Here we go. Trey Mann. Um, that's why we got all access on here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Trey Mann. Oh, shaking and baking in the mid range. Kicks it out the pump fake from Brandon. Brandon Miller in the mid. Oh, he putting the moves on in the mid range. T-Jan. Oh, T-Jan. Come on, T-Jan. Trey Mann going to the cup. No, that was a tough shot. Um, Oklahoma City secures the rebound. It's 29-24, 1:30 to go in the first. Here we go. Uh-oh. Williams, and Oklahoma City nearly loses it. There we go. It's 29-24. 3-ball for Oklahoma City, and they missed it. Ryan couldn't snatch the rebound. They give Oklahoma City, and oh my goodness, you cannot. And that was a 4-point play. So the Hornets can't catch a damn break. Did he make that?
Yes, he made it.
Yeah,
Yep.
hell yeah. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, the damn dude had butterfingers, man. He couldn't even corral the rebound.
Yeah, word. You got to snatch that. He went up with 2 hands too. And he still didn't get the rebound. That's a rookie mistake.
Yeah, good fundamentals, but just not athletic.
Well, good thing this guy missed that 4-point play. That would have been a backbreaker. There goes Sexton. Sexton operating on the baseline. You kick it out to Trey Mann. Trey Mann has it. Trey Mann on the 1s and 2s. Back to Sexton. Sexton wants a screen with Ryan Kalkbrenner. He calling for it. Oh, he takes the screen. Sexton, mid-range jumper. Money. Colin Sexton utilizing the screen. It's 32-26. Here we go. Brandon Miller is out there. They have a weapon out there, ladies and gentlemen. B. Millie. I believe this team is not going to be so much mellow-centric, so much mellow focus, where it's all mellow. Then we will have an opportunity for
Better,
Melo to impose his will on this team. Don't worry about it.
it
He
better
will
be mellow,
impose
mellow,
his will.
mellow.
What'd you say,
If
Dax?
they're not gonna be mellow, 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 they're gonna be losing.
well, like I said, these guys got to be able to play well when Melo's on the bench too, Dax. You know, they can't
That's
just
true.
have this. Yeah, they have to be able to be a competent team.
But
Um,
don't make it seem like this team could just do so much without
oh
their stars when
no, absolutely not. No, but Melo don't have to press for 4 quarters every single night. Hopefully. These guys got to make shots too. They all
well,
facing
I,
Oklahoma City. They all facing this championship pedigree. Even though they don't have their guys, they have it is a championship pedigree. You still have players that was on this roster for the trip. You got Joe. You got the 2 Williams guys. You know, so they got Wiggins. These people was playing. So obviously they don't got the big hitters. You know, but you don't got Shea. You don't have Caruso. You don't have the other Williams
Chet
guy, Chet. Yeah, you don't have my man from New York, um
Hardison
Hartenstein. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So they are
ain't
missing
got
some
nobody
people.
out there.
Yeah, they ain't got nobody. But all these people practice with
This is
these
summer
players.
league. This is summer league.
Yeah, Oklahoma City. They ain't taking this too serious. You probably see them towards the tail end. I don't ever believe Shea is in South Carolina. They're probably somewhere in Canada.
Nah, Shea at the Hollywood Bowl waiting on Cyndi Lauper to perform.
Yeah, well, I doubt that he's in. He's not in the state of. He's not in the state of South Carolina. He is nowhere near Charleston. I don't believe. I doubt Williams is either. They did not make the trip to Charleston. Yep. Salute to all y'all that's in the chat right now. Second quarter basketball will be starting shortly. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable
This is
game.
wild
Yes.
because you have some players for the Charlotte Hornets is not available. You had Green, you had Grant,
That's
and
right.
who else was not available? Green,
Um,
Grant.
I just know Green and Grant was the only ones on the injury report for
Okay.
Charlotte. Yeah.
I know
I
they had
don't,
Grant a game time decision, but he probably won't play.
yeah, you want to ease him in. His injury was pretty tough. But Grant gonna be good. I mean, these people want to be in Charlotte. We still haven't seen Spencer. We still ain't seen Connaughton. So I want to see these players. I think these gonna be the snipers for us. I want to see how Charles Lee integrate these people because I clearly see Colin Sexton and Ryan Kalkbrenner. It seems like that's what Charles Lee wants those guys to be playing together. Because I always see them on the floor together, even like I said in training camp. Here we go. We're coming back with it. It looked like I'm seeing Con Knipple out there. Sexton is still out there. Hornets down 10. Second quarter has begun. Here we go. Sexton crossing half court. You kick it out to Miles. Back to Sexton. Screen coming with Musa. They kick it out to Miles. Miles Bridges to Con Knipple for three, and he missed it. Con got to make these. Miller. Oh, damn, what a foul. Miller got fouled. It's 36-26, 11:39 to go in the second quarter.
If Con and Nipple gonna continue to shoot like this, they might as well call Jello off tour with Kevin Gates and have him shoot up.
Yeah. He said, Con Knipple keep missing like this. We were all on record as saying that we wish Charlotte would have selected Ace Bailey. You know, he just fired his agent. You know, who knows if a mistake was there? I mean, but that's gonna always be an issue. You know, those two. I'm sorry, because imagine if this guy starts doing well in Utah, and then you got Sexton. I mean, not Sexton. Khan not doing what he's brought in. Now, Khan was not brought in to take over this offense. You know, so he needs to be able to hit these threes when they pass him the ball. You know, at the very least.
He wasn't brought in to he wasn't brought in to take over the offense, but he was definitely brought in to add relief to the
Yes.
offense.
Yes, he was. That's why you see LaMelo trying to get that relief, and it hasn't come. You see him; he kept trying to
Yeah,
find him.
yeah,
Like,
Melo's looking for some alleviation. Look, man, hit these shots so I can make it easy for my
yeah,
drive.
yeah,
Now I
open the
told you guys
floor.
that LaMelo been working on this unusual Euro step, and
Right,
let's see if he can get some space to operate on it. I've been waiting to see him try to implement it.
right. It's 36-28. Shout out to Javante Hyton in the chat. Salute to all y'all. Here we go, Con Knipple. Uh-oh. You see, we got a lot of laughs in the chat. That's what this is about, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I want to thank y'all for coming out tonight. Oklahoma City, big time through that. I'm telling you, OKC, they ain't taking no prisoners. You know, they trying to wipe Charlotte off the floor, if
I
possible.
think I
Three
think you need
ball.
to say OKC reserves.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yes. That's a better
Because
that's a
people might
better
be
phrase.
thinking it's their starting squad out there. No, there's not their starting squad, but they're up by 8.
Yeah, but what I will say about Charlotte is they are on the verge of getting back into this game or getting blown out. So I mean, it's two, it's one or the other. A play here, they could be back in it. A play here, they could be completely out of it. So it's just, you know, they got about another back-breaking three in them for them to get down 20. I feel if Oklahoma City get a crazy stop and a big three, that could they trying to give the blow. They're trying to deliver the blow to Charlotte to put them down. Oh, Khan, pump fake
Oh,
for three. Oh, there we come on, Khan. Yes. Did
nice.
you see that?
Yeah,
Now
that's a nice.
that's what I want to see from Khan Knipple. He said he's more than just a shooter. So establish that. Get your ass and put it on the floor. Pause. You know, you got to put the ball on the floor. Especially you can't just be so three-centric. You know, people gonna try to run you off the line. You know, so it's interesting. And I think when he do stuff like that, that's gonna open up the three ball for him. All the shooter got to do sometimes is see the ball go through. And then before you know it, it's just start wilding out. Now, Dex, you brought up Jello, and stuff like what's your thoughts on that situation? You still a little upset the way Charlotte handled LiAngelo?
Upset. Upset would be a euphemism. I'm
Yes.
devastated.
Mm,
I'm distraught. I'm still shaking, trying to get balance and clarity of what the hell happened there. Now,
come,
I did have some inside info because
yeah,
Jello did have a injured ankle. Remember
right,
we got that info, right? We got that info that Jello had hurt his ankle during one of his workouts, but they kept it under wrap because they didn't want to expose that during the time where Jello was being called for a training camp. It was already that he didn't have his shots and he had to go get his shots to get cleared. So it just was a situation that I believe Lamelo knew that the Charlotte Hornets were just trying to placate him, speaking of Lamelo, to show that yeah, we're trying to get your brother on, but he can feel that in that atmosphere that Charlotte was just playing circus with Jello.
yeah, Yeah, you ain't lying about that. Um, yeah, so it's crazy what's going on with Charlotte. I want to see what's happening. Um, it's gonna be an interesting year, man. Um, but back to Leangelo, what I do want to add to your point, Dex, before we move on, what do you think about, like you said, Jello getting it was just a mess. What about the players he was on the floor with? They not even here no more. Some of these guys ain't even in the league. Most
Some of these guys ain't even in Europe either.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
I
clearly,
don't know where
clearly,
the hell they at.
and most of these guys they were putting ahead of him.
Yeah,
You
they
know,
was prioritized.
yes. So what's your thoughts on the people he was playing with? I wish he was on the floor with these guys.
Well, it wasn't so much the people he was playing with. It was Sterling Camp, the head coach, and
Mm,
Nick Kupchak, who was the dictator of it all. Right?
that's right.
They the ones that created the direction and the path of where the Charlotte Hornets was going in that summer league. Melo's back on the floor. Like,
Yep, Melo is back on the floor. Here we go. Oklahoma City with it on the baseline. Yeah, we about to catch. Yeah, I was about to have to take a walk. You got good block from Diabate. He's about to put Diabate on the poster. See, Diabate got to get respect for that. The way he went up there and got that block. That's what you want to see. Here we go.
Miles out here looking like Bi 50,
Yes,
50 dribble Bi.
yes. Miles Bridges. Salute to all y'all that's in the chat right now. Oklahoma City with it. OKC gives it to Williams, kicks it out. 3 ball. Who was that? Young Blood? That's
Ooh,
Young Blood. 41-34. Young. I don't even know who the hell this guy is.
nobody does. Like, don't be embarrassed. Nobody does.
Yeah, Young Blood. We got Purple in the house, the legendary Purple baby. We back. It's Hornets
Shout out
basketball.
to Purple Baby.
The legendary Purple, Miss Purple, in the house. Here we go. We got Brandon Miller with it inbounding. Brandon Miller kicks it out to Musa Diabate. Musa with it finds LaMelo back to Musa. Musa kicks
Woo,
it out to
nice.
Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges back to Khan. Khan going to the cup. And he scored. He's more than just a shooter, Dex.
Oh, look at that Euro.
Somebody
Connor's out
tell
here doing the Euro, not
yes.
LaMelo.
There we go. He's more than just a shooter. See, he's gonna have to do that.
Yeah, because they're gonna challenge him every time.
Yes, he's gonna have to learn how to do that.
Kickball. Shout out to Thunder. Shout out to L Train. Shout out to Jonathan. Shout out to Jessica, most definitely. Shout out to Rap God. Shout out to Basil Carpenter Jr.
Yes.
Shout out to Nobi. Shout out to 369 Ether. Shout out to Nicole. And shout out to everybody that's here at Flight Sports TV that's being very engaging in the chat. Hit
Yes.
that like
Yes. Yes. Here we go. Young Blood all the way to the cup, and he scores it. That was a grown man move from Young Blood. It's
So that's back to back.
43-36. Yes. That was a big three, and they went all the way to the cup. That's a grown man move. Musa Diabate, Skywalker, big time dunk, 43-38. He went, shit, he was soaring through the lane. Purple,
Shout
what's
out
the
to
deal?
Charlotte.
Purple, you there? Well,
Purple with no
Yes,
melon, fucker.
you're fixing my settings.
okay, you good. Take your time. The people want to hear from Purple, baby.
Shout out to Matt. Yeah, she waiting on LaMelo to do something crazy.
Yeah.
See, yeah, there's
No,
no growth.
first
There's no
of all,
growth shaking.
Dex, he haven't
Uh-oh.
been on what's the name is so long. StreamYard got some new settings, so I'm trying to fix it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, we heard it all before, Purple.
Yeah, whatever.
So shout out to Purple, baby. We back with the Hornets. What you expect tonight from the Charlotte Hornets? What do you feel about this game? We're in the midst of a commercial break. Talk to us.
No, same thing as last year. I stand on what I said. I think they're gonna be top 6. I don't know why y'all think
What?
they'll be at the bottom. They'll be in the
I'm
top
with you.
and stuff like that. The preseason I don't really care about. And yes, I do know they don't really have a good center like that, but I expect this team to be in the top 6 due to injuries and stuff like that.
Oh wow,
Think
that's lost.
the Eastern Conference. I don't think it's weak as people think. What you think,
It
Dex?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It
I
don't
think that was a lost. Yeah, I think that was a lost pronunciation from Purple Bay. No, I
Wow.
do not think they would be top six. They would not be an
No.
automatic bid for the playoff. They will be fighting all season long for the bottom portion of the play-in, and
Uh,
they will only fight for 9 and 10. So they will only have one shot to advance.
mm.
So you telling me LaMelo Ball that plays 65 games, they can't get into the top six?
The Melo Ball can play 106 games, and they won't be in top six. It's
That's
not
See,
just
I
on the
disagree
Melo.
with that. Yeah,
Okay, fight me on it.
I'm with you there. It's not just on Lamelo. I'm there with you now. Keep going. Pardon me.
and I didn't say it was just on him, but that's crazy. I think this team is a better team than Indiana. Indiana don't have a point guard.
Mm.
Who knows when Tatum is coming back? And if Embiid don't play 65 games, they're definitely a better team than Philadelphia.
Oh.
No, no,
Oh.
no, 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 no.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
Embiid,
are.
Embiid,
Yes,
Now,
they
I'm
are.
just trying with it.
Embiid can play -6 games, and Philly will still be a better team, and their roster is very much better constructed,
No,
superiorly
it's
than
not.
started on.
No, it's not.
Embiid don't even have to be there.
It's very mid.
Listen,
Okay, match it up then.
I hope so.
Okay, the game's
You
I got a
depending on
maxi there.
you depending on Maxi and Paul
no,
George.
no, no. We'll discuss it. Hold on. The game is back on. We'll discuss it.
Yeah, yeah. Here
LaMelo
we
with the
go.
steal.
Brandon Miller with a. Oh, we got a turnover from Charlotte. It's 43-38 turnover. Like I said, the Hornets, man. I want to hope that they're better than what they did last year, 19-63. Well, here we go. Wiggins has it. Wiggins kicks it out to Dang. Back to Wiggins. Wiggins shaking and baking in the mid range. Oh, look, it was a fine. Oh man, and one. So we got a rookie making rookie mistakes. He should have never jumped with him. So it's 43-38. Hornets, they knocking at the door, but if they keep making these errors, they're gonna get wiped off. But like we were saying, the Hornets, they gotta be better than 19-63 this year. It's only but up. And you got to look at these teams. Are they better than Brooklyn? Are they better
Yes.
than Toronto? These are the
Yes.
questions that I think this is more the questions I'm asking. But we're gonna get into it. We got a lot of time. We
Well,
got
let me say
Ryan
real
Colt.
quick right there at the break.
Go ahead.
Purple, baby, you saying yes emphatically, like they're heads and shoulders above Brooklyn and Toronto, which
They
I don't
are.
think they.
Yeah,
Toronto and
Toronto got Scotty Barnes, RJ, Brandon Ingram. They got some pieces now. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
They almost make the play in.
Quickly. I mean, they got some pieces now. Lamelo going to the cup.
Let's
McNeely
see.
for
Let's
three. Oh, you missed it. Come on, McNeely. You're supposed to do better than this. Here we
I guess
go.
the Metal don't have no sharpshooter. Still looking.
I thought. Well, I'm trying to figure out. They must not be playing the vets. I don't see Spence or Collins, and they probably gonna sit out tonight. Here goes Khan to Miles for three. Miles still shooting these threes. I missed the Miles Bridges that attacked the basket. Whatever happened to that guy? They should trade
He's dead.
Miles Bridges. They should let him go because he doesn't. He's not doing anything on the interior anymore.
I
He's a
agree.
different player. He's a different player now. He hanging out even right now at the 3-point. Well, get to the paint. He ain't even. He's hanging around at the
Ooh, y'all
3-point
too hard
line.
on him.
Yeah, I don't like. They should trade Miles Bridges. Because I mean, see, I'm always holding out faith for Miles to return to that dominant force, in the paint, or some force down there, going
That
attacking the
Miles
paint.
dead. Like
Yeah, so if he ain't doing that, okay, it's over. He don't want to dunk no more. He don't want to get out. He ain't doing that stuff no more. He shoot way more threes than he
I
ever
just
shot
don't.
ever. They got
He
shooters.
has to. Well, probably
okay, see,
probably
Kevin.
not this
He's
year.
still at the
But he
3-point
got
line.
to.
Miles is sitting at the
Same
3-point
with
line right
Brandon.
now, waiting on the ball.
Same
Miles
with
Trey.
Brandon.
Oh,
Miller,
LaMelo
not Brandon.
of 1 foot. LaMelo out here hitting Dirk shit and Melo Carmelo Anthony shit.
And listen, Purple and Flight.
Oh,
People castigated me when I said LaMelo is going to be trying to average 28 to 30 points a game. Oh, no,
yeah.
all he needs is average 20, 21, 22. Get the fuck out of here. Look what the shit he got out there. How the hell are you going to average 22, 23 points a game and expect him to win where all these guys are masons and bricklayers?
Well, Dex, don't think jumping the gun a little too much. It's the first preseason game. Come on, we might be a little too harsh, don't you think?
I mean, damn, how many castles you need to build?
I'm with you. There's a lot of bricks, huh? Somebody said got to be 29 minimum, I think. We'll see. We got to break into action. Thunder says the East looks weak as hell. It's literally just the Knicks, Cavs, and Bucks will be up there because of Giannis, but that's it. I'm with you there. That's what I'm saying.
About
Don't forget Orlando. How you gonna forget about Orlando?
Lopez is.
See, I think they're the wild card. I watched them yesterday. Don't forget about Miami. Like I was looking up. They got Norman Powell. I was watching that preseason game last night with Miami and Orlando.
They're gonna struggle. They're gonna struggle.
With Miami?
Yeah, they're gonna struggle.
Yeah.
Listen,
they might not be there for
How much struggles? That's still a spokesman.
Bam might not be there the whole season. So Bam might not be there the whole season. Miami's not gonna keep spending all this money and they're not going nowhere. Who's the face of Miami? Who can they push on the crowd? Because you already know that. The heck no, he's not that guy.
Hero.
Who?
Hero has some issues.
Did you say Terry Rozier?
No, yeah, that's a joke.
Miami's gonna struggle. No, honestly, they're gonna struggle.
You say they're gonna struggle.
Star they really had.
Oh, LaMelo getting hot, y'all. That was another 3-ball from LaMelo Ball. That was a splash. It's 51-44. It's Flight Sports. You already know what it is. We're going to get into these teams. Somebody said, what about the Magic? Shout out to Jess. Here we go. 3-ball, OKC. Big rebound for Miles. That's what he need to be doing. Get down there and rebound. Be in the paint. McNeely kicks it to Trey from LaMelo for another 3. Uh-oh. He missed it. I was about to say, that would have been another big 3 from LaMelo. That would have been 3 threes. Here we go. Oklahoma City.
Yeah, he was wide open too. Maybe because he shot it off for 2 feet instead of 1 foot.
Yeah, damn. It's 54-44.
They're only down by 10 to the reserves.
I said that they're striking distance. They're going from either. It could be a situation,
54-44. 5 minutes and some change left. And you got LaMelo in the top of his roster on the floor, and they still down by 10. And you telling me LaMelo can average 20-some points a game and the Charlotte Hornets will still be relevant? You're delusional. And your basketball acumen and need to be checked. There's no way you can sit there and really believe and die on that hill that LaMelo can average 23 points or less and the Charlotte Hornets will be relevant.
Oh, no. I should have put something on this game. Here we go.
It's more so about the points. It has everything to do with the team.
I see your Cowboys won tonight, Dax.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the highlights. All these NFL highlights popping up on the big screen. We got a jump ball right now with McNeely.
The Eagles lost too. Bo Nix.
Yeah, the Eagles lost to Denver. I seen that. I just seen the highlights. Here we go. It's 54-44. I'm gonna see what's going on with this Tampa game. I got a few dollars on this Tampa game. I picked Tampa.
Pitiful.
But yeah, I like Tampa. It's 54-44. It's 21-14. They're up on Seattle. But here we go. We got Oklahoma City.
They called a foul. Did they call a foul?
I think so. They got this guy. Who the hell is this guy at the line? Like I said, they got some people I've never heard of. You know, this time of year they start signing people we never heard of a day in our lives,
I mean,
especially the championship teams.
listen, if the Charlotte Hornets are going to be anything near the 6th seed, they should be up by 20 against the reserves.
Mm, I'm with you there.
I don't think so.
And and they're
I
playing in the
think people
Carolinas.
can
This is a
do that
home
in the
game for them.
preseason.
No, no, don't give me that.
What's the name?
I see teams in the preseason ball out.
And it was 57-44. Here we go. Trey Mann
It's the
with it.
preseason.
Trey Mann shaking and baking. Trey Mann kicks out to Ryan Kalkbrenner. Back to Sexton. Sexton.
Hell no, the Hornets ain't better than the Magic. Are you crazy?
Right. That's why I seen that. I didn't even say nothing, Dex. That's weird.
I'm still gonna roast you for trying to say that the Sixers have a worse roster than the Hornets.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't agree with that. They got VJ and Maxey alone. I mean, I think
But I'm
that's
just saying though, the Hornets got no All Star in their roster, no All Star except
Maxey,
LaMelo.
one of those guys. Like, yeah, he averaged a high amount of points, but he's not a number one guy. That's the thing.
But you don't have to be. He's an All
Philly
Star.
does.
he's
Yes, he
he a
does.
starting point.
Philly
He an
won't do
all-star
nothing
point
without.
guard.
Yeah, they got All Stars all around that team. I don't know what Purple sleeping. You
It
sleeping on that one.
doesn't matter. Philly's not. If Embiid don't play in late, at least
And B don't have to play against the Hornets. I'm talking about against the Hornets, not the league. Against the Hornets, they would still smash the Hornets.
no, they wouldn't. If the Hornets
They
lose,
did already. They already smashed the Hornets without Embiid.
huh?
Oh, what kind of shit was that? That was a wild catch. You got the young bull out here going on.
Let's not make that a discussion this year, y'all. Let it
The
go.
young bull getting these defensive stops. Cheska ready to get in the brownie. She ready to start that conversation. Here we go.
I
Trey.
don't want us to have is let's just talk about Cooper Flag and Ace Bailey all year.
Right,
Plenty
yeah,
of time to talk about that boy.
McNeil. I ain't gonna lie, McNeely not having himself a night. I was expecting bigger things today from Liam McNeely. You know, it looked like they had high hopes for him.
They do, but he's slow. He's not really athletic.
Here we go. Kalkbrenner. Oh man, Kalkbrenner just gave the ball to the dude. If you watch, he just literally handed the ball to him. He just gave it to him. Oh man, I need to get back. Oh my goodness, Wiggins. They're making a fool out of Ryan right now. The rookie. Here goes Sexton.
Okay,
Sexton
he's
going on to the
back
top. Sexton is fouled.
to be any other team. That's the
So
thing.
Duval over here, forget them cowgirls. Right now, I got Tampa and Seattle on my screen. Tampa get the stop right now on their ass. I got 59-46 right now, 4:14 to go.
Cleveland almost won.
Yeah, almost. Well, but they fucked up on that trick play. The other team hit them with the trick play. They need to let Shador get on in there.
Man, good luck.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of them seasons. 59-47. Sexton at the line.
This is not a good show for the starting Hornets in this first half.
No, I mean, what about? I mean, I'm not gonna underestimate Oklahoma City. This is even though they don't have the guys in there, they playing serious. They treating this like a game.
You didn't hear what I said, Dex.
Say that again, Purple.
Said OKC's team that's in the G League. Most of those guys could come in the league and have a bench spot, like within maybe the top 8 on any other team.
Probably so. I'm not familiar with that.
I'm not surprised because they losing to OKC's G League team.
That's
Like
right.
it's OKC. They got a lot of hidden gems down there. Like thanks to people giving away they picks to them for Paul George mainly. Shout out to the Clippers.
It's 59-48, 3:55 to go in the second quarter. Ryan Kalkbrenner at the free throw line, and he scores it. Big time play. It's 59-49. Here comes OKC. Screen and roll. Oh, Sexton looks like he's hurt. Oh, my goodness. He's good. Trey Mann to the cup. Big layup. Trey. Yeah, the Hornets, they got to wake up. Here we go. Wiggins kicks it out. So I think that's Williams. Big time three right there. They just keep swishing shit. It's 64-51. OKC, they running the score up on them. Sexton and one. Colin Sexton, the young bull. 3-point play. This man came out of Alabama, coached by Avery Johnson. I remember his whole story when he was coming out the league. Drafted one section above the Knicks. I think we ended up getting Kevin Knox or something like that. So that's why I always
You see
remember
his
him.
brother
Who?
like
Whose
Kevin Knox
brother?
brother.
I don't know
Kevin Knox.
anything about
Carter.
Kevin Knox. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't know nothing about.
I don't think he gonna do anything when he get to the league, but they been talking about. I think he got
Okay.
two.
OKC finally missed a three. Here we go with Trey Mann. Trey Mann has it. Oh, he's shaking the bacon. Trey has it. They kick it out to Brandon Miller. B. Millie. Brandon Miller in the mid range. He kicks out to T-Jan. They're gonna have to do something with it. T-Jan, three ball. He missed it. And then turnover. Oklahoma City basketball. Jessica said what the score looking like is 64-54.
Yeah, it's still a double-digit lead, and this gap is not really closing. Um, Charlotte Hornets look like they're having a difficult time trying to score the basketball. They don't really have too many playmakers. Everybody's doing some ISO, and there's not much ball movement, and it's making it very difficult for them to
This our
close the gap. Okay, see.
yeah,
Very
I knew
difficult.
that's why I didn't understand Trey Mann coming back and they had Colin Sexton on the roster.
64-54.
No defense.
Ugh.
66-54. We got Brandon Miller running in there with a mean collision.
I mean, Thunder. What?
Ball. They're starting the ball hog.
Yeah, they
They're
are
not
starting.
ball around.
Yeah, it's starting to look like something we're gonna have to do it on our own.
Who,
Running
who,
Brandon
who,
Miller.
who are you referring to as a ball hog pick? Who are you referring to
We go
as a
Sexton
ball
all the
hog?
way to
Miller.
2 miles.
Miller.
Mm.
Oklahoma. I'm about to say, I know
He's
they
not
ain't
a
trying.
good creator for other people, so I don't know what you expecting from him. I think they still trying
Well,
to
I
put
mean,
him in that.
what I mean that he's forcing it. If you're not there, just give it up, get to your spot, and you'll get the ball back.
I mean, that's true, but this is the NBA where they make it seem like people get paid for how they play on the team when it's really what they're doing individually within that team.
Well,
Okay, but
66-54. Musa Diabate at the free throw line. Thunder says, "Yep, Sexton is definitely a scorer." I just think he's
I
a
mean,
utility.
why
They
are
gonna give
we
us
shocked by this? Why are we him and Trey Mann are the same player, and people was excited. I said, all they gonna do is score. They got stable scoring. Like if LaMelo, they got people that come in and score. They have no playmaking whatsoever. They'll make that responsibilities Knipple I think that's how you say his last name. And Miller, which is fucking terrible for those secondary playmakers.
Melo. Rebounded by Miles. Sexton has it. 66-55.
They're gonna be able to score.
Miller for three.
Uh,
He missed it. Hornets down 11.
Keep in mind now, these are Oklahoma City reserves.
Okay, and I just told you most of their reserves could go be on. Matter of fact, the Hornets start over. Maybe not Sexton and Mann, but everybody else, including Diabate, they could play over them.
Well, then the Hornets need to tell some of these players to stay and tell some of the Oklahoma players to come over.
Well, they tried to get a couple of them. You know, they tried to get Poku. You know, everybody didn't work out.
Yeah, they got their leftovers. Trey Mann is one of them.
Yeah.
I told y'all that when the trade happened. I said they gave I forgot who was a rookie at the time or a second-year player, and gave the Hornets Trey Mann, and that player ended up turning out better.
Another mid-range make there from Oklahoma City. It's 70-57. We go Sexton. Sexton screen and roll.
It'll be a long year for LaMelo. I see that now.
Miller going to the cup. 3 ball for Miller. Off. There's a lot. There's so many missed shots right now. It's not even funny. Everybody missing for Charlotte. They went cold. But I'm not jumping the gun too much because we still haven't seen Spencer Dinwiddie and Connaughton. I think that those guys.
Okay, so they're gonna
help.
So they're gonna improve this team like that.
No,
Spencer ain't gonna miss all
I
these
don't need
shots.
to see neither one.
I like Spencer and I like Connaughton to hit some of these threes that's missing. You know, you bringing in.
But what about the defense though?
Oh,
they don't have no defense this year, Dex. None at all.
Man, Baker ain't nothing to fuck with. Let's go. It's 70-57. They just threw a bomb.
Yeah, they're down 13.
Here we go.
It's the biggest lead, I think, for the OKC.
LaMelo Ball. Oh, they doubling Melo. They took the ball out of his hands. They kick it out to Miller. Miller in the mid-range, and that is off. Good gosh. It's 70-57. It is halftime. Unbelievable.
It's despicable.
It's OKC. I'm gonna say that one more time.
You playing the reserve. I don't care who it is. You playing somebody reserve, and you supposed to be the top.
Reserves can be on other teams' decks and play. Come in and play.
Purple, you're the reason why the Charlotte Hornets fans don't know how they are.
And probably start.
This is unacceptable. I don't care.
They could definitely go to the Lakers and get some good bench time. It's OKC when they face a normal team.
Trying to take personal shots. I'm not gonna bite into that. You try to take personal shots.
No,
the Lakers are a playoff team.
Huh?
Huh? If you heard me, you heard me, nigga. What you mean, huh?
I said the bench, the Lakers bench. These players on OKC can get significant time.
I'm not saying they
guys
can't.
are better than some of the guys on the Lakers.
All I'm saying is the Lakers are a playoff team. The Hornets is not a playoff team. So the Hornets should be doing everything up under the sun to try to become a playoff team, or at least a play-in team. And right now, I don't see it. I'm looking hard.
Sure,
I don't see it.
They're losing to
You're losing to the reserves. Your mic keep going in and out, Purple. You're losing to the reserves. That's what's despicable about this. You're coming off a terrific summer league. Can you hear me, Purple?
Yes, I can hear you.
Purple, you're coming up. The Charlotte Hornets coming off a tremendous summer league, right? Very impressive. So they're coming into the training camp with high hopes, and now we're seeing that maybe that was a mirage. Maybe that was just us hoping the best to find an oasis in the desert. Because what we're looking at right now is not what we expected from the Charlotte Hornets. I'm not saying they should be winning. I'm not saying they should be blowing them out. All I'm saying, this game should be definitely more competitive than what we're watching. It's like the Charlotte Hornets is sleepwalking through this game while the OKC Thunder is auditioning for more minutes on their roster.
Again, most of this team, that's their G League team, could go to any other team in the league and get significant bench minutes, or depending on the team setup, like Miami, and start. I am not concerned. It's OKC. They drafted well, they developed well, and so far as we've seen. And when they think someone is trash, they get rid of their trash. And they
But this
keep
is my point, Purple. I understand all that because that should be the concept of any NBA team. My point is this: this is Charlotte. They keep embarking on a winning culture, um,
mhm.
scenarios that is best fitted for the players that they acquired in order for them to adhere to Coach Lee philosophy. This cannot be Coach Lee philosophy what we're watching right now. All this ISO basketball, and these players are not that good to go ISO. You follow what I'm saying? Earlier in this game, the first five
Besides,
minutes, Charlotte was looking good. They was moving the ball around. Everybody was touching it. Now it seemed like they just turned to the Chicago Bulls.
okay, Dex, I ask you this. Besides Brandon Miller, who else are you referring to as far as ISO?
Miles Bridges,
Okay, it's no excuse for him to be
Trey
playing.
Mann,
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're mad at Trey Mann for playing ISO ball? That's
in this
what
situation. No, listen, in this situation, yes. Because we know that players can play ISO ball. They're NBA players. We know they can do ISO. Most all NBA players can really can do ISO. There's only a few that just don't have the skill to just be ISO, right? But what I'm saying in this situation, where you have shooters on the court with you, you got to get the shooters going, right? That's basketball 101. Get your shooters going, and then those of you that can create and penetrate, it'll be more open for you. Because if you don't get your shooters going, all the defense gonna do is compact the paint, and it's gonna make it very, very difficult for you to try to maneuver through five guys instead of maneuver through one or two guys. That's all I'm saying. Adjustments.
but you're expecting guys like Trey Mann and Colin Sexton to do that. When Colin
Yeah,
Sexton did
I
not
seen
and
him do it.
proven that so far in his NBA career. And as far as Trey Mann, from what we've seen from him this far, it's like they feel more comfortable with him being being a two, where scoring is his primary just thing where you pass, not even as a shooter. Like, yeah, him and Sexton will, especially when they be on the floor with LaMelo or Miller, depending on who else is on the floor, will probably be used as more so as scorers versus shooting. So that'll just never be them. Playmaking ain't they natural instinct sometimes. Like Terry
I've
while he
seen
was
Trey
talking
Man.
shit.
Oh, Terry Rozier. But anyway, I was going to bring that up, but I'm glad you segued into that.
No,
But I seen
honest,
say that again, Purple.
they in that. I said they in that club with Terry Rozier, guys that can score well in bunches and get hot real fast, but when they go cold, it's nasty work because they need to do
But
other
what I,
things, defense or be better playmakers, but they're
but what
not.
I'm saying about Trey Man is that I seen Trey Man be a contributor with the basketball on the hardwood, and he was real good at it because he's a threat to take you off the dribble at any moment. So the defense have to be very aware when he's dribbling that basketball. So that
That's
creates gaps.
right.
And tonight he's not doing that. That's what I'm saying. He's not doing that tonight. He's just going for whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, his spot is secure. Charlotte feels
Yeah,
you
yeah,
got.
that's true.
He been out for what, a year
Yep.
because he no. No, it ain't been a year yet because he got injured during like the first
Well,
month
you
of the
could say a year because he missed basically the whole season.
yeah, and same thing with Miller. Miller's wrist or something, not his wrist, his hand, whatever he messed up. He ain't played in a minute, so
I
that
mean,
shit.
you might as well go down the list. You talking about injuries for the Charlotte Hornets? Shit, keep on going. Roll call.
Who is
But
not?
Now Terry Rozier's situation, same thing, right? We seen Terry Rozier play the point. He even bragged about. Remember, I got drafted as a point guard and all that kind of stuff. So we
Yeah,
know
but
that they can do that if they want to.
it's not like I said. I refer to Chris Paul's point of when you get into the league, everything that you might have done in college is sometimes irrelevant. They have other plans for you. So at the time when the Hornets got Terry Rozier, I don't know how long Devontae Graham was on that roster before, when they got him, but they had other ideas. They preferred, yes, he did run point guard, but they had preferred Devontae Graham to do that job because they felt more comfortable with him doing so. And I don't disagree because I can't recall a clear moment. I know he probably ran point guard while he was in Boston, but Terry always came out to me as like a 6-man ish, a guy that everybody could give you buckets, but these guys are very unique where literally in the NBA landscape of things, they just give you buckets. That's what Trey Mann reminds me of, and Colin Sexton, guys that can give you buckets. I'm not saying that they cannot play make, but when they got to the NBA level, these teams give these guys roles and assignments to do throughout the season. Now they won't bench people for like doing something outside of their role, depending on the team. I will say that, but like it's clear that what's naming them are in Charlotte as scorers, not so much as playmakers. Um, Sexton and Mann, like that's their prime to add scoring off the bench for them to hold or maintain leads. Nothing more, not defense, not playmaking. It's like they giving that to Khan and Miller, which pisses me off
Why it piss you off?
because I don't think Brandon. It's the same reason of why it pissed me off when people were saying that Tatum and Brown is better than Brandon Ingram before Tatum reached where he reached. Right, a lot of people were saying specifically with Tatum, the reason why Tatum was better than Brandon Ingram because he can play make. And I said, so that's the skill, whether he learned or whatever it is that he developed, that he's just good at. Y'all expect all these NBA players to be playmakers, and that's not the case. Some of them are just really, really good scorers, and that's about it. Just like you have guys that are really, really talented defenders that can't shoot, cannot score, can't even make a layup. That's just what they're good at. Now, if guys like the Thompson twins, people are down on them, they'll never be this offensive juggernaut. I think the one in what's that team, Houston? He'll be a phenomenal playmaker. He just won't be able to score as well. His brother, I don't know, but I know they'll be both of those men will be really, really good defenders. But people want to talk about the offense, and I'm like, they just not gonna be that. And I wish people would recognize that everybody cannot be like good or even decent at playmaking. It's just not that, and it irritates me about today's game that they do that to these players. Like they want bigs to pass. I said it's hard to tell bigs to pass when they're not being taught that. From the time that they come up, like to be these extraordinary playmakers. Y'all want them to be in the mid range and at the 3-point line when they can't even make layups or free throws. That's ass backwards. Shout out to Zion though, because Zion gets to be who he was this whole time. Still ain't got a mid-range game. I'm sorry, Jessica. He caught a stray.
Okay, Philly roster.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still baffled by
Mm-hmm.
you saying that the Hornets roster is more superior. Now, could you compare the Philly roster to the Hornets roster without Embiid? Don't add Embiid. Say
Mm-hmm.
just go down Philly roster first five and Hornets first five.
Hornets first five is better than Philly. As I said before, Maxey is not that number one guy. He gives me 6 man, maybe third, fourth best guy. I'll be respectful and say third best player. He is not that guy. Paul George will have great moments throughout this season, but I don't expect for them to be consistent. I like BJ Edgecombe. Nah,
Okay,
I got how
okay,
he is
okay,
for
okay. Stop right. You don't expect Paul George to be consistent, or Philly as a whole to be consistent.
just in general because they don't have their best player. Without their best player, this team is right with the Hornets. They're in that group with the Hornets and the Hawks. Miami, that's what team they are. What kind of team they are without Embiid.
But you
And
said the Warriors was head and shoulders above Philly. That's why I disagree. I didn't say they wouldn't be around the same. I think Philly might have the edge over the Hornets, but not too much without Embiid. But you made it seem like the Hornets was head and shoulders above Philly without Embiid, and I just humbly disagree.
I mean, with a healthy team, their starters, it depends what kind of game Paul George has. But even then, I just think cohesiveness if Knipple ends up starting, that backcourt is even to the wing is just far superior than Philly. Like without Embiid, this team and people make excuses. I do understand that yes, this team is built for Embiid, but that says a lot because y'all make it Maxi this second best player, and he's not able to step up and fill the shoes of Embiid. Like not in the rebounding category, of course, or the defensive category, but just to be impactful as a scorer. And Paul George is long in the tooth. His playing days is almost over. And I like Paul George. That's a lot to say, but I'm being honest. It's time for him to go. Everybody can't play until they late 30s and early 40s. Like it's time for him to go. His body is beat up real bad, like real bad. All them surgeries that man they had. Yeah, BJ is in Philly. I'm mad that they took him. I feel a certain kind of way. Yeah, that's what I said, Thunder, and that's with Maxi leading the charge. Like I just don't feel that confident. I don't think the Pacers will drop off too much, but if they do drop off by a lot, it wouldn't surprise me. I got to see how what's them two players that they always talk about, Neesmith and I forgot the other guy. Look, I know how Siakam is as the player. He's I'm not gonna be disrespectful. I'm not gonna do that to him. Be nice.
Okay, you haven't convinced me about this Philly thing. Who was rookie of the year last year?
I forgot.
The dude from San Antonio, right? Stephon
Victor?
Castle.
Oh, maybe so. I forgot. I wasn't paying attention. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But all that season, Jared McClain was the lead for rookie of the year until he got hurt, right, or something like that.
I mean, if you can say that, and I'm not confident. I don't know about McCain if he's gonna be ready, but I just McCain is a bench player to me. He's not a
What?
starter. Yes, he's a bench player.
I don't know.
When I look at him, I don't think McCain like a lot of teams are down right now, but I don't think McCain could go to another team and start. I'm just being honest. He's super talented, but I don't think he could go to another team and start.
Charlotte Hornets basketball is back. Here come the OKC Thunder. It's 70-57, 11:47 to go. Salute to all y'all that's in the
Thank you,
chat.
Thunder. That's what I was saying.
Great halftime show. Salute to all y'all. Let's see what happens in the second half. Can the Charlotte Hornets cut into it? I wonder if we're going to see much of, the starters. I think this is what we're going to get a chance to see some of the other guys. What's going on with I ain't seen KJ Simpson. There's a couple of people who I just haven't seen yet.
I I'm nervous about KJ. I think they're gonna end up cutting KJ next year. I'm gonna keep it real.
Oh man, this game is crazy. 72-57. Colin Sexton with it. Sexton kicks it out to T. Johnson line for 3, and that's money. Finally, T. John hits something. 72-60.
Why the hell Noble think that Dinwiddie, Sion, Grant, and Green is going to make that big of a difference? Come on, Noble. Don't do that. They had all year last year to make a difference.
Wait a minute. Green plays the 2 and the 3, right?
Come on, man. Y'all wow, man.
So Trey Mann.
If this was any other team other than the Hornets, y'all would be bashing them.
Well, Dex, I don't know. Somebody's gonna be out of playing time because I don't think they're gonna be able to trade Green. I'm gonna keep it honest. I don't even think they'll be able to trade Sexton. But I don't know what they're gonna do because
you have 4 Hornets and 1 OKC, and the 4 Hornets couldn't get the rebound. And on top of that, they fouled the 1 OKC guy that was in the paint. You can't make this up. Go ahead, Perp.
No, it's the Hornets. What did you expect? I expect for this team, I'm standing on my marker, top 5 in offense, possibly top 3, but they defense is gonna be trash. They'll be a horrible rebounding team. They'll probably be amongst the top 5 in the league with most shots attempted. Now, and
Who are you
for
referring to?
the Hornets.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not. I'll be concerned about Miller because I actually wasn't expecting Miller to play. I don't think Miller and Mann should have played, but they got it. If they're gonna start this season, they're gonna have to play. So, because
I'm telling you. You guys castigated me. You threw rotten tomatoes at me. You tried to drown me in a pool of onions when I said that LaMelo got to average 28 to 30 points to make this team relevant.
But you're worried about making them relevant instead of him putting wins in the win column.
That's wins. When you're relevant, you're winning.
If he's their best player, he better.
You understand what I'm saying? I didn't say wins. I said relevant because they have to be looked upon as a threat every night, a potential threat every night. That's what relevant counts
But
for.
in order, it ain't even about. It's about LaMelo's maturity in his game, though.
Maturity, 7 years in the league. What do you mean maturity? He ain't no baby no more.
But his game is still very immature.
Well, say that then.
Which means maturity, Dex. He can't haul off and shoot 16 threes, 18
Yeah, you can.
threes.
No, you can if you make them.
No, he can't. What does
If
that
you make them,
for your team? Yes, people like Brandon Miller need to step up and I don't know, need to step up and be more consistent. But that, yeah, he got his 28 points, but he can get that, and they could lose.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, nobody's going undefeated. I mean, OKC didn't go undefeated, right? Even the Chicago Bulls,
undefeated.
they didn't go undefeated. Golden State didn't go undefeated.
That's my problem with people like Devin Booker too. Devin Booker is talented enough to always get his, but how much better can he make his teammates? How much better does it make the team when he scores that? It's the same narrative around Bradley Beal. Yeah, you got these points up and you did this and that when you was in Washington, but you won nothing. Your team did not elevate with you averaging those points. I think the Rockets, Lord Jesus, the Hornets are talented enough where, yeah, LaMelo can average 28, 30 points. But should he?
Yes, he should, and he has to.
For the sake of winning?
Of course. You do whatever it takes to win, right? If that's required of you to win, you know what Magic Johnson said.
If they like, let's say he averaged 25, 10, and 7 rebounds to be specific, and probably a steal a game, so like a half
Now,
steal.
now, 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 hold on, Purple. I gotta check you on this, and I gotta give you some pushback. Who
What?
the hell he gonna get 10 assists from on this squad?
He got enough scoring around him, or guys that can shoot.
What?
He got
Did you?
Sexton, he
Are
got
you
Mann,
watching the
he
same
got
game we watched?
for the lack of a better term, people think Brandon Miller is this catch and shoot player. Yes, those guys can get hot, and when they get hot and they start shooting or scoring,
Nah, you can't
yeah,
depend on that.
can
You
assist
can't depend on somebody getting hot.
when
That
they
that
get
way,
hot.
then why trade
Absolutely.
Terry Rozier? Why would you trade Terry Rozier? Who since Terry Rozier been gone? Who? Nobody has been hotter than him when it's time to get hot, right? When Terry get hot, he can make shots from anywhere at any time, in any position. Ain't nobody in
Sexton,
the Hornets that could do that right now except LaMelo Ball.
no, Sexton can do that.
No, he can't. He's too slow right now.
Yes,
You
he
don't see how
can.
slow Sexton is right now? I'm watching.
I mean,
He
he's
ain't
slow,
got.
but he
He
can
ain't
do
got
what Terry Rozier did. You crazy, Dex, if you don't think he can do what Terry Rozier did.
no, he's too slow. Sexton used to be a speedster, remember?
Yes, I remember.
He,
He's
he, he,
older.
he crosses.
I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying. He can't do it now. He can't do it now.
I think that Sexton might be closer to his 30s. Yes, Sexton can still put up
Yeah,
a.
he's about a year younger than Lonzo, I think. He came in 1 year after Lonzo.
I remember Sexton from back in Cleveland. He was nothing but a guy that could score the ball. He'll be okay. Yes, he can do everything Terry Rozier can do and more. He might be a little bit.
Jessica, I'm sorry. I just blurred out because Jessica talking about Zion can make this team better. Stop with the Zion. That's not happening.
That's not a lie, Dex. I do feel that way.
That's not happening. Zion is stuck in the Pelicans for the next 3 years.
She said he can make his team better. What does that have to do with?
Oh, his team. Oh, my bad. I thought I said this team. I missed that. My bad, Jessica.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the argument that I have. Like Zion to me, maybe playmaking into his game, that's good for him. But as far as where he's getting his shots up from, I see a lot of people complaining. I said this when he first got here, but no, he's so athletic. He can jump. He can do this. Now people want him to add more of that mid range into his game and be more consistent from right there. But I said that in the beginning. Like, yeah, he can jump high. He's super athletic. He's this, he's that. Yes, I understand he's dominant, but I just think like LaMelo to me, when consistent, is a very dominant 3-point shooter. When he's hot in his zone, but it's not sustainable throughout the season. Like we see it with Steph. Yes, Steph is dominant, but sometimes it's just like, oh, Steph, shoot something other, like go to the free throw line, drive to the, stuff like that.
But
Lamelo,
Steph is a little guy. Steph is only what 6'1", 6'2".
I thought they said
Steph,
6'3".
okay, well if you give him 6'3", you know he's not really 6'3". You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
anyway, he's a short guard. Lamelo 6'8".
yeah. But I'm just
Ain't
saying,
nobody blocking Lamelo. How many times you see somebody block Lamelo shot?
I mean, his first year. Let me not be an asshole, but like, be honest. Do you feel like Lamelo? Like, I don't want to use the right word, like, but like as far as going to the basket, it's not one of his strong. He's not a really good finisher. He shoots poor
I
from
think Lamelo,
about league
when it comes
average.
to
I'm not
that,
gonna.
from what I've seen, Lamelo, I think he tried to sell fouls.
He's
If he wouldn't be trying to sell fouls,
absolutely,
I think he'd be a hell of a finisher.
absolutely, and I agree. I think he can, but also I just think he was. If it's true what people say, like if you see LaMelo in person, he's really skinny and tall. Like I can see Brandon Miller being. I mean, even with Miller, he's skinny and he's tall. Brandon Ingram, he's skinny and he's tall. I don't. I don't think Lamelo's fat, but I don't see what people see, at least on TV when they say Lamelo's really skinny in person and tall. And I'm like, like Brandon, like even Kevin Durant, he's skinny. Like I can see that from the TV, so I believe when people say, "Yeah, like Kevin Durant's really skinny." Like I don't see that with Lamelo, but I keep hearing people say that. But that has a lot to do with it too.
Well, I've seen him in person several times, and he's skinny and tall. It's
Who,
Jello.
LaMelo?
Jello has the most girth. Then Lonzo, and then LaMelo.
So
And
is
I'm
he
not say
you
pause in
ever
that
seen
question.
Brandon Miller? I mean not Brandon Miller, Brandon Ingram in person. Is he that kind of skinny Dex, LaMelo?
Yeah. Now,
He
you
is.
know what? Brandon Miller might be taller than LaMelo.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. I said Ingram, not
But Brandon
Miller.
Miller is really skinny. I seen him play, when he was with the Lakers. That's the only time I seen him play when he was with the Lakers. And he's very, very skinny.
So is by your estimation, is LaMelo skinnier than him?
Mm, I don't think not at that time, but I think Brandon Ingram's a little more thicker paws now than back then. And
He still
I
looks
think Brandon
skinny.
Miller got more weight. Yeah, I think he got more weight than LaMelo.
Absolutely. I
But I
mean,
haven't seen it though. I haven't seen Brandon Miller since the Laker days.
yeah, well, but I don't know why I can't see that on like I'm not saying like once again LaMelo stat, but I don't see it. I don't see it. See, even when I look at his pictures on Instagram and stuff like that he be posting, yeah, I know
But he
he
wear
looks.
baggy clothes. LaMelo wear baggy clothes. He don't wear no skinny jeans.
Yeah, that's
He
agreed.
wear baggy shirts, baggy jackets, baggy pants.
Even with
Very
his
rare to see LaMelo in shorts.
even with his baggy stuff, you can still tell when like I just said, KD skinny, Ingram skinny, Miller is skinny. Like I can see like skinny. Like I'm not saying LaMelo's not skinny, but he not skinny to me from what I see from my vantage point. Like they are
Well, I never seen Brandon Miller in person, so I don't know.
not
I
Thunder
see Miles.
Snake. Like
I see.
Miles is bigger. I can tell Miles is bigger than LaMelo. I don't
What
know.
about Book Night? I see Kai Jones. He's skinny.
Yeah.
I seen his ass. His ass is skinny as hell.
Oh, you see him at the Clippers games or when he was with Charlotte?
With Charlotte,
Oh,
and I seen JT Thor skinny as hell.
yeah. That's why I was like, I keep hearing that. Like they be like, LaMelo skinny. I'm like, I can't see. Yeah. Ingram ain't he probably don't even weigh 180 pounds, yo. He get 170, 165 on a good day. And they just put 180 to make him feel better. Because when
Mm.
he buffed up, you could tell he put on muscle, but it didn't look like he put on no weight. You smell like outside. She let you go outside.
Well, all I'm saying is that LaMelo gonna have to have a doozy, and now I can see why some of the media personalities didn't want to put him in the All Star game.
You mean the coaches too?
In the media, coaches and media, right?
I
Wasn't
think
coaches and media?
all we have to do is win this year,
Because
and they
fans and players put him in. Coaches and media didn't. But the media was like really, down on LaMelo.
one thing, and I've noticed this throughout the time, and I think it's a backlash to compliment. If I hear them say Lamelo's talented, but I'm a scream because I told you about last year coming into the season when everybody was like, "Oh, Lamelo this, Lamelo." Um, It's gonna make the All Star time. I said, "Oh, that means they ain't voting for him." And I feel that's the way this year. I don't think it's anything that Lamelo can do that's gonna. I don't understand how they say he's nice, he's respectful, he's hardworking, but y'all won't vote for him.
We got to get some wins. We
I
need
don't think
wins.
it matters though that because there's people that pointed out with the All Star game thing. It's people that didn't have winning records and they still made the All Star team. So y'all just did that.
Like who? Like who?
Like I don't whatever the
It
list
wasn't Bradley Beal. It wasn't Bradley Beal. It wasn't John Wall. And they were playing on the worst teams in the NBA at the time. When Bradley Beal made the All Star, that was a playoff team. That's
but
what Russell Westbrook.
Who made it in
John
front
Wall, when John
of
Wall made the All-Star, there was a playoff team, remember? The Wizards was a playoff team.
yeah, who made it in front of Bill though? In general, because it ain't been the
I
East
can't
like
I, I can't remember exactly that without doing the research, but I'm just using that as a reference that these bum teams, when they send somebody to the All-Star game, they didn't have an incredible year that year.
I mean, it's like they
And
said,
this would happen with what's his name? Turner from Indiana, remember?
yeah.
Turner from Indiana was snub, and Indiana was a playing team. Normally, that would get you an All Star bid, not a
Look,
starter, but be on the
Thunder,
team.
you need to use another name because he's very popular and has a huge fan base.
Who?
Use somebody else. He said LeBron made it in 2013.
Okay, what team was he on?
I mean, not wait a minute. Yeah, as a 13 seed.
13?
Sorry. He said LeBron made, but he was popular and he was next
No,
up.
but what team was he on? We were still with the Cavaliers, right?
And then he's saying, yeah. And he
And the
said
Cavaliers were still a playoff team,
with the Lakers. Of course he
huh?
don't make it with the Lakers. Huh?
No, Lakers a playoff team. Stop it. Listen, my man. You sound like a bird flying backwards. If you on a playoff team and you got stats, you're going to the All Star. That's a given. We're talking about people making All Star teams that played on losing teams.
Didn't
Losing
Steph
means
make
having a
it
losing record with
one
no
year?
500.
Didn't Steph and Clay make it one year when they was like in a play-in or something? I think they did. Because
But that was a play-in.
I think Sabonis in them, Sabonis, who was on the yes, I think whatever year that was, Sabonis and Fox didn't make it, and they was in the playoff thing. Like
No,
they was
no, no. Fox made the All Star when they went to the playoffs. Sabonis made the All Star when they went to the playoffs that year in Sacramento.
no, Dex. I'm telling you, Steph and Clay made it, and they were not a playoff team. They and
Oh, you said
Sabonis
Stephen Clay.
and they missed. And then I think one year Kawhi and George made it, and at the time their team wasn't in the playoffs.
Kawhi and George.
Yes, because I
I
think one
can't.
of
I can't
those
remember.
four
I
guys.
can't remember one year that the Clippers didn't make the playoffs when they both was on the
I
Clippers.
didn't say they didn't make at the time they weren't in the playoffs. I know for sure that was the case with the
I don't know
Warriors.
what you mean by that. I'm
That
confused.
Stephen Clay made it because people was mad. They was like they
I'm
shouldn't
gonna
have made
check
it.
right now.
They not.
You said 2013.
No, he said I read it wrong. He said he made it as a 13th seed. LeBron made the All Star team as a 13th seed, and then he made it with the
What
Lakers.
team? What team?
Cleveland, I guess. I
Cleveland was
think,
never a 13 seed with LeBron. Are you who's saying that?
or maybe he talking about the Lakers.
LeBron never. Listen, LeBron only missed the playoffs. His first year in Cleveland. After that, he went to the playoffs. Well, I don't understand. I don't recall ever LeBron being a 13 seed outside of his first year.
Yeah,
Do
he
anybody,
might be talking about the Lakers then.
Lakers never no 13 seed with LeBron. LeBron got hurt. Remember, LeBron got hurt. The Lakers was the fourth seed. When LeBron got hurt, the Lakers was the fourth seed, and they was going into the Christmas game against the Houston Rockets. And Lonzo ended up getting hurt that Houston Rockets game when the Lakers was up, and so the Lakers fell from that Houston Rocket game from fourth to seventh and never recovered. Later, Ingram got hurt, and then they shut down Kuzma, and that was it.
They said
So
he said with the Lakers.
that was it. Must have been his first year with the Lakers because he got hurt. Remember, LeBron got hurt, and I don't. And if he made the All Star, he didn't. He didn't. He didn't play that game because he was hurt that season. But they gave him the All Star probably from the first half of that season because LeBron was on the course of breaking Larry Bird's record. Because I think Larry Bird still had that record, or maybe Tim Duncan might have broke it. But Larry Bird had the record from having the most wins joining the team previously, the Boston Celtics. Now Tim Duncan could have broke that, when he joined the Spurs that season, after the Spurs was, trucking, but LeBron was on the verge of breaking that before he got hurt with the Lakers to have the all-time most wins from a previous season of a team plus wins.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the season he's talking about with the Lakers when he got hurt and the Lakers just fell all the way out, that's different. Because when LeBron was there, they was a fourth seed. That was the highest they was.
But
The fourth
you're assuming again, LeBron has one of the hugest fan bases. Well, the hugest fan base in the NBA. You're assuming that his fans wouldn't vote if they weren't in the playoffs, and I think that's false. We clearly see that fans are going to vote for their favorite players regardless whether the team is in the playoffs or not. Bill don't have a good fan base compared to like a Russell Westbrook. Lillard got a pretty decent fan base, but I feel like people have tailed off as he slowed down and stuff like that. Same thing happened with Derrick Rose. Like once he got hurt, like his fan base went all the way to shit. And I don't think Paul George really had. I just think it was due. He got fans, but largely due to people hating on, LeBron and stuff like that. Is where his fans came from. But a lot of guys don't really have huge fandoms. Guys with huge fandoms like LeBron, Steph, and there's a huge gap. LeBron, Steph, and I don't even know who else I could put on that list. I don't think there's nobody to put on that list, actually. But the more popular the player, regardless of the situation they in, the more likely they can make the starters. Like Giannis, I think gets voted in because among people that like to watch the game of basketball and stuff like that, thinks he's good. The average person on the street might think Giannis is ass. Even after you tell them like his averages and stuff like that, they might think he's ass. They're not. Giannis, same thing with Joker. Like you might vote for Joker because he's leading in these categories, but neither one of them have huge fan bases compared to like LeBron and Steph. Even LaMelo. LaMelo has a bigger fan base than both of them.
Yeah, Thunder. That year that you're speaking about, LeBron led the NBA in fast break points. And number two, behind LeBron, was not Giannis. Number two behind LeBron was not KD. Number two behind LeBron was Ja Morant.
Did he make it?
Say that again?
Didn't LeBron did he make it?
Yes, he made it.
Yeah, that 22 team was old.
Yep. Remember they blamed everything on Westbrook, remember?
Yeah. But do you think Westbrook deserved to make the team that year? Is what I'm saying.
To make the All-Star?
Yeah.
No, he didn't have no All-Star season.
Matter of fact, as I think about it, Clay and Steph made it, and Clay was injured, I think. He made I don't know what year that was because
Stop it, Jessica.
Austin Reeves made it as a reserve.
Austin Reeves never made no All-Star.
I mean, not Austin Reeves. It was somebody, and people was mad. But I do remember them making it, and Golden State, they wasn't that at the time.
The only time I remember Golden State had a bad year is that's the year that Jordan Poole had one off.
Was it? Who was that? Because Stephen Clay I wasn't expecting them, and I don't know why, but I wasn't expecting them to even make it. And I forgot. I know I'm not tripping that De'Aaron Fox missed. I know for sure because Steph Clay. Who else was in that backcourt that year?
But De'Aaron Fox only made the playoffs in his career, I think, one time, right?
But because didn't Luke?
Because the following year. Hold on one second. Let's clear this up. De'Aaron Fox, if I can remember, only made the playoffs one time in his career, and that's when he got the bonus up in Sacramento. And
No,
it was
no. I think they made it with old dude that got
who?
fired from the Lakers. What's his name? The
With
basketball
old dude.
player. Um,
With old
um,
dude. I only remember them making the playoffs once. And they
no,
played
they
Golden
made
State in
it
the
with
first
the
round.
guy.
That was seven.
They made it with what's the and he was the coach of the Lakers, the son. Um, and they fired him. What's the son's
No,
name?
not Luke Walton. We never made it with Luke Walton. We never
Yeah,
got close.
they did. They
No,
was
they
like
didn't.
the
They was
seventh or
bums.
eighth seed.
No, there was bums with Luke Walton. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about. Now they made it with Mike
No,
Brown.
y'all tripping. He did make. They did.
They
I
never made no
remember.
playoffs with Luke Walton.
Like I was like, why did they fire him? And he,
What?
what? Yeah,
Purple. You on
they did. He made
Purple.
the
Stop it.
playoffs before. He made the playoffs before Sabonis got there. Don't do that.
Purple. I don't know where you come up with this research. It's a parallel universe or something, but it wasn't in this
I'm not
universe. It
tripping
definitely
that
wasn't in this
he
dimension.
made the playoffs because they was like the seventh or eighth seed
No.
when that guy was there, and then they
What
fired him.
guy? Luke
Chris,
Walton. You talking about Luke Walton? No, there was bums. They was
no,
always picking top five.
I didn't say they
It
was
was
in the.
always drafted top five. It was bums. There was always in the lottery.
What you
Luke Walton was a fluke. There's no way Luke Walton didn't put no team in the playoff. The only time Luke Walton had success is when he took over when Steve Kerr back went out and they went on that tremendous run, Golden State. And all Luke Walton did was watch to see who was tired and he subbed him. He had no schematics. He had no direction. All he did was watch who was tired and he subbed them out. That was it. And he went on like a 30-game win streak or something.
I'm about to
20
kick
something.
you. Why are you so close? Stop! I don't need you. Stop! Stop!
You talking to your dog or your cat?
Yeah, he blowing his breath
Because
in my.
your dog know you way off. Your dog said
No,
surrender.
I'm not. Y'all tripping. The team made the playoffs before Mike Brown got there. I'm not
No,
tripping.
they didn't.
Yes,
Yeah, with Rick Alderman, yeah, they did make the playoffs
on the
before.
team.
Hold on. They did make the playoffs before. You right though. I'm not arguing that. They made the playoffs before Mike Brown got there, but that was with Rick Alderman.
With
That was
who?
with Rick Alderman.
I'm telling
You
you,
never heard of Rick Alderman? He used to coach he's a Hall of Fame coach. He used to coach the Portland Trailblazers or the Portland Jailblazers. That's the only time they made the playoffs before Mike Brown. Is when they had Turkaloo, when they had what's the boy White Chocolate, when they had Mike Bibby, Bobby Jackson. That was the team that made the playoffs. Ronnie Divac, Chris Webber, Stojakovic. You remember that team?
yes, Dex. Who can
After
forget?
that team, there wasn't nothing. They had a playoff drought. Matter of
Well,
fact, they were so bad.
they was asset
Listen,
drafting, and they
listen,
asset
they were
draft.
so bad. The Maloof brothers went bankrupt with the Palm Casino in Las Vegas, fucking with the
But
Sacramento Kings, and they had to ask Shaq to help try to bail them out.
but that's a rule of business, Dex. That's on them because they shouldn't have did that.
So yeah, I'm just saying though, they wasn't relevant no more. I mean, after that team, once they start trading off those pieces and everything, man, they was done for like 15 years or more until Rick Fox and Sabonis took them to the playoffs to play Golden State, and they was up there lighting that beam at what one center. You know what I'm saying? And they won 7 games with Golden State, which was good because Golden State was coming off of a championship. That was good for the Kings, and they never went back because the following year they went to the play-in, and the Pelicans demolished the Sacramento Kings in the play-in game.
We're not gonna talk about that year.
Zion went nuts.
I was like, I don't know why people thought. I just had a bad feeling about that because they was like, "Oh no, De'Aaron Fox," and I was like, "Y'all setting
No,
yourself up."
that was an alternative universe. It was okay. Sometimes we be in dreamland and we try to bring that dream over to reality because the dream felt so good.
You
But
know,
that's all it was.
stop. Um, no, okay, Dex. He still didn't make the problem with Fox in general was they was like he got all-star numbers, but he wasn't in which he wasn't as popular at the time. He was never popular really until it came to people talking about
They
Lonzo.
wasn't winning though. Remember, they wasn't winning.
But that's unfair to him because he was in the Western Conference. Steph, he wasn't gonna make the All-Star over Steph. He wasn't gonna make it over Clay. He wasn't making
That
it
was
over
hard. Dame,
Ford.
Dame, don't forget Dame.
Yeah, Dame. Who else
That
was
was
in the
hard.
at the time?
Hell,
Dame.
Booker couldn't even get in. Remember, for a long time, Booker couldn't get in.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna make it over Booker because Booker's more popular than him. Shit, I feel like I'm forgetting a lot of players that's in the backcourt.
Chris Paul,
Yeah,
Chris
yeah.
Paul,
Paul was over there.
James Harden,
Yeah,
Russell Westbrook.
we can stop right there. That's why De'Aaron wasn't making it. It really didn't have nothing to do. They fandoms is especially Dame and maybe James Harden. Well, not maybe. James Harden is, his
McCullough couldn't get in, so he shouldn't worry. He shouldn't cry about it. Hell, McCullough couldn't get in. CJ McCullough can get in either.
I don't expect him to get in. I put De'Aaron
He
Fox
had numbers,
before I put McCullum. That
but
man was
McCullough had numbers and they was winning. Remember, they was going to the playoffs and stuff.
he was a glorified assistant to Dame. I knew he wasn't. And I stick to what I say. I forgot who they played. I think
don't stick to what you say because what you say is not correct.
About Portland. They should have broke them up when they made them to the. They told me, "Oh, give it another try." And look what
Not Portland. You talking about Sacramento?
No, that's why he made the game. I just said
Oh,
Dame.
you switched. I'm thinking you on Sacramento still. Oh, you switched.
No, that's why in good part and the coaches, because evidently coaches love Fox. They such assholes. But they like Fox. And I said, y'all didn't like him enough to give him enough all-star votes so he can make the all-star team. Fucking James. Let it go.
I don't think the fans vote gave him enough votes though.
No, he don't have a fan base.
Yeah. So it's not their fault.
He's another player that I think his love is genuine, but the people that genuinely talk about him and like him won't vote for him.
It's officially over.
Huh?
No, I was getting ready to say, but I was just going to make a joke, but I ain't going to make a joke. I was going to say the game is officially over, even though it's 12 minutes left. 107-88. Charlotte getting their head decapitated.
Shout out to him.
And y'all think the Charlotte Hornets going to take some of themselves?
I didn't know Topic was healthy because he didn't play in the thing overseas. I forgot what country he's from. I don't think Topic, Nikola. I think I'm pronouncing that first name wrong. Topic, Nikola Topic, or whatever.
I don't know what you're talking about. He's an irrelevant player, so I don't know.
How you don't know who Topic? Oh my God, Dex. He's not irrelevant. He was just hurt. I think he's been in OKC for 2 years.
You talking about Puka?
Let me see what year he was drafted.
You talking about Puka or the other weird looking dude? The tall, weird looking dude.
The point guard. He's a guard.
Oh no.
What year did he
Michik? Not Michik.
No, Topic.
No, never heard of him.
Oh, you slacking. Because a lot of people said the Hornets should have got him.
I mean, I never heard of this guy. I know they got Michik, they got Theo Maligan, even though he says his name is Teo, and they got Trey Mann. I don't know who else they could get off the OKC from the guard.
He came after Trey Mann because when did Trey Mann get traded next? Topic got drafted last year. He got drafted 12.
Oh. Man, you talking about some guy got drafted last year?
Yeah, Topic he gonna be a good defender and playmaker to me, but he can't shoot for shit.
Wait a minute. They giving Spencer Dinwiddie some garbage time? Oh my God. Spencer Dinwiddie is officially in the game.
Shout out
LA
to
native.
yeah. I think I'm gonna ask you something, Dex. Do you think what do the Lakers need in your opinion?
A championship. And
Outside of
LeBron
that,
can go ahead and retire.
be real serious. What does this team? Do you think this team needs anything more?
DeAndre Ayton is not the answer. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I knew that
He's
already.
he's fool's gold.
I knew that.
I think the Lakers
I
are still
don't
looking for
know.
a winner.
I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if it's a mental thing because to me, all that talent, I just don't get it. He has the talent, but it don't correlate to the floor, and I don't know why. It's okay to still do your little fight when you was in Phoenix, with Booker, involve me more in the offense, but now you're not there. You're no longer bigger than the program. You have not been bigger than the program for quite a while. Just go in there and do your job and because
Who are you
even
talking about?
um Aiden, Aiden is very talented to me, but
You
he
said
just
Ayton?
he want to be bigger than the program.
Ayton is done. He's fired. Ayton is done. Ayton is done. He's overcooked soup. He has nothing in his tank. And I'm convinced of that. The man is from Bohemia or Bahamas or whatever. He's a Bohemian, and that's it. Once the motherfuckers get about 26, 27, they're done. They own. Because I think they lie on their birth certificate to come to America. I think he came to America when he was about 26, talking about he was 17. And the University of Arizona believed him. DeAndre Ayton is fool's gold. He's just tall. He's just a tall black motherfucker. That's it.
But he was fool's gold baptized by the Lakers. Telling
He's
you
fool.
he had talent.
He was fool's gold for Portland. I don't know.
For
Luka
who?
was Ayton
He was fool's gold for who?
for Portland.
Yes, because he wanted to be the first. When you look at Portland, he wanted to be not wanted to be. He thought he was the best player on that team. That's his issue. Coming into the league, build a team around him, so on, and
The man
and
came into the league with a full beard, a full mustache,
I
and he was
don't care.
supposed to be 19 years old.
I
The man
don't.
came into the league at 26. It's obvious.
Well, that's the league's problem to solve.
Yeah, you're right. Because he lied on his birth certificate, like a lot of those foreigners do.
He's fool's gold thunder because he thought he was the best player. That came out of his mouth. He was mad in Portland because he felt like he was better than all those players on that roster, just like he felt in Phoenix, along with wanting more touches. That was his problem. He could not adapt to teams, to him being the third best player, the fourth best player, he thinks he's more than that. That's all that is. The talent is there. He just think he's more than what. Unfortunately, Phoenix fucked him over, respectfully. And I forgot the coach that was coaching him at the time messed him over, and he got that role as not being that
Monty
guy.
Williams was the coach. Monty Williams was the coach.
Yeah, Monty. Because I think, well, of course, Booker was there. I'm trying to think. Didn't
Monty knew that dude was a joke, man. Monty knew that dude was a joke. He was
no
like, man, what the hell y'all gave me?
Dex? That man had talent, a lot of
Yeah,
talent.
with Chris Paul, yeah. Everybody look like they got talent with Chris Paul. Shit.
No, he had talent before Chris Paul. I'm not gonna let you do that, Dex.
Have you ever been an All-Star?
It ain't about people can have talent and not make the All-Star. The All-Star game is a popularity contest, Dex.
Yeah, but you still got to have numbers.
Talent, certain guys wouldn't be
The
made
only person that can make the All-Stars with no numbers is Draymond Green.
because he's popular.
Outside of Draymond Green, you better have some numbers. You better have double digits something.
Like Aiden just is full of himself. Like I'm telling you, I don't know when the Lakers is going, but it's gonna be the same thing. He think he better than what he is. It's no longer that your time. That's all it is. The man definitely had the talent coming into the league. His time with Phoenix. It's just that Phoenix felt that they could win and they could do better otherwise. That's all that happened to Aiden. Like I'm not gonna let y'all play him like that. He just
Are you
never.
from? Are you a Bohemian? Are you your cousin or something?
No, but I'm not gonna let you disrespect him and say that the man didn't have no talent. The
How
man
in the
was.
hell you gonna speak up for DeAndre?
I'm
The
not.
man never accomplished anything. He had one decent season. He went to the NBA Finals, and that was it.
He. I'm telling you, Dex. The way Monty approached his role within the offense had a lot to do with why you think he's not that good.
But he had Chris Paul
Yes,
though.
good. It's just that they went in another direction as they should have. Chris Paul and Devin Booker by that time were superior players to him, but he definitely had the talent. He was just
But
lost,
Chris Paul gave him some All Star numbers.
huh?
Chris Paul gave him All Star numbers.
Yes, and
DeAndre Ayton he was like a fringe All Star that year.
okay, but he was having a decent upward trajectory before Paul got there. I forgot who that point guard was, but that point guard wasn't about nothing.
Peyton was a point guard.
Like shout out to CP3. CP3 make a lot of trash guys look good.
Yeah, thank you. You called him trash. Okay, cool. I'm
No,
great.
I didn't call Aiden trash. I think Aiden is. You must don't remember Aiden coming out of school day.
I remember coming out of Arizona. He got
He
drafted before
he
Bradley. He got
wasn't.
drafted before Trey Young. He got drafted before Luka Doncic. I remember that nigga. I
And
never trusted him, even
man,
though I'm a Pac-12 guy. I'm a Pac-12 guy. I follow Arizona, follow everything Pac-12 before they dispersed. But yeah, I never trusted DeAndre Ayton because especially when I seen him in the tournament, I was like, oh man, this guy ain't really that.
I
There was
think he
nobody in the tournament that can guard him, and he still was fucking up.
again when they get
I
to the
know he
NBA.
had Sean Miller pissed the fuck off.
Like what's hilarious, it's happening to another guy that people, oh, he gonna be this. They coming to the realization, Reed Shepard. I said Reed Shepard ain't gonna do nothing but be a high level role player, a 3-point specialist in the league. That's all he gonna be. No, no, he's gonna be that guy. You could be no, he ain't. I'm sorry to tell y'all that. And because he ain't hitting his threes like he's supposed to, people, oh my God, he cheeks, he's this. I told y'all this. I knew this already. I've seen those players back in the day, although they were older in age, long in the tooth. That's what Reed Shepard is into a high level 3-point specialist that can play make. That could be your secondary ball handler. But other than that, he's not that guy. Shout out to his great year that he had in college. He has a skill that definitely translates to the NBA, but not to be your best player. That'll never happen.
Who said Reed Shepard was their best player?
When he got drafted, they said he was better
What?
than Amon. Yes, they said he was better than Amon. He was better. Who else did they
So
say?
he's better than Sagoon. He's better than Jalen Green. He's better
Yeah,
than
they
Fred
said he
VanVleet.
was better than Jalen Green. Yeah,
No,
they
I don't believe.
said because they was
Come on,
talking
Purple.
about he set the record in college
Purple, you
defense,
drifting. You
the
drifting.
3-point percentage or whatever it was.
I'm
And
gonna call
and
you a tweaker in a minute.
huh?
I said, I'm gonna call you a tweaker in a minute. You drifting right now.
Who Reed Shepard?
Yes, Reed Shepard was never considered the best player going into the draft on the Houston Rockets.
Yes, he
Never.
was. Dex, you should
No.
have seen, especially Houston Twitter. I don't know. He can come in and start. Houston put him right down in the
I,
G
I
League.
didn't. I never said somebody. I mean, there's a lot of delusional people out there. I'm not. I'm not contesting that. I'm saying as majority of the NBA pundits, whether inside Houston or outside of Houston, didn't consider Reed Shepard the best player going into that team to be able to be the number one player for the Houston in the face of the Rockets.
You
I
crazy.
don't.
They was even saying that he was better than Jabari Smith. They was definitely saying that. On ESPN, everybody had write-ups and stuff, and they stuck. I don't know what happened.
Listen,
And
I'm not
so
contesting that. Listen, I'm not contesting that. I'm saying anybody in their right mind. journalist, pundit, uh, Coffee Joe, whatever, did not consider Reed Shepard coming out of Kentucky the best player on the Houston Rockets when he got drafted.
Yes,
That's all
they
I'm
did, Dex. What are you
Oh,
talking
no way.
about? I
I did
literally watched him and I said, no, he's not. I was
no.
mad because people was like, oh my God, I don't like Jalen Green for nothing. I think it's a GG for him. But
No,
I was
no.
like, no, he's not. They had me defending Jalen
No, you're
Green.
right.
I was like,
You're
there's
right. No,
nothing
he's not. You're
to
right.
it.
You was right, Purple. But a few times, yeah, you was right. He's not. But I can't see anybody with a sound mind would consider that little dude the best player when you got Sagone, you got Van Fleet, you got Desmond Bain at the time, you got what's the other
You mean
boy?
Dylan Brooks? You mean
I mean
Dylan
Dylan
Brooks?
Brooks, yeah, Dylan Brooks, not Desmond Bain. Dylan Brooks and what's the other guy? Jalen Green. Come on, man.
Once
You gotta be
again, they
kidding.
said he was better than Jalen Green, Smith, and they I don't know
Well,
what's going
Jabari Smith, okay, but Jabari Smith, he hadn't proved himself. So that's why I didn't mention Jabari
still
Smith.
ain't proved himself. And I
But
like
that's what I'm saying.
Jabari.
I'm not putting them against that. I'm putting them against the establishment. Fleet, uh, Brooks,
Yes.
Green, and Sagoo. That's the
I don't know
establishment.
who he was, but people for the record knew he was small. And
Well, there's
whatever.
people out there that believe in
But
Bigfoot. That don't mean it's true.
they were definitely saying that he was better than those players and he could start right away. I remember it clearly because I was upset.
I don't know about him starting right away. I don't know that.
Yes,
That's
they definitely
possible.
said
That's what I'm saying.
what I
That's possible.
said, which is
That's possible though. But he wasn't the best player on the team. That's all I'm contesting. He was never considered the best player on the team. Not anybody with a sound mind. You got a lot of
I didn't say he was the best player on the team. I said he would be better than those players I was naming.
well anyway. Houston's
Like
a playoff team.
for example, when they was talking about trading for KD, what the fuck? Get off of me and stop licking my feet.
Oh, don't talk like that. Oh,
They were saying to trade Jabari Smith and Shepard because Shepard is not like that. He needs more time to develop. Jabari Smith, Shepard, and what's that man's name? Cam, the one that fell in the draft.
I think
Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore
Cam
because
Whitmore. Yeah.
in his physicals.
But that was a Portland guy though. That was a Portland guy.
Yeah. And
Cam Whitmore is a Portland guy.
I wonder what was on his health thing that made him fall though.
But anyway, you can. I mean,
They never really said
you can
it.
just you can basically discount that Reed Shepard narrative.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm gonna hold their feet to the fire because they thought he was gonna be this instead of the role player that he is, and it's diabolical that y'all thought, and they only thought he was better than Amon because he can score. He can score. That was the only reason why. Because Amon, that's just the weakest part of his game. But yeah,
Plus, he went to a big time college though. I mean, Reed Shepard went to big time college. Blue blood.
Not they locked in. It's over.
Where was you? Yeah, really? Like, where was you in the first 5 minutes? Talking about locked in.
I think people are going to be over dramatic over this, though. Is that Maxwell Lewis playing for them?
Probably so.
Like, I knew Maxwell Lewis wasn't going to do nothing because he went to the Lakers.
I knew he was going to say something like that.
What you mean?
What you said was that Maxwell Lewis. I knew he was going to say something about the Lakers.
It's not a negative thing. I just think it reads into my theory that they sell these guys pipe dreams sometimes about leaving after a year. I think that's a bad thing. To get Flight back talking, the example is Kevin Knox. He should have stayed in school.
Yeah, I'm sorry for you, Charlotte Hornets fans. I mean, I'm a little shocked as well because OKC played their reserves all night.
And again,
Charlotte Hornets came out
out
what
of
they
Charlotte
consider
Hornets,
their top four. At least they top four.
outside of Charlotte Hornets starters, OKC's team G League and bench unit is way better. Ain't that right?
Well, they proved it to be. Hornets put out their top four guys, right? Melo, Miller, Miles, Diabate. That's their top four guys. Now they added Canepo to the starting lineup, but I don't know if he's going to be a starter for the season because Josh Green's out, Grant is out, so that could be some little mix up right
But
there.
he's a guard, Dex.
I know, but still, they might
The
play.
only
They might
people
play.
he's really competing with is
No,
Steph
no,
Curry.
no. Listen, hold on. You jumping the gun. You know you jump to conclusions. It doesn't matter. He's a guard because if they put in Green is a guard. If they put in Grant, Grant can move right, and they can move Miller up top.
Grant is a 4 though, Dex.
I
So
know. That's what I'm saying.
That would be Bridges' spot.
Well, then they could put Grant at the center. Then.
That's
He
true.
played center last year.
So that's a terrible lineup, by the way. But
Well, I mean, they don't have much. What else they have? Charlotte don't have a lot,
I know that.
and that's why I tried to tell you earlier that Philly roster is way better.
No, it's not. Without Embiid, they on the same tier like Thunder said. they not that good. They're not way better.
Okay, listen. Give me your top six. Honestly, don't pander to the fan base. Just give me your
But
top six in the East.
in order or just anything.
No, in anything. You don't have to
Okay,
worry about it.
I don't believe in Cleveland like that. I think they're big contenders. But Cleveland, New York, Orlando, Cleveland, New York, Orlando. Let me go look at these teams because I feel like I'm about to forget somebody important. Because Boston, if people write about Jaylen Brown, Boston won't be doing nothing. And I don't believe Milwaukee's gonna do anything, even with Kuzma over there. I think they'll be bad. I might put Indiana up there still. I'm not for sure. I got to see how them guys look without Halliburton on the floor. I think
And
they'll still
Miles
be
Turner.
good, but not as good as they were.
Remember, Miles Turner's gone.
Yeah, I know that he didn't. Let me be nice. I'm gonna be respectful.
No, he was a serviceable. He was very serviceable.
Yeah, I didn't say he wasn't serviceable. That's not what I was about to say. Um, Atlanta. I think Atlanta gonna be up in there, and like I said, Charlotte. Hold on,
Can I
let me
get
count
six?
again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Charlotte or Atlanta might make the top 6. That would be my
Do you
6.
want my top six?
Yes, sir.
Or you
Go
want me to
ahead.
wait? You want it? Or you want me to wait? We got no panic in the building. Okay, my top
Ooh,
six, not in no particular order. Yeah,
okay.
he heard you say Hornets is better than Philly. He heard and jumped on the panel, so he got something. He got beef with you. I know no panic. He finna chide you. Whoop him on. Okay.
I ain't got no faith in Philly. I ain't got no
Look.
faith in Philly.
I'm gonna
I
tell
got
Dex.
Okay,
Philly.
hold on
Philly
one
ain't
second, no
going
panic.
nowhere.
Hold on, no panic. Okay, I got the Knicks. I
Okay.
got Cleveland. No
Okay.
particular order. I got Cleveland. I got Orlando. I got
Okay.
Milwaukee. I got
Ooh.
Atlanta. I got Atlanta. And my last team for number six. mm, I'm gonna say Boston
You believe in Jaylen Brown like that?
for 60. Yeah, you only got to win. I mean, you got to win what 40, about 37 games in the East for 60. So that's my 60. Okay, no panic. Go ahead, bro. Oh, no panic went on. Well, whenever you're ready to chime in, no panic, go ahead.
We'll see. Because I have faith in him too, but I'm gonna just go with the popular narrative.
I can't hear you, Purple.
Definitely. I want some fish. No, I was saying no panic. I was waiting on him.
Yeah, he on mute right now.
The East is just the next.
130 to
Orlando.
113.
Let me keep that thought to myself.
Huh? Say that again. Repeat yourself, Bert. I can't hear you if you're talking, Purple.
Let me keep that thought to myself. I'm gonna be respectful.
Yeah, your mic is messing up. You might have to move locations
Yeah, I
or
know.
whatever.
I'm
Now, yeah.
Oh, I have my phone. I told you, Flight ain't been on stream in so long. You know. No, but I was about to say something about Orlando, but they did get hurt last year. But hey, they'll still be in the top 6. But I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. Panic. What did you come on here to gripe about, sir?
No, I've been watching this. I've been watching my team win this. We all been talking about. I know I ain't got no faith in Philly. I just remember that part.
Yeah. Well, let's get you in then. Jump into the pool. Who has a better roster, Philly or Hornets?
A better roster.
Yeah, we got to think about it.
I mean, you got to start with who got the best player, and I mean, Embiid is the best player. That ain't even a debate. And then you got to look at. I know, man. I know. I'll say Philly got the best, bro. I think Philly set up to be better, but I still just don't believe in them. Charlotte, I just got to see with Charlotte. Like, I just got to see. Like, what year this is for Melo?
7.
Damn, he's been in the league 7 years.
Oh, 6, 7.
Yeah, 7 because 2020 he played that season, and it's 2025, 26, 6 years.
5 years. It's 2025.
Yeah, but 26 though. It is at
Yeah,
26.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's what I was telling Purple.
Yeah, it don't feel like it been that long.
I know.
It don't feel like it been that long.
Damn. I mean, he been out damn near every year.
There's
Like, if
the
you told me
sideline.
that about Zion, I believe you. But LaMelo, no, man.
Zion came 1 year before LaMelo.
I know. That's why I said if you said that about Zion, I would believe you. But like, you know, him and Bridges is in the same year, and Bridges came before him.
You said who?
LaMelo.
Well, I mean, they technically got him as 5 years in the league.
This is going to be 6, right?
No, I think next season gonna be 6.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Because like
Bridges
next
and
season gonna be like
LaMelo.
what? How long
What
Lonzo
year?
been in the league?
Yeah. I think Lonzo almost at 10 years, I think. Maybe.
No, Lonzo came in 2017.
Yeah,
So it's 8.
Lonzo at 7. Lonzo at 7, I
7.
think.
7. No, he came in 3 years
I know
before.
that the way I mean, I googling them, so I mean, I don't know if they know what they're talking about or
Yeah,
not.
because he came 3 years before LaMelo, remember?
Yeah.
Lonzo 2017, LaMelo 2020. So Lonzo 8 years. If LaMelo 5, Lonzo 8. Almost the same for Lonzo, right? Because he missed 2 years.
Yeah, I think that's
That's
a,
probably why.
this is 6th year coming up right here. I think
Who?
LaMelo
Yeah,
6th
it
year
is.
coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah. This year
Damn.
6.
I don't even know if that's a good or bad thing. Like what impact he had so far. That's a real conversation. If he going to year 6,
Well, he
that
had 2
means
years impact. That's it. Out of
no,
his
he did
whole
that.
state.
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
his
2
rookie
years.
year.
Let's
But I
be
mean,
fair.
Rookie year, the second year.
Because
Second
now
year.
I'm being let's go down his draft class. Y'all being disrespectful. Outside of them being more healthier, who's had more impact in his draft class?
Anthony.
Ain't by
Ant-Man.
far.
Okay, who else?
I gotta look at
Who
that
else?
draft class again, but I mean,
Oh, I can tell you, Tyrese Halliburton. Shit. You
Okay,
want me to
yeah,
keep on
Halliburton.
going?
yeah. Regardless of how you
Well,
feel about his game, I feel like he the equivalent of a game man. He one of them Jalen Hurts type players in the NBA. Like you got to put a
also
team around him. He'll
out
do a load magic here and there, but he ain't a
2 years.
big factor. But he has done a lot more than LaMelo.
Oh, he's saying he was out for 2 years, but it's his eighth.
Okay,
That's
after that is Desmond Bain.
Role
After
players.
yeah,
Halliburton, Desmond Bain.
yeah.
You comparing star players on their team to a role player.
No, to LaMelo. You said who have impact
Okay, so like
out of the draft class.
Ant Edwards had more impact than him.
Yep. He's
Um,
number one. Ant-Man number
yeah,
one. Halliburton number two. Desmond Bain to me number three.
That's diabolical.
Halliburton.
How? He's been in the playoffs damn near
I
every year.
mean,
What do you
if
mean?
you,
Yes,
I don't know how you want to look. Aaron Neesmith had an impact in the playoffs, but I wouldn't say like he's a better playoff
No,
than Ant
Desmond
Edwards.
Bain carried Memphis when John Moran was out. Go back and check the history.
Oh yeah,
He
yeah, I
carried
agree with
Memphis.
that.
yeah, he
Desmond Bain
carrying.
definitely had more of an impact as far as winning concerned. He did have more impact than LaMelo.
Yeah.
But Memphis has
Y'all be
been
forgetting, boy. I'll be watching these games.
nah. If you had Desmond Bain in situations like Maxi and them, he would actually look like
It
Maxi.
was.
But
There
it
was
would be
16. Wait. Purple. At one stretch, there was 16-3 in a 19-game stretch with Desmond Bain leading them in scoring.
Yeah,
16-3.
I don't think he wouldn't be in a role player's position if he was really like that. Dicks.
I mean he
You got
wasn't
John
really in the
Morant.
role player position. 'Cause you got to think about it. John Morant must have lost a game because they
Yeah.
were winning.
I
Yeah,
mean,
John Morant. What's the other dude?
they chose when
The
Ja
sixth man of the year. What's his name?
to push
You ain't
Jackson.
talking
Something
about
Jackson, right?
Bane is a
Jackson
glorified.
or Xavier?
I'm trying to
Was
think.
it
You
Xavier
talking
Smith or something
about?
like that? What was that dude name, man? That was real good for Memphis, defensively and everything.
You talking about the big? You talking about damn, I'm about to call him Jalen. Damn,
I think his last name was Jackson.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
That's who it is. That's for Memphis, right?
Yes, the
Yeah,
big
that's who it is. Then. Yeah,
man.
Larry Jackson Jr. All
That's
star.
that's
oh
laugh.
yeah.
Hmm.
I didn't
Yeah,
say
Tyrese
Jackson.
Maxey. Like, I
I
mean,
said when Ja was out, somebody had to be, the second best
I'm
player.
not going to say Tyrese Maxey too much. You know why?
Why?
Because they fell off a cliff when Embiid got hurt.
Who? Billy.
Philly, yeah,
That's what I'm telling you. And
yeah.
people
So I'm
keep
not counting Maxey as a real impact player in that draft because when he had an opportunity to be the front guy, they fell off the cliff. Maxey only makes the All Star with Joel Embiid on the court with him.
no, I get that, but that's why I say like if we talk like you gotta just get the definition of impact. When I think about impact, I think about like
Holding it
Lamelo
together.
Bill,
You got to hold it together, right?
yeah, Lamelo Billy, but on the court. So it's like I ain't talking about stats. I ain't talking about their role on the team. I ain't talking about like if everybody in that draft class career ended there, and you fast forward 20 years, and you try to remember what happened 20 years ago, you could be like, yeah, I remember LaMelo been hooping, but he all been hurt. But you remember like, I mean, Maxie was hooping now, but Joel Embiid just keep getting
Yeah, but
hurt
they
and
was
just keep going
losing.
down. It's like you
They
can
was
remember winning
they
with
was the
everybody
three
else was
seed and went all the way down to the ninth seed.
and yet and still you think this team is better. That's what I'm
And
saying.
the
They
Hornets, though, I'm talking about the Hornets, not to the league. We're only comparing the Hornets to Philly. That's it, not the league.
are speaking on Maxi, and I'm telling you, Maxi is not. People keep making the excuse that the team is not set up for Maxi and his strengths, and I do agree. But I feel like even if it was, he's still not that player.
Oh yeah, he's a six man. He just, I mean, where else you gonna put him at?
Maxi's
He
an
got more
all star. You
talent.
can't take that, right? He's an all star.
Man, I look at players like Maxi. Them boy really six men. Like they can be one of the best six men in the league, but you can't keep them on the bench because there's nobody in front of them that do anything that like with the Sixers. Like who you gonna put on the if like let's say the Sixers had let's say they had a solid point guard, like somebody like I trying to
Halliburton
think.
or
Not even
But
Halliburton. I
what
think
about
Halliburton.
Jared?
I
What
think
about Jared?
Halliburton. Who?
Jared McCain.
Jared McCain.
Maxey over Jared
Nah, I
McCain.
don't even. Nah, I think he more
But
of a
you can
role
put them
player.
both out there. But you can put them both out there and slide over Maxi.
Nah, I don't think you could. I don't think you could put McLean and
You sure?
Max in the
Because
court
McClain
together.
was balling it.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, but like
like
I
I
said,
think
like they don't offer nothing else other than that. To me, they got to come
No,
off the
McClain
bench.
played defense.
McClain
I
is
mean,
talented. He's not a starter to he not a starter, not in the
yeah, like
starting
a
line.
lot of like the way the NBA is set up nowadays, like if these players played in like maybe 15 years ago, a lot of them boys would be six men off the bench, just hey, come in the
Yeah,
game and
but
get us
we can't
buckets.
listen. We can't do that. We can't do that. That's being disingenuous because we got to keep the era of basketball the way it's played now. And the way it's
No, I
played
get
now,
that.
these are the players. These are the players they're drafting. These
I
caliber
get
players.
that, but like how you say, if we look at a starting two guard nowadays, a starting two guard nowadays should be able to say, my big man going down, I can carry the team to a certain extent. That's why I always have a bunch of shit to say about Paul George. The Paul George can't carry a team. Even when he been in Indiana, he get overhyped because of he had that good series against LeBron and he been a two-way player. Any two-way player gonna get some type of if you can get if you can be a defensive player and people can look at you and be like, oh yeah, hold on. I'll call him boy, but if you can be a defensive player in this league, but also give 15 to 20 points, and then you can have a playoff series against a team where you kind of like looking like that guy, like you're gonna get a lot of favor in this league going forward. That's what Paul George get. Paul George can't carry a team, but I would start him before I start Tyrese Maxey because he give you size, he give you I don't want to say playmaking, but he ain't no dumb player. Other than that time he shoot up the backboard and blame the coach for it, but other than that, like he ain't
Like
a dumb play. He got size on him.
I
Pause.
look at it like this. I don't need to go back 15 years. I just think about situations when it comes to Maxi and you swap if Maxi is the best player, which he is technically, the second best, first best, however you want to put it, without him being, and you take Maxi off of Philly and you put him in Phoenix, I think Phoenix gets worse without Devin Booker being there. I think if you take Maxi and put him in what's that team? Memphis. Memphis is a worse team. Like he's a good player, but he's not better than like Morant or Booker. I don't even think. I think if you put LaMelo in Philly, as long as LaMelo is healthy, they don't drop off like that. You
But
won't.
Camilla presents size. Like that's why I say about like when I look at players to build around, like we looking at like 1A and 1B players, they gotta have intangibles to where you can say if they ain't scoring, it can affect the game. LaMelo, I ain't gonna say LaMelo's defensive star, no shit like that. But
Right.
LaMelo can still affect the game because you don't have to take him off the court because he's too small, or because he can't shoot the three, or because of these different things that would cause a team to collapse or whatnot. But with Tyrese Maxey, like you can pick on him if you want to. He only give you really scoring. If you think about it, he ain't giving you no elite playmaking. He's just really giving you buckets.
Yeah, yeah. Like
Like,
I'm
like
trying to be. I'm really trying to be positive,
I feel the same
especially
way
next.
about Devin Booker. I don't look
Like
at Devin Booker
if,
like a superstar, really. I look at him
if,
like he's supposed to be that guy coming up the bench and giving you buckets. Because
okay,
if you
let's
look at his entire career, if you look at his entire career, he been in Phoenix losing, but he been putting up buckets. They get CP3, get a little program going. Hey, all you got to do is ABC and let Chris Paul set the plate or whatnot. Boom, they start winning. He get his buckets. Chris Paul leave. I mean, when he be getting injured and then he end up leaving. Now it's like, oh
like
well, shit. What you gonna do?
let's keep it fair. Do you think if you traded Pop while he was still in Sacramento for Maxi that they would have been a better team in Sacramento with Maxi?
Say that again.
If you trade Fox for Maxi when Fox was still in Sacramento, would Sacramento be a better team with Maxi?
No,
And I don't hate him. I just don't think he's that guy. And I'm not like an asshole, like, oh, he's not flashy. I don't care about none of that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Halliburton is that guy. I think they try to make him that guy, but I think it has a lot to do with what's surrounding him and stuff like that. But
hmm
he's better than Maxey in some areas that stand out, more and whatever. Maxey is a real good player. He's just not the guy. Even if you was just to take him and make him the centerpiece of a team, he's not that guy, and that's okay.
Yeah. That's why they had
Like,
to bring Paul George in. They thought Paul George would have show up that 1B spot where if Embiid slowing down or he tired or he out, then we got another player of a certain caliber that can carry this. But that ain't who Paul George is. And then now that
right.
following time, like when I look at Rob Dillingham, I can't remember who he been, but somebody been saying, "Oh yeah, Rob Dillingham about to make Minnesota like that. That gonna take them over the top." And I've been looking at like, no, no, that ain't how it work. Like that, he's not that type of player to take you over the top. Like,
Yeah, he
yeah,
can
he
get
can give you low scores and bunch his hand near, like he can give you them moments, but I don't think Rob Dillingham gonna be like, oh yeah, if we can get him to this position, he can not that ain't him. Like I see a
and
lot
that's
of
what
players in the NBA nowadays, like they would literally be 6 man inside a different league, but just the way this league is right now, it's like, I mean, you can't really
given,
do that.
and that's why when people say, "Oh, the league is more talented," I said, "I just think that because of how high the scoring is. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think if you're telling me more talented, that means you can take like Ray Allen. I think I'm gonna be respectful. I think Ray Allen in Miami, by the time he got to Miami, I'm not talking about anywhere else because that's
Yeah.
what I remember in Boston. I think Reed Shepherd can come in and do that job. Will he shoot the same percentages? Probably, definitely not. Because I think until now, Ray Allen has been the like up there as far as 3-point shoot. Well, Clay actually. Clay Thompson, as far as 3-point shooting, it's a lot. Even Clay, I think Clay could still help Miami win a ring or rings, excuse me,
Who,
if
Clay
he could
Matthews?
play on the Boston teams and the Miami teams. But I don't think Shepard can. I don't think his
Hold on. You talking about Clay Matthews, like the like Clay
Clay,
Matthews,
no, Clay Thompson.
Clay
I even say
Thompson.
Clay Matthews. When Clay Matthews was a football player, a linebacker.
That's how I
Say
looking at
Clay
him.
Matthews.
Clay Thompson, like listen, and I've been saying this for a long time, bro. If you take Clay Thompson off of those Warriors teams,
Mm-hmm.
and you seen him somewhere else to be that guy or one of those guys, he was never that no time in his career. He always, like, don't get me wrong, at younger times in the career, he been a two-way player. But when you really look at Clay Thompson game was dependent on everybody else on the team. And that ain't like when they used to call out the Warriors like a big three. That ain't been a big three. That just been a good system. Just like what Indiana got right now, that's a good system. The
Mm-hmm.
Pacers, the Pacers for the past 10, 15 years, maybe not all 10, 15 years, but the past 10, 15 always had a good system built. Like they always been a feisty team that always could have fight. Just like how Nuggets been before they start blowing up into being that one championship. I ain't about to say that multiple championships, but that one championship. They always been a team that'll fight. Even if they ain't been going to the finals or not, like, they always still been a good team because they had a good system. When I look at Klay Thompson footing a good system. Right now, Klay Thompson ain't helping nobody win nothing. He'll have one
Even
game
in
where he'll hit
Dallas,
like 7 threes, and then he have like 2 3 games where it's like 1 for 8, 2 for
even in
12.
Dallas, you feel that way about him in Dallas now?
Yeah, he can't even put the ball on the floor no more.
I mean, that's dude. You don't think a younger Clay Thompson leave and
No,
go
don't
to?
get me wrong. A younger Klay Thompson couldn't even put the ball on the floor like that.
Hmm.
We can praise him for that game he had where he only dribbled the ball 4 times, but it's like, let's give it a buck. Like, what
A
else
younger
does he
Clay
really
Thompson can
do?
put the ball on the floor.
Huh?
A younger Clay Thompson can put the ball on the floor.
You say another Klay Thompson can?
A younger.
No, younger Klay Thompson. It's like, remember you know what Jalen Brown problem is? Why he can't be that dude? Because Jalen Brown can't put the ball on the floor in an effective way. He can slash, but that's not really having a handle. He a taller, bigger player, but he ain't a dominant offensive player.
So do you
So
think?
even though I don't fuck with Tatum like that, that's why Tatum get all the looks. Because Tatum gonna get to his shot. The problem with Tatum is Tatum like to settle for shit when he's supposed to be using his size to get to the basket.
But I've seen a younger Clay Thompson pump fake you, drive to the rack, and flush it on you.
Yeah, you see that.
I think
Just
he was.
remember that conversation we used to have with Lonzo when I used to be like, Lonzo can't dribble, Lonzo can't go to the basket. And the conversation been, no, I've seen it before. And I say, no, I ain't saying he can't do it at all. I'm just saying that's not what he can do. That's not something that he can effectively do. Yeah,
But it's
anybody can
about the
pump fake, put the
role.
ball on the ground and get to the basket. If you got a jumper, people gonna respect your jumper.
Yep, yep. Yep.
It's I just think I understand why players get dedicated to roles and stuff like that, but it's kind of frustrating because it's like damn, like people thinking that these players is ass, and it's not that they're ass. It's just that it's the shame that a lot of guys cannot divert, like whatever team they get drafted by, and they say, okay, I need you to stand in the corner and do this. That's what, like any team that they go to after that, that's what they keep doing. Like it's not like, okay, you did this in college. They said this skill would translate to college, not to college, from college to the pros. Let me see you do this because this is what you was doing.
That's
It's
what
just
they
like
hired you for.
keep them in that same just that, and it's frustrating because a lot
Like,
of people think that these players are bad, and that's not the case.
I know, but purple. It's like when you whatever kind of job you do, right? You might have a certain part of that requirement that you do very well, and
Mhm.
then you go to another place and work that same job, and they might not need you to do that requirement that you can do very well. They might need you to do another aspect of that, but they're still going to pay you the money. Are you going to deny it? Or are you going to say, nah, I don't want the money. I only want to do this?
Yeah, and that's understandable, but I think that gets a lot of guys out of jobs sooner than they supposed to when it comes to the NBA of them. I understand they need this, like they'll draft. It's for instance, people ain't gonna like this, and I'm glad he's not up here. But fucking Patrick Williams. First of all, he got drafted way too high. Second of all, they continuously gave him a role that he literally could not fill, that he could not literally not hold up, instead of just working.
Excel. Excel. That's what you're looking for. Excel in.
Yeah, it was just like, I don't think he would have been trash to me personally. The guy that Sacramento drafted, I can't think of his name. He came out of Florida State. He was a shooter, but when I looked at him, I was like, okay, when he gets to league, this is what he's going to be. Sacramento drafted him. He didn't even get a chance to go play in the at the pro, like he just stayed in the G League. I'm surprised that Kyle Kuzma still has a job to this day. Guys like Pat Cunnington still have jobs because it's just like you relegate these guys to roles, and it's like, oh, you're not fulfilling it. Same thing with Steph. Is it Steph? Steph never had a chance. Once they seen that he didn't do what his brother was doing, they was like, okay, to the back you go, to the G League you go, bounce to this team, this team, this team. Only reason why Austin Rivers, to be fair, did what he was doing is because he did put in the work. But Steph did put in the work also, but ultimately because of his father.
He
But
only
see,
That,
that
played
go
for
back.
Dad 1 year. Wait a minute. He only played for Doc 1 year. And then Doc cut him.
but
No,
it,
see, no. What happened with what happened is this right here. You got the owner. You got some owners that say, okay, cool. I see. I got the top five pick. I want the most. You got some owners that want the most flashiest ticket selling player that also kind of fit with the team. You got some owners look at it like just get me somebody that fit what we doing. You got some owners that look at it like just get me the best player like trying to build a winner. And then right under that, you got the front office. The front office feel like, okay, cool. We gonna draft this player like a Patrick Williams. When they see Patrick Williams, they see, oh damn, we can mold him into this. He seemed like Kawhi. He kind of
yep.
quiet, reserved, athletic, got size on him. Let's draft him higher because we don't want to wait till the end of the first round to get a Kawhi, not replacement, a Kawhi clone. Let's hurry up and jump and get him. And when he get there, they start realizing, like, you know what? Maybe he ain't a Kawhi type. So let us start trying to do this with him. Once they start realizing, like, okay, cool, we don't feel like developing. So teams look at players, and to go back to the Seth Curry thing. Seth Curry actually shoot a better percentage than his brother if you really look at the stats. But the problem is that's all he do. He got the same defensive liability as Steph. He got the same damn same issues as far as like he ain't really
But
like
he
a
don't got the
natural
dribble
point
game like
guard.
Steph, though. But
Huh?
Steph got a dribble game. Steph got handles.
But that's what I'm about to get to. So when you look at Seth Curry, yeah, it was a low thing of like, okay, cool, he could shoot, but he and his brother. But at the same time, like he had to go through like when he been in Philly before Philly traded him, that season he remember the good season with Philly.
Yep.
They trade him. He going the Hornets. The Hornets just ain't really had time for him if you really think about it, because they got younger players and they trying to get these players to play. Then with LaMelo going out, now y'all thrust him into a role where he playing pseudo point guard from time to time. So sometimes it be bad situations. Like I said, I feel like Patrick Williams. they expected him to be something for years, and then when they finally get to the point where they had Lonzo and Debo and all that, then his injuries, he didn't start the season with them. It's like, well, what is he? Like, what do we do with him? Like, he ain't big enough to be like a real big to where you can play him at the 5 sometimes, but he ain't really nimble and quick enough to play the 3 or 2. It's like you don't really know what to do with some of these players. So
But
sometimes it just
remember,
comes down to fit. And with Austin Rivers, when he been coming out of high school, he been a number 1 player. He's supposed to go on first overall. Like he been the largest. Oh, he about to be the next big thing. He had the size, he had the attitude, he had the pedigree and all that. He get the Duke. He been injured or whatever like that. He had some bad scratches, but he also had some games where he come up big. Like he had a big shot. I think playing
yeah,
North
North
Carolina, he had a
Carolina,
big shot and
North
beat them.
Carolina.
He get into the NBA and it's like, well, you know what? He do got the pedigree and all that, so he still gonna get drafted high or whatnot. He get drafted. They ain't know what to do with him. They wanted him to be the lead guy, but that ain't never who he been. He get with his daddy. His daddy understand what type of mentality he got, what type of player he is. His daddy made him the type of player he been for the rest of his career. Other teams,
Yeah,
you
but
see
they
that
don't
in the
even get
NBA.
along though. Him and his daddy don't get along. His daddy cut him
No,
out
it's
the
not that they
league.
don't get along. The problem is, no, his daddy pay him. What do you mean cut him? He
Yeah,
had no. I
he
mean,
paid him one. He paid him one, but he cut him after that. He did. He cut him. He ain't been back since.
cause what it come down to was he making that money, and it's like, well, you pay him good money to be kind of a role player. So now when it's time to move on, it's like Austin going to other teams and people will see something different. But it's like, like who knows you better than your own parent that see you throughout your entire career. Austin ain't never supposed to be a role player as far as like how we looked at him. But that's when you come down to like same thing with Lonzo. When Lonzo first come in the league, everybody want Lonzo to be this point guard, this Magic Johnson type point guard. But then when he really get in the league and he had time to sit down and understand his actual game, he actually been better as a role player than he been as a damn the lead guard in LA.
That's debatable. That's debatable, but I don't want to
It ain't
go down that rabbit hole
no.
because
What's the
you
best
had it.
version of Lonzo? Right? No, hold on.
No,
What's
I'm
the
just saying
best
you had the
version of Lonzo?
situation.
What's the best version?
You had the situation with Luke Walton that they didn't
No,
see eye to
bro,
eye,
no. We done
and Luke Walton
years passed
took him out
by.
the game.
We understand now what that been. Lonzo just ain't who we thought he been coming out of UCLA. We've been going off of what he did in high school and what he did at UCLA one season,
I
and we
disagree.
thought that would have translated. And when they actually sit him down and say, you know what, you're gonna be a catch and shoot player, you're gonna be making plays, and you're gonna be a
He
defensive
became that.
player, and that's his best version. Like I'm gonna ask you
Yep.
again, what's the best version of Lonzo to you?
I think the best version of Lonzo is the second game of his career. That's the best version of
No.
Lonzo.
What iteration of Lonzo is the best?
I'm telling
Chicago,
you.
New
Wait a
Orleans,
minute.
or Lakers?
The second game of his career was the best I ever seen Lonzo play.
No, I'm asking
The
what's the
second game.
best time you ever see him play. What I'm asking you is if you had to
That
pick
was the best
one
version to me.
time of his career and say I want that on my team,
That
which
that
iteration of Lonzo you gonna pick?
I'm taking that Laker version where he
That
had the
couldn't
second
shoot,
game of his
that
career.
couldn't shoot, that really ain't been playing the defense he's been playing once he get to Chicago, that ain't been damn effective as far as being like a bigger body to like he get into the basket like using his size and
He
nothing
was
like
gonna
that.
become that anyway, wherever he went. He was gonna become that.
He so
The
you
one
think he would
thing
become you thought he would become a 40% catch and shoot player from
that's
three in LA.
now that was unexpected. But he was going to hang around the average. You know what I'm saying? Like between 35 and 38. You know what I'm saying? For that, if he
So how
didn't even change his shot,
we
because with
never
the
saw
Lakers,
that. We never saw
yeah.
that
But
though.
that's why I'm giving you the history. With the Lakers, I think Lonzo shot 33% from three, and he was in and out the lineup. Never got a real good rhythm for the squad. And then when LeBron James got there, the ball was out of his hands. So he had to reintroduce himself as an NBA player. Once he went to once he went to
New
the
Orleans.
Pelicans,
Yeah.
yeah, once he went to Pelicans, then he broadened his horizon with Fred
But
Vincent.
you
But
know,
listen, I don't want. Okay, hold on. Let me say this before I forget. I want to go back to
Zion.
Jackson. I mean Williams.
Okay.
Patrick Williams. Now Patrick Williams got drafted as a project. We all know this. There was
Absolutely.
better players. There was better players on that Florida State team that could have been drafted, but
He didn't.
Chicago wanted Patrick Williams, right?
Right.
As a project. The thing of with Patrick Williams is when Lonzo got there, he wasn't a part of that success. I keep
Absolutely.
trying to. I used to tell Unstoppable. I said, Unstoppable, why you so hanging on Patrick Williams? He wasn't a part of that. He was injured. He didn't play in that. He played
And
some preseason game. In the first game, he got injured, and we didn't see Patrick Williams since. So he wasn't a part of that first half of that success.
it ain't
So
about
so if you hamstrung on Patrick Williams, then you have to. What is your barometer? What is your measuring stick when it comes to playing competitive basketball? Because he wasn't there. By the time Patrick Williams got there, the Bulls was already in chaos.
but
So
the
you
crazy
don't know what you know what I'm saying. You don't know what you was going to get out of Patrick Williams when it came to competitive basketball because he was not around when the Bulls took off that first half of that season.
But just
but
like with Kawhi, you
it took
draft him as a project, but in your mind, his floor is going to be a great defender. So
yeah.
even if he couldn't give you offensive output when he after he gets back or whatever like that, you thought, you know what, he can hold down his position. He can be one of those help side defenders. He can do this, that, and the third. Like that's the bottom for players like him. Like and Edwards, when he first come in the league, on his scouting report, it just say this right here. If nothing else works for this young man, he's going to be an excellent defender. That's a lot of players in the league nowadays. But
Mm.
we expect them to be offensive players, and we put them in certain roles. But we about to say, Pearl, baby.
No, I was just going to say the thing about Kawhi was Kawhi had time to become, due to the system and how good the development is. And I think Patrick Williams is putting in the work to a certain extent, but health is the issue when it comes to him. And he's on the Bulls. When you go to teams that don't really have the talent to begin with in front of you, like San Antonio had talent that at the time that was better than Kawhi when they drafted
Yeah,
Kawhi. So Kawhi had time. Patrick Williams did have time, but not the time that Kawhi had.
yeah.
Purple, purple.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what revision of history that you're spewing right now, but Patrick Williams did go to a decent team. The Bulls wasn't trash. The Bulls were just one game away from the playing situation in which the Charlotte Hornets beat them out. If Zach LaVine don't get hurt, the Bulls will be in the
I
playing
didn't say
situation,
that
and
the
we don't
team
know after that.
was trash. I'm
You know what
Yeah,
I'm
saying
but
they
saying?
were
Kawhi,
talented.
the expectation for Kawhi when he
Not
got to his
Kawhi, not
team.
Kawhi. We're talking
No, no,
Patrick Williams.
I know. But why he's saying is you talking about a fringe play-in team versus the Spurs.
Yeah,
Kawhi
no, I'm
had
not playing against the
Kawhi get
Spurs.
on the court because of his defense. At some point, teams that play against the Spurs been like, "Oh, he don't do nothing offensively." So
Yeah.
Kawhi had time to evolve offensively and at his own pace, but defensively he get to thrive. But he ain't never been
But
expected to carry no offensive load.
no, but
Even
at the
before.
same time, hold on.
Go
At the
ahead.
same time, Kawhi was a decent offensive player in college at San Diego State.
But
They
that
went
but
to the
see,
tournament. They were the
but
tournament team with
I
Kawhi.
get that. But you
Absolutely.
talking about college, we talking about the NBA game.
Yeah,
He
but
ain't never
I'm saying he had a mentality that he had to be the lead scorer. You know what I'm saying? In order for his team to be successful. When he got to
I
San
mean,
Antonio, he didn't have to be that. You had Ginobili, you had Parker,
That's what
you
I'm
had
saying.
Duncan,
but
you had
that's what
Duncan,
Pearl Baby trying
you
to
had
say.
Malik Rose, you had Malik Rose. You follow what I'm saying? So he didn't have to do that. So he could focus. So I agree with that part. He could focus on other portions of his game that
Thunder,
need to come around.
don't do that, Thunder.
Well, Patrick Williams get there as a project, but he also been expected to show some forms of life.
Mm.
He ain't get to just be a project playing around other great players like Kawhi. So if you saying he ain't gonna be around great players like Kawhi, then why are you expecting him to just morph into this Kawhi clone? Like I say, sometimes it be the front office that fuck up these players' career.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like with James Wiseman, the front offices fucked his career up. And when I say that, I mean like this: the Warriors run a certain system. Day five is never a five where he doing damage, he doing anything. They want him to set screens, rebound, and get the fuck out the way. You can't ask a James Wiseman, who been the number one player in the nation, who been the number one player coming out of college or whatever, even though he only played a couple of games and we ain't really know who he been. You can't ask a player that you think is special to say, you know what? When you get in the game, don't worry about no touches. Don't worry about none of that. All you're gonna do is come set some screens. You're gonna get some rebounds. Just run up the court. That's all we need you to do. You can't act the player because he's gonna get frustrated. And when he's frustrated, in his mind, I want to make a difference in the NBA. But the rest of the team, oh no, we trying to win, so you need to just play a role. That's why Draymond used to be in his face all the time. Now he can't really say nothing back to Draymond because Draymond's a champion and Draymond know they trying to win. But at the same time, it's like, bro, like I understand I'm a rookie, but rookies usually come in situations where they the man to start off with. Like we complain all the time about how when LaMelo first get in the league, they ain't been giving him they ain't giving the team, they ain't hand the team off to him for another 2 years. Sometimes
Okay,
you
but
come
I
in the
wasn't
league.
mad at that. I mean, those people were delirious in anyway. We already know that. I mean, there was really serious delusional Melo stands.
Yeah,
They
like
want
LaMelo
LaMelo to
had get
come in.
drafted to Golden State. You think LaMelo would have been the same LaMelo his rookie
Thank you,
season?
thank you. He wouldn't have been getting all like that.
Yeah, they would have done like Jordan
But
Poole. They would
that's
have tried to
Golden
say, "Hey,
State
come
and
on."
what Charlotte, Terry Rozier and Devontae Graham, guys that would have been relegated to the role that
Yeah,
they were
but
playing.
it's the procedure. It's the procedure on your um what word I'm looking for? Acclamation. It's the procedure on your acclamation. But before you even get to the procedure of your acclamation, you have to learn the matriculation, the enrollment of being an NBA player. So even though LaMelo played professional basketball overseas, the NBA is a little different. And so while LaMelo was matriculating into his NBA career, he still had to be acclimated into his NBA on court antics. You follow what I'm saying? And the Charlotte Hornets already had a program. And the Charlotte Hornets, LaMelo wasn't their first choice. LaMelo
Absolutely,
became their choice after their first choice got drafted.
And it
absolutely.
Feel
ain't
me?
even so much of a program as it like I keep saying this, and I know
So
y'all be getting
I'm
like
not mad.
offended.
No, I'm not mad at LaMelo not immediately starting. I'm not mad at that.
That's
You follow what I'm
great.
saying? But
No, go ahead, go ahead, go
but
ahead.
but the only thing that I do disagree with is Devontae Graham having that role over LaMelo for that extended period until he got hurt. Now LaMelo might not came in starting because remember they didn't have no training camp that year. They had 5 days of practice in the season started.
Yeah,
Remember that. Don't forget
yeah,
that. They had right.
yeah. A
So
lot played a
okay,
role into that.
let Devontae have a couple of games start, and then once LaMelo feel that he's ready to go, okay, LaMelo's ready to go. But at the same time, Devontae was a pet.
I
He
mean,
was
see,
one of
when
the
you say
ones
that,
who
it's
came up
a
in the system. He was one of the ones who came up into the system, went through the G League, and became a nominee for best what you call that most improved player. So they was trying to market that.
but
Again,
you gotta look at it like this. It's a whole lot that kind of go into that. You got to think about it like this. Like let's take like the Cleveland Browns, right? Just look at the quarterback situation. You got Shadur, you got Dylan, and you got Flacco. Flacco is a vet. You got a team where okay, cool. I trying to implement this system. Flacco's a Flacco is a veteran. I can trust him more than I can trust the other two quarterbacks on the roster. So he gonna
absolutely.
get the first bite out of it. That's Devontae, right? Then you got Dylan Gabriel. He ain't gonna be the type of quarterback where he about to just be making big plays, but at the same time, he understand playing. He understand playing within the system you trying to run. Then you got Shadur, where he want to go for the deep ball. He want to make the big plays. He want to be exciting. He want to play without. I mean, he want to play. He want to play within the offense, but he want to make the big play. He don't want to take the check downs. He want to go make the big play. So when you look at the
Mhm.
Hornets, you got to think about it. LaMelo come in the league, and I say this shit all the time about the Ball brothers. None of them had half court basketball experience. None of them really
Wow.
had the like when I say
No,
when
no, no.
no
Lonzo had
listen
half
listen
court basketball
listen
experience.
no listen. I'm telling you, when you look at how all them play, they very comfortable running.
Lonzo
They
had half court basketball
now
experience. Trust me.
let me finish. No, they didn't. If you look when you look at I'll
Not
say this
Chino
one.
Hills, not
I'll
Chino
say
Hills, but UCLA.
no, see, not even UCLA. You gotta think about it. UCLA offense. All they've been doing been running. And when they get to the point where they've been playing in the half court, that's when Lonzo used to do his crossover, step back three.
Okay,
That's
that's
all
half
they hold.
court. What are you
I
talking
know, but
about?
what I'm saying is that's
That's
still a
half court experience.
no. That's not half court experience. Let me take it deeper. They ain't learn how to play the game of basketball. Like when you look at LaMelo 92 point game,
Okay. Stop right there.
No, no,
Who
no,
was
no,
the
no,
lead
no, no, no,
scorer?
no,
No,
no, no, no, no,
I'm
no, no,
asking you,
no,
who was
no,
the
no,
lead
no,
scorer?
no, 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 no.
Because I got to bust this
No,
up
no,
because
because
you're
I
presenting a
let you
false
say exactly
narrative.
what you need to say this
Who
now. Even
was their lead scorer for UCLA?
They
huh?
lost Rap God.
Who was the lead scorer for UCLA?
Shit, I want to say I forget the
Lonzo,
dude's
right?
name. Ain't the coach son in it? Not the coach son.
No, wasn't Lonzo.
No, it ain't Lonzo. I forget the dude's name.
Oh, I don't
Leaf,
know. Oh yeah, Lee.
Leaf.
the
Yeah,
white boy.
Leaf.
The white boy. What position did he play?
A forward, right? He was a
Yeah, he
forward.
played forward. He played center too.
He did.
Yes, he played both. He
Jalen
played
Interesting.
Hurts
small
was
ball
doing a
center
run down there.
and he played forward. And no, he wasn't running like that. Leaf was getting his money in the half court because he was
And
a
that
shooter.
okay, so listen. When I see you simplifying it to just okay, cutting the
But he
court
was
in
a lead
half.
scorer,
What happens when
right?
you do that? Of course, you can go to your big man or whatever. I talking about the intricacies of basketball. I
No,
talking
don't
about
do that, no panic.
No,
Don't
it's
move
not.
the goalpost.
See, it's not moving the goalpost.
Half court is half court. No matter what plays you run, it's designed to be successful in a half court
Listen.
setting.
You want to know why they trade Halliburton instead of De'Aaron Fox? Because Halliburton struggles in the half court.
How?
What do you mean how?
With Sacramento, who did they have? He was struggling in half court when they went to Indiana. Did you
Yes,
watch
he
any of those
does.
games?
He still struggles in a half court. Don't get me wrong. He had a
No,
good
he don't
playoff run.
struggle.
No, listen.
No, he don't
That's
struggle.
why I said
No.
you got to let me finish. When you look at the Ball brothers, you look at like. Don't get me wrong. Lonzo play a lot of A&U before he get all crazy. Before he playing for LaVar Ball. LaVar Ball had a good system for his sons. That's why
Now
all
that
them
wasn't
think.
half court.
No, that's why all them think on the fly so quickly, so
Right.
good
I,
because
I agree. That wasn't half
they
court yet. That
always
wasn't
do
half
that.
court. But
But when
UCLA, he
you
played
get
half
in the
court.
half court
Look at that
and
Kentucky game.
when you get in the half court, you gotta, as a point guard, you gotta survey what you're looking at. The reason why Chris Paul's so good for so long, the reason why LeBron's so good for so long, is because they can think the game. They understand what they're looking at. They understand what
How can
defense is trying to
Lonzo
do.
not think the
You
game
gotta let
if
me
you
finish,
don't play half
Dex.
court?
Dex, you gotta let me finish.
I mean, goddamn, you're going around the bushes.
I'm answering you direct and I'm giving you the direct answer. The reason why is because they can understand what they're looking at and how to beat different coverages. That's
So
what they
Lonzo
do.
don't have a high IQ.
IQ and understanding what you're looking at is two different things. IQ is more so reactionary.
Okay, with the Chicago Bulls, before the Chicago Bulls, with the New Orleans Pelicans, Lonzo didn't play half court basketball.
Listen to
Who?
what I'm saying. If you can let me finish,
Lonzo
I
Ball.
guarantee you will
I'm just
understand
asking
why you're trying to
because
say.
what you're
Because
saying
every
is
time I
nonsense.
get to that point, is you say something else, and then I gotta address that, and then I try to gotta get back to what I'm saying, and then I gotta get back to what I'm saying. Basically, right? It's like I jumping all over instead of being able to get to the point. What I'm saying is, when you get in the half court and the game shrinks, ain't no more running, ain't no more somebody you running and somebody got to keep up with you. I talking about okay, cool. We about to run an offensive set. A lot of players in the NBA today, even if you want to say they're more athletic and more skilled, a lot of players in the NBA aren't really. They don't really know the game of basketball. They just playing basketball. So when you look at players like CP3 and LeBron, they know basketball. So no matter how quicker than somebody is that how quicker somebody is than them, or how tall or whatever the advantage disadvantage they would have being older players, they always gonna succeed because they understand what they're looking at and they understand how to beat it instantly.
Okay, cool. We
But
know
hold on,
LeBron.
no, hold
We
on, hold
know
on. So
LeBron, and we
when
know
you look at
Chris Paul.
LaMelo,
Hold
no,
on,
I
I'm
get to
giving
the
you some
point.
credit right here.
I get.
We
I
know
don't need
LeBron,
help.
and
I
we
don't need help. I ain't
know
trying.
Chris Paul. Chris Paul is known as point guard, so we understand them two. Those are rare.
Okay, cool.
Those are
Okay,
two
cool.
rarities,
I
right?
use them
Do
as a
Lonzo have
as
high
yardage
IQ?
and
That's all I want to
bro.
ask you.
What I talking about, bro? That's all.
Do
So
Lonzo
when you
Ball
look,
have high IQ?
okay,
Yes.
listen. It's a difference between understanding what you're looking at and knowing how to effectively beat it and being reactionary. A lot of the times, Lonzo and Lamelo plays are reactionary, not so much high IQ. It's a
Mm.
big difference.
Lonzo's
When
not a
you
part of that. Melo, yes. Lonzo's not a part of that.
Lonzo can
Lonzo
play in
got
the half.
Lonzo got high IQ.
Lonzo can play in the half court. Now he can play in the half court because he got skills to where he can play effectively. But he's not. Lonzo ain't coming down, breaking down the defense as far as looking at seeing what he's seeing the defense and understand this is what I needed to do to beat it. When he been in Chicago, he was never doing that. He been bringing the ball down court as a point guard, yes. But a lot of the times they've been running sets and he been going to his spot because he been the best catch and shoot player. He been the best floor space on the floor. When you look at LaMelo, the reason why LaMelo couldn't start when he first get the Charlotte and they don't want to turn the ball over. I mean, they don't want to turn the organization over to him is because when LaMelo get in the game, LaMelo ain't trying to be like, I understand
He
what they trying to
freestyle.
do.
He freestyle. We understand. He
Exactly.
freestyle.
And you can't freestyle if a coach trying to teach a philosophy. Because that don't work. You
But
can't
Lonzo
even
don't. Lonzo. What I'm trying to tell you, you have to remove Lonzo from that scenario. That's the only
you
thing I'm
don't have
saying.
to remove Lonzo. We saw
Lonzo don't
that.
play.
That's why
Lonzo is not just a freestyle player. Lonzo
no,
is gonna
I
whatever the coach
understand. I
call.
understand that.
Lonzo is gonna execute.
When Lonzo been in LA, the reason why the shit been like, damn, Lonzo ain't even dropped 5 this game. Damn, Lonzo can't even get this. Damn, Lonzo that does. Or damn, why Lonzo damn taking him layups and damn, he can't even hit the shot. It's because Lonzo been trying to learn the game on the fly. When you had other players that understood the game, like Devontae, for whatever you want to say about him, he understand what he looking at when he got the ball in his hand. He may not be effective
Well,
as
Devontae stayed 4 years in college. Lonzo stayed. We was one and done.
but okay, so you helping me prove my point. Lonzo, LaMelo, they never had once their daddy take over as coach, they never
You
had
keep
to
saying
really
that, Daddy. You forgot. You forgot Austin. You forgot Coach Austin.
talk about the same coach. Which coach Austin? Talk about the one that get fired from
UCLA.
school.
UCLA. Yeah.
That's 1 year, and they still been running the offense that fit more so how
But
Lonzo Ball
did you
style
watch?
was.
Did you watch? Did you watch?
Look at UCLA the year before
Nah,
Lonzo
I
go
watched their
against look at
games, man. You can't tell
see
me I watched it.
Dex. If we gonna have a conversation about something, I gotta be able to speak a full point, and you gotta listen and then respond.
And I
But if
mean,
I gotta make a point,
okay,
but
we
I
got Purple
also
Baby up there
within
too.
the,
Man.
you just don't agree. But you can, just because you don't agree, that doesn't mean you gotta interrupt and try to
I
interject
definitely
what
don't
I'm
agree with
saying.
that part. I agree with Lamelo,
Okay,
but I don't
okay,
agree with
all
Lonzo.
right. So if you let me finish, you will understand everything. You think about it. Every time I start talking, you will say something. I gotta address that. At UCLA, just this is a simple thing to do. Look at the year before
But let
Long.
Purple Baby say something real quick, because she's trying to get
See,
in too.
but I understand that. But Pearl Baby understand that I gonna finish a point and then she go jump in. So if no, I say that because Pearl Baby don't interrupt. Pearl Baby will hear your point out. So why he's saying is if you look at the year before Lonzo get to UCLA and you look at the year after they leave, those are two different offenses from between Lonzo being there and Lonzo not being there. They tailor fit what Lonzo do best, but because he been a high not about draft pick, he been a high he been what number one player in the nation coming up, if I'm mistaken. So you got to
Who?
tailor the offense. You got to tailor everything to that player at that point,
Who are
and
you
they
referring to?
succeeded when Lonzo been coming out.
Oh, number two came out number two.
I'm talking about out of high school.
No, out of college, he was number two draft.
No, why I say out of high school, he been the number one player.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And when you got the number one player, you got to acquiesce to what that person do the best because that's how you gonna win. So when Lonzo come in, that's what they've been doing. Yes, in the half court, Leaf been getting money. He been getting his buckets. But that's just dumping it down to him. That's being reactionary sometimes with Lonzo. When Lonzo get into the NBA, you see it clearly that, you know what? I don't think he know what he's looking at. I don't think he understand what his defense trying to do to him. I don't think he understand,
So summer league
okay,
don't count.
huh?
Summer league don't count.
Summer league ain't organized as much as it is in the regular season. Summer league
Okay.
is we trying to figure out who these players is and what role we can put in it. Then you got some teams that these play like Golden State, they don't really give a two shits about like their summer league because I mean nowadays they probably do, but when they've been winning, they ain't like care about their summer league because at the end of the day, these players may not be in their rotation coming up in the season. They always been drafting low in the first round. But when you got teams like that got the top 5, top 10 picks, they just trying to put their players in the best position, and they got all these other teams that got like players that ain't gonna make the league, players that second round picks, players that damn they 4 years in college, 5 years in college, and now they're gonna get a run. So in summer league, I don't care if you put a 50 in the summer league. That don't really mean that much if you can't do that once the season starts. And once the season starts, we watch Lonzo go through all those lumps. Yeah, he can shoot, but a lot of that comes from hey, I can't do nothing with. I can't get nothing I really want to get. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna settle for a lot of jumpers. Then he realized, damn, I can't even shoot as good as I thought I should shoot. Because he ain't had that confidence when in UCLA, he had confidence shooting because he been playing against a lot of players he played against
Yeah,
in
because
UCLA.
Coach Alfred
I mean
gave him the green
AAU.
light. No, Coach
But
Alfred gave him the green light.
not even the green, not even just the green light. You got to think about it. And you play sports in high school, right? So you can understand this completely. When you playing against a bunch of people that you comfortable playing against, like your friends or people that you down play against before when you been in rec ball and all that shit there, and coming up before you get to high school, you feel comfortable as hell playing against them. So you play better because you ain't got no nervousness in you. Because man, that's so and so from so and so. Oh, I used to play against someone when I've been 14. Oh, I remember her from this that. That's who Lonzo been playing against when he get inside. He got UCLA, and then when he get into the league, is now you playing a bunch of grown men who you can. They don't. You don't got the same confidence as you got. So when you shoot, so when you playing, it's like it's like you ain't really thinking the game as far as like, okay, cool. I can calmly look at what I seen and I can break this down. And then on top of that, that's never been the type of game he ever played. Cause and
Oh,
I like
okay,
I said,
that's
this ain't
cool.
no shot at his daddy or nothing like that. But
Right, that's cool.
if you implement that, you know why LaVar Ball ain't up trying to get rid of that high school coach?
Yeah, yeah,
Because that high
yeah.
school
That's
coach been trying to play half court basketball. And
yeah,
LaVar
yeah.
feel like that don't fit my sons.
Okay.
So he get
Purple,
them,
you
I
got.
did get him
Let
five. I don't
purple
know
get
what
in,
happened to that,
man.
but
You sound like you going like a deer. I don't want purple to leave.
because no, it's not purple leaving. Because like when you saying something, I let you finish. I let you get your entire point
Okay, you
out,
finish.
and then I
You
can
finish it.
respond. But when I talking, like I gotta fight for words, and then when I
Yeah.
making my point,
I'm
like I need to
sorry.
repeat my point because I feel like I
Okay.
don't think you get my point. Now I gotta
Okay.
repeat this
Okay.
shit.
Okay. 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 Purple. What you got to say?
I didn't follow Lonzo from high school to college, but I did feel like there's a transition, there's an adjustment that's made no matter what the position is for guys. But since we're specifically talking about probably playmaking for Lonzo, yeah, he gonna look bad. I think he understood to an extent what he was looking at, but whatever system the Lakers were running and however they chose to approach that system when it came to Lonzo, I'm not gonna I think they paid to Lonzo's strengths or whatever when he was with the Lakers. It's just that LeBron came there. So when the ball became out of his hands, he looked different. That's expected. But I think he would have always been that player if the ball was in his hands as much as it was in LeBron's hands once LeBron got there. He been not the same. I'm not gonna say the same. I think that's disrespectful. I think if he wasn't as hurt as he was, I think you would have seen that player in New Orleans before he left LA to me, respectively. I think he was
In
more
Chicago, before you get to Chicago.
or even in Chicago. I think he looked great both places. I just think it was about health. LaMelo, on the other hand, I don't think LaMelo was as prepared, which I told you this before, Dex, coming into the league as far as playing the guard. Like if he had to sit there and pass him was the thing which Charlotte did want him to do that. And whatever with Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, and Devontae Graham, like, yeah, he can shoot or score the ball, but primarily they wanted him to pass, and that was just not his best strength. Like, if you had Lonzo, I can understand that, but him and LaMelo are vastly two different players. So, I just think he was more prepared. I understand what Panic is saying as far as them running a
I don't.
fast offense in college and him getting to the NBA. And he did it at times, but the game being
Okay.
slow, like how when they say when it gets down to the last 5 minutes of the game and you have to play slow and all that other stupid stuff. I do know it's a fact. You do need to know what you're looking at. Once the game slows down, do you know what you're looking at? I do think
Okay.
Lonzo, but at the same time, he didn't know. Now,
Once
LaMelo,
again,
he definitely didn't know.
And
Once
mind
he,
once
you,
again,
now in New Orleans,
once again,
right? Notice
once
they took
again.
the
Hold
ball
on.
out of his hand
You just,
multiple
you just,
times. They put
you
the
just
ball in
had
Brandon
40
Ingram. They
minutes.
put the ball in Zion hand. They've been taking the ball out Lonzo hand in New Orleans
Yeah.
because they
Yeah. They want him.
understood what the fuck they knew. They knew what the fuck
Okay.
they knew.
Okay. Cool. Let me say this because a lot of this that you guys are spewing out is revisionist history. Now, for you, Purple, I'm a little more shocked. No Panic. Okay, he already says Lonzo's a high end role player. Okay, that's the first person I ever heard say that.
That's a
High
fact,
end.
though.
Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you is the one that I heard out of all my years in sports use that as a designation for a player, and I like that though because I've used it since then, but not to Lonzo, but to other players. I felt that way toward. But anyway, thank you for contributing that to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Purple,
Mm-hmm.
you said LaMelo
Mm-hmm.
didn't know what the fuck he was doing. He was just out here just totally freestyling and whatever. Okay, to some degree, you're correct. But I'm saying there's a reason behind that. And the reason behind that is this. The reason why Lonzo wasn't freestyling as much as LaMelo is because Lonzo had a full training camp to be acclimated to the NBA hardwood. LaMelo didn't have 1 day of training camp. He had a few days of practice and let's go. So he didn't have the time to adjust a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So
LaMelo
he's
knew that
coming in.
today.
I know, but listen. Though. He he came in willy nilly, and James Borrego just lost his wits because he wasn't able to corral or control LaMelo style of play. So when they used to ask James Borrego during press conference, during his pressers, he would say, "I don't know where he got it from. I have no idea." And half the time, I'm on the sideline with my hands folded, figuring out what LaMelo's going to do next. With all that said and done, hold on. I'm going to tell you something. Let me drop the bomb on both of you two. With all that said and done in 2020, LaMelo broke his wrist and missed damn near the remainder of the season. He came back towards the end. During the time, LaMelo was on the court prior to breaking his wrist. He broke a record that stood 66 years in the NBA, ABA, since the merger. And that was a rookie point guard leading his draft class in all major statistics, which eventually garnered him Rookie of the Year. LaMelo won 2 back-to-back Rookie of the Month to separate himself from his draft class. So with all that willy-nilly, Flash Gordon, freestyle type of play that James Borrego had no idea of majority of the time, netted him Rookie of the Year. His second season, he got a little more training camp. So Panic says he still played the same way. To some degree, yes, he does. But I'm telling you, his game has got a little tighter since his rookie season. And from that rookie campaign and from his adjustment, LaMelo made an all-star. Albeit commissioner's choice, but he still put up the numbers and put in the work to garner the commissioner attention to allow him to be chosen in lieu of, or in place of, in lieu of, or in place of Kevin Durant's injury. So when you guys say these things about LaMelo, please go back and revisit the facts and the events and the episodes that got LaMelo to the point that he is now. And we all know the reason why LaMelo is where he is right now is because of injury, not because of play. Because last season, prior to his injury, which we know LaMelo could be injury prone, he was on a trajectory of not only being an all-star, but one of the top 15 players in the NBA, which would garner him NBA 1, 2, or third team.
You going to get her? I knew it.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
First of all, Dex, I was not talking about his talent. I was talking about his ability to understand the game, in which it's a fact when he was in Australia, his coach spoke very highly of him as a talent. But when it came down to learning the game or understanding the game of basketball, LaMelo at times struggled to understand the offense. That's what I'm saying. As far as when he came to Charlotte, they put him in
Now,
a
stop right
role.
there. You said something crucial. Stop right there. You said
Bruh,
something
let
crucial.
her finish. Like you
No,
can't
no,
even
because she
start
said something
somebody to
crucial.
get to your point.
The
Let
stream
her
has
finish.
to get her to break this down. He struggled to learn the offense. He struggled to be what you consider successful and comfortable in the offense. As a rookie, is that expected?
Of
Purple.
course it is.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
But in the midst of struggling, any young player, hold on, any young player that goes, to the pro level of something, whether it's from high school or from college, they're going to struggle. But LaMelo struggled more than most because of the how he was playing prior to, even with Jermaine, even within the structure. I don't agree. I don't feel that he struggles as much in the system that Jermaine was running, but people that know and watch the game felt otherwise. And I disagree with that. But I could clearly see his struggles in Australia. I clearly seen the struggles when he got to Charlotte, regardless of him not having a training camp. All rookies or young players will struggle when they get to the pro level.
Stop right
But
there. Stop right there. Stop right
Oh
there.
my
Because you're
god.
making good points. She's making good points. She's not like we're not going to
But
let
you,
her
but
be like
I
this. Just,
understand that.
just
But you
run
gotta
on.
let somebody get their point, because now when she
I
come
know.
back and
I want to
talking, she
stop her
gotta try
because
to
when she make a
reattach
good
herself.
point, she should explain that because the stream needs to know. Now you mentioned Australia. His struggles in Australia. At the end of the day, what was the award he won in the NBL?
I forgot. You can remind me.
Rookie of the year. Rookie of the year. He won Rookie of the Year in Australia. He won Rookie of the Year in the NBA. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Regardless of what he won, what does that have to? You can win something, but not understand why you won it. We see it every day. Like every day, no matter, especially since they like to hand out trophies now. You see it in everyday life that people win things now without having. They award students now for having C+ grades. They literally have a
Hmm.
C+ honor roll. So therefore you can go become a nurse depending on the state and the program, averaging a C+ grade. However, you cannot become a doctor and average a C+ grade and graduate and do all that as a doctor. You got hell. It's hard to do it if you a B average student and graduate, but it's more likely. So what I'm saying about LaMelo is his freestyling was always his comfortable point. As I told you, with Jermaine, I felt like he looked better because he wasn't freestyling as much. Did he freestyle? Of course. But people had said, because I listened to him when they said him, when Jermaine, for whatever system Jermaine was running, LaMelo did, he was always playing outside of that system more than normal, more than most players did. When he got to Australia, they had a system. It's going to take time. He didn't really have enough time. I agree with that and understanding that system. But for the time he did have, when that ball was not in his hands, he looked at absolutely terrible. He would actually break some of the plays, like mess some of the plays off by cutting when he wasn't supposed to cut. Same thing he did within his first year or two in Charlotte and stuff like that. Some say he didn't know how to navigate screens correctly once he got to the NBA. Even in the NBL, he didn't know how to navigate the screens correctly. It's things like that. So LaMelo always had, like right now, I get frustrated because I do feel like he understands the game way better than he did within his first 2 seasons. But I keep hearing people say, "Oh, he's talented," but what's the but for? Either you feel like he's a winning player or not, and they're hanging on the injuries is the reason why they feel like he's not a winning player. Zion been injured more than him, and y'all feel like Zion can still lead a team. I feel like that's disingenuous. You need to give him a better shot, especially if I'm more confident in him more than when he played in Australia with Jermaine. and whatever, that he understands the game more than he did within his first year. I
Wait
feel
a
like
minute. Whoa. I don't want to confuse the stream. What do you mean he played in Australia with Jermaine?
no, I said when he understands like surface level things that you might learn in college, or if like a high school team can still run
Are you saying that he played with Jermaine in Australia? That's what I'm asking.
no, that's not.
Because that's what it sounds like.
I
Okay.
said I was talking too fast.
Fire.
I
Fire.
mean,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. LaMelo, until in a lot of people's eyes, I don't think people really looked at him in high school that closely. I don't know why, but
Shit.
they claim that LaMelo
Purple.
did
Purple.
not
Purple.
play within a structured offense. Like a
Purple.
lot of guys in a lot of high school teams play fast, but within
Purple.
that system structure, they have structure within the fast pace that they play. They said that he didn't never have that structure for whatever reason. Maybe because he didn't go to college. I don't know, but that's been the thing, that he just has not had that structure arguably until he went to the NBL and the NBA. And once he got there, that's why he looked like, yes, his talent was always there, but it just didn't look right.
Well, I just want to clean up something you said. People was watching LaMelo in Australia. People
I
was
said,
watching LaMelo prior to Australia, Spire, because Spire was charging 10,000 per game to showcase LaMelo on that said network. 10,000. No other school was charging that much. So yes, they watched LaMelo
but
as Spire.
I'll give you an easier example. When they complained that people box score watching. That's what I'm saying. Yes, people were watching him, but they were watching him for his box score, not the intricacies of the game. Like,
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie. I've asked somebody to tell me, and I'm gonna get on his ass. Like, I'm
Oh,
not so like what? Sorry, like hedging, going down or underneath the screen, because I feel like I get the going down on the screen confused when you're a ball handler and going
oh,
of it. Like that's something that I want to learn to understand. But from the critiques of LaMelo, I think people said if whatever it is when the screener comes and you stay like on the 3-point line, I don't know if that's down, up, I don't know what that is. But whatever it was, people, and I noticed that too. I just didn't know what it was called. Like LaMelo's just always gonna opt to shoot the three regardless of the coverage. And like when people say, the boxing one for Steph, but that's not what I was thinking of at first. It was something else I was thinking of. When they double team you, but that second guy don't come, they just show. I forgot the terminology, but a lot of people know the terminology but can't point it out. I'm somebody that hear the terminology but don't know like what I'm looking at. That's what I'm saying when it comes to LaMelo. LaMelo, to a lot of people, didn't know what he was looking at. Like when Gaboni had him for pre-draft, for the thing, you know how they break down the plays and whatever. And he was asking LaMelo. LaMelo was like, "Oh, I don't know. I just had to feel." And that like it was kind of like, you shouldn't have said that. Like that's telling people that's because they get judged off their interviews with the teams and unfortunately what they do in public and whatever. And that was just a bad sign. And I was like, oh my God. I mean, at least he was honest and saying like he just had to feel that's why he attempted these passes and he understands angles and stuff very well. But it just wasn't a good thing in terms of playing in a slower offense or, playing when the game slows down, basically. It just wasn't a good thing to do. That's telling me that you can throw a guy open, even if the guy ain't necessarily open because of the angle you see. Sometimes that's not a good thing to always throw guys open. That's not a good thing. And it could be on the guy that he's passing it to. Maybe that guy ain't good at getting open, but at the same time, that just wasn't a good look for LaMelo to say.
Cause what it really come down to is the NBA try to make you put the ball in somebody's
Thank
hands
you.
who can't think on the fly. So like I'm gonna give you an example of like how NBA defenses work when they try to make you think on the fly. If you go back to when Mavericks make that run to the finals, right, with Luca and Kyrie, they excellent ball handlers. They smart. They know where the ball go at. So what teams would do is they'll shoot.
they'll shoot at Luka, or they'll shoot at Kyrie whenever they run that pick and roll, that high pick and roll with Gafford and Lively. If it's lively real good with the ball, once he get the ball, he quick with the decision making. So it been hard to run that against them when Lively been the pick and roll man. But when you had Gafford doing it, Gafford don't know what to do with the ball. His first inclination is, oh, I'm gonna find somebody else to get the ball, but they try to force him to make the wrong look on the fly. That stagnated the offense because now he throwing the ball away, or he might shoot the ball, which they want him to shoot a low mid range, or they want him to get offensively, do something offensively. So when it comes to LaMelo, they run certain things at him where a knowledgeable player would understand where to go with the ball. But when you don't know what you're looking at, you want to throw the ball to where you think, okay, well, shit, if he come, then his man should be wide open. But they're rotating another man to that same player that seems logical to go to, but now you're throwing the ball away. That's a turnover. Instead of, okay, they trying to send these two at me, and when that second man come, that means it's a free man. But they're rotating that big over there. So that means I gotta look at the basket instead of looking at the man that the second man that come who he leave. So it's all about when I say he don't understand the game, that's what I mean. Everybody can't understand the game and play on the fly. Sometimes you got people with uber talent, like Ant Edwards. Ant Edwards' problem right now, the reason why he can't get past certain teams because they make him think. And when he ain't scoring, is because they ain't allow him to score, not because he having a bad game. He learning that now. Don't get me wrong. He learning that. Well, Lamelo ain't at that point yet. Lamelo gonna throw the turnover, or he gonna just shoot the shot because he don't want to make a mistake. If he shoot this, like he was saying, when they're saying the pick and roll, regardless of the man over the pick man or under the pick man, he going for his shot, or whatever he decide he gonna do pre play. That's what he going at. If he decide I'm gonna pull up on this. He ain't thinking, okay, if this man come over that screen, I'm gonna try to get by him. I'm gonna drive. He thinking, shit, I got the shot. I bigger than him. I taller than him. I get my shot off. He ain't thinking, well, shit, let me try to get down off that screen because I know when this man roll, he gonna be open. And if this man from the corner come in and try to help out on the roll, man, I got another play on the wing I kick it to. He ain't thinking like that when he got the ball in his hand. He more reactionary, meaning the shit gotta be on the fly for him to really make the right. Not even say the right pass, but the shit got to be on the fly and shit got to be jumbled up on defense. That's his advantage over the defense. Is that he freestyle. So he's an unorthodox thinker with the basketball, so that can have an advantage. But at the same time, the NBA defense, all they trying to do is to get you to think on the fly. If they don't think you can think on the fly, they gonna make you facilitate that ball to that same player that don't know how to make these high IQ plays when they get the ball in their hand. Like I said, I'm gonna go back to the example with Gafford. Gafford ain't stand a strong point. So whenever they shoot the ball handle on the pick and roll, they want the pick and roll ball handler to get the ball up to Gafford. Why? Because as soon as Gafford get the ball, they got a man rotating in his face, and now he got to make a decision, which he ain't a good decision maker. Lively opened up the offense because he is a fast thinker when it comes to getting the ball in his hands. So, like I said, go back to LaMelo. That's the intricacies of the game that LaMelo either he ain't trying to learn it, he don't care about it, or he's still using his physical ability slash talent to overcome it. And you can't do that for a long time. At some point, you got to use your mind to play the game. That's all I've been saying about the half court thing. People, they will make you think.
I seen what Thunder said. I understand that he has good instincts, but those instincts don't translate to him understanding how to run an offense.
And ain't even so much running the offense because I think a lot of the NBA offenses is kind of like it's elementary if you really think about it. The problem comes in that way. Like I said, when teams run a certain defense and rotate players to certain spots that it will make logical sense to go to, but you can't go there because they don't got to play for that. So now it becomes okay, but my instinct says go here, but they got a man right here. What's next? If you understand, okay, if they cutting this man off, if they doing this, I mean they rotating over there, and I mean on the backside this going on, so I'm gonna just kick it over there. That's what Chris Paul and LeBron and all the players that think the game at a certain level think. But with LaMelo, he just ain't at that point. So he either gonna make the turnover or he gonna take the shot. And if you take the shot, you're doing what they want you to do.
like I'm gonna be honest. I don't know when Chris Paul, because by the time I seen Chris Paul, he really a lot was in LA. So I don't know if Chris Paul, he probably did though, and I know LeBron did to a certain extent, but the problems with running the offense. Like I said, everybody's gonna have that problem and stuff like that. It's just LaMelo is just different. It would have done him well if he was just taught to run offense. Like you can still run up and down the court and do your thing, but if the defense is back and whatever, what do you do now? How do
Yeah,
you
like
break
if he
it?
thinking on the fly, offensively thinking on the fly, like there's probably ain't a better player on thinking on the fly with the ball in his hand like LaMelo Ball. But the problem was, like I said, when you get in the half court and everybody in, like think about it, like if you in the fast break or you in transition or whatnot, and I running with the ball and you running back to get on defense, like at that point y'all ain't got time to set up nothing. Y'all ain't got time to fool me and make me have to think. So now instincts take over. But the second the game stopped, like either in the playoffs where it's more half court basketball, or when the team got a defense set up to where, or offense set up to where, you know what, we gonna make sure we get back in time to set up a defense. Now it's like, okay, cool. Send two at LaMelo. LaMelo gonna look at the second man and say, oh, I'm gonna just pass the ball to whoever he leave. But on that, we gonna rotate the power forward down there. You know what I mean? Like it all
Yeah,
comes
I
down
mean,
to think. A lot of young players don't watch basketball outside of playing that shit. You
yeah,
ask you ask more like Aunt Ed would say when he first come to the league, he said, I don't even watch basketball.
football player, yeah.
A lot of young players do not understand basketball, and that's cool. But when you the point guard or you the player that got the ball in your hand the majority of the time, like an ant, bro, you gotta understand what you're looking at, and not only understand what you're looking at, you gotta understand how to beat it. Just like in the NFL with these quarterbacks, the difference between a quarterback succeeding and failing is him understanding what he's looking at and how to beat it. If you got the answers, you can succeed at quarterback.
And where everybody gonna be.
If you understand, okay, cool. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you an example. Like, as a quarterback, that's the easiest way to understand what you're looking at. Looking at the safeties, cool. You see the safeties high or whatnot. Boom. Seeing a man in motion. If a cornerback come with that receiver, then man, now you gotta figure out, okay, is they in full man or they in cover two? They got cover one up there. If
Like,
nobody come with him, they play in the zone. So now you gotta figure out what zones they covering. That's just pre-snap. Then once
and
the ball gets snapped, now you got to understand, like, okay, cool. What's the best way to go with the ball? If this man slide over here or if this safety come up, I got a man over the top.
I'm
It's
gonna
like people don't understand how hard sports really is to play at a high level, like for the
yeah.
thinking aspect of it. So when I say these things about Lonzo and LaMelo, I'm not trying to play them. I like watching them boy play basketball. But if you ain't come up, but that's like working any job you work. You may work that job, you might be a good worker, but a lot of people will be good at their job but don't understand why they do the things that they do. They just know what they're doing. And that can only get you by so far because you're gonna have to be micromanaged all the time.
And I'll say this, Penny, too. What you just described, I ain't gonna lie. Into 20, I think it was 24, and I was scrolling through TikTok, and it's this. I'm not trying to be funny. It's this white lady, and she knows football really well. And what you just described as far as cover two, like you could be in cover two and still be a man and all that, and with the
Mm,
safety. I promise you, all these years I've been watching football, playing Madden. What I didn't know in Madden was how you just described it. It's a more simplistic way. When you play, it literally, tells you that, like the understanding of whatever.
yeah,
And so I was like, oh, that's an easier way to explain it. Now I do know there's people out here that love basketball that explain it like that lady did, but I haven't ran across them yet. But that's all I'll be asking. Like, okay, y'all say the zone, the boxing one. How do you
mm,
break the boxing one? I know why it might be ran and stuff like that. But what is another terminology I always hear? The boxing one said there's different variations of zone defenses and stuff like that. Like it's just something I want to understand better in the most simplest way. Like pick and pop. What's the difference? Well, I know the difference between pick and pop, I think, and pick and roll. Of course, I think that's very simple. But I just want to understand it more because I do want to know. I'm not a box score watcher because I know that if you're watching football,
right.
no reason why you should be coming over to basketball box score watching. That's
Hmm.
But I do want to understand just that way I know when you say, okay, this guy, I want to know why this guy, when you say, okay, this guy, what he did in college, or if they go back to drafting out of high school, what he's doing here will not translate to the NBA. I want to understand
Mm-hmm.
why. When people say, oh, that's crazy, like I
Uh huh.
Olin Depot, and they was like, nah, he wasn't really like that. He was cool, but he wasn't really like that. And I'm like, I'm not saying he was like that, like LeBron like that, but he was solid. He was solid.
Yeah.
I feel like Terry Rose, people like players like Terry Rozier, Trey Mann, Colin Sexton. To me, from the surface level of things, those are easy players to dissect because of the example of Jamal Crawford. I think that's his name. I might have his first name wrong, but I know his last name was Crawford. I think
Mm-hmm.
it's easier for me to say, okay, I get that, like the Nick Young type of players. I get that, but within the offense, like Kentavious Caldwell Pope, I understand something like that. I think it's easy. But when people say, like Thunder Notice, player's choice, and Jordan, I see now what he didn't piss me off. But when he was like, oh, LaMelo, he wanted to say LaMelo like everybody else do, like he plays street ball. I want to understand why people feel that way about his game because I don't understand it. Because I'm thinking, like, is it just because y'all feel like you don't understand, like, NBA offense, defense still? Like, what is it that has you saying, oh, he plays more like street ball? Like, if you was playing 21, he'll be the best player on the court. If you was, I really want to understand it.
Yeah, because you got some players that are just really good 1-on-1. So if you play in a defense where that's all he got to worry about is beating his man 1-on-1, he can beat his man 1-on-1, and then at that point he can create from either going up on the big. If the big step out on him, he can go up on the big, or he can pass out and he can get the ball to whoever the big arm leave. It's like that's simple basketball, but then you got like I can tell you more about like football as far as defensive and schemes and all that better than I can tell you about basketball. Well, basketball is like sometimes you can be better than the scheme. You can just be more athletic than with a scheme coming at you. It don't matter what somebody do. Like you just go like there was no scheme you could put against Jordan, so you had to just beat him up. Yeah, if you understand what I mean, like
Yeah.
just stuff like that.
Same
But at the
thing with
same time,
LeBron
it's certain
a Shaq. Same
yeah.
thing
So
with
like
him.
with LeBron, like this LeBron entire career. I got the ball in my hand and I'm gonna dictate what's going on. If I feel like I can score, I'm gonna score. If I feel like okay, this person about to come down, I don't know. Like if you like people could say, I know I don't got LeBron as no gold or nothing like that, but LeBron understand the game of basketball better than Michael. He understand that shit better than I don't say better than Kobe, but because only reason I say he understand the game.
Oh, I
The,
disagree with you there.
No, see, the thing about it is the reason why I can't really say it, but I can say it because LeBron had the ball in his hand more, and I don't see LeBron win a championship in his own, regardless of the teammates that you can see he had and all that. LeBron always been the, hey, I got the ball, y'all kind of just do what I kind of say. Like I got y'all, just chill out. I got this. He micromanages everybody except for Kyrie. That's the only player he ever played with that he had to micromanage. So to be able to do that is like you got to get a man his props for that at least. Don't get me wrong, Kobe might go. So I ain't saying he better than Kobe. I ain't saying that shit. I just saying understanding basketball, there ain't too much people on the same level as Rondo and CP3 and LeBron. Like Rondo ain't been super athletic. Rondo even had a jumper. But
Yep.
Rondo understand how to beat a defense because he understand what he's looking at and he understand what I need to do to beat this. It don't take him long to decipher what a team's trying to do within the first half, then he make an adjustment. So like I said, we just take it back to football is like as a quarterback, that's why I don't get on quarterbacks and call them trash and all that shit there. And better yet, just to use Lamar Jackson for instance. The reason why Lamar Jackson used to struggle so much is because Lamar Jackson ain't used to understand what he been looking at. But since he's so athletic, it don't fucking matter. Since he
Yep.
got that
Same
speed,
thing
it
with
don't
Michael Vick.
matter.
Michael
But
Vick
when you
too.
get in that playoffs, and now it come like, oh, you behind the sticks. Like now you got 3rd and 11 or 2nd and 14 instead of a manageable 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 7. It's like now you can't just depend on running 14 yards for first down. Now you got to sit back in that pocket and be a quarterback. That's what Lamar used to struggle at. Now he one of the best passers in the league, but that's kind of dependent on his legs because you can't really treat him like how you treat any other quarterback.
But and that's to counter that. That's so crazy to me because quarterbacks running now. I said y'all don't want these quarterbacks to really run for real. It's great if they can, but y'all still want them people to stick inside that pocket and make
Yeah.
passes here, be like Brady Manning and both Manning brothers actually. But
Yeah.
I think, and I'll say this, like when it comes to LaMelo, and not just LaMelo, it applies to Devin Booker. These guys, one thing they can do, regardless of the volume and where the shot is, like I do want to understand what makes certain shots bad. I can understand the base part of it, like if somebody's in your face, but I think sometimes when people are jealous of players or hating, like they make excuses like, oh, they shouldn't have took that. That was a bad shot. Like it's really pleasing to hear that people said, well, yeah, LeBron took some bad shots too. Like he be taking bad shots when he shouldn't have shot it and things like that. But I do want to understand in general, like, how do you determine how open is, a guy? Because sometimes, like, when Miles Bridges is not a good 3-point shooter, so the guy's going to go cover him, but they're not going to go cover him like they would go cover Brandon Miller or LaMelo Ball or maybe even Con Knipple. We'll see. They won't. That coverage, I know, is not the same, but does that still not make those guys I just made name not open when they shoot the shot? That's why I said I do want somebody just to break it down and as simple as it can be when it comes to basketball in terms of openness. What makes this shot better than the other shot? Or stuff like that. Like I do want to understand because sometimes it's like, what y'all mean? Like I'm trying very hard because I know better not to watch the box score, watch the it's like, what do you mean? Like, it's a bad, what you mean? Like, when people take shots early in the shot clock, I'm like, okay, I get that, but I do feel like people are nitpicking.
I mean, it's player dependent. Like if Curry take if Curry take a three, that's like he got enough space to take the three, and he early in the shot clock. You really ain't gonna get as mad at that because it's Curry. But if it's somebody like let's say Ant Edwards or whatever, he take a
Yeah,
shot early down the clock. It's like, damn, you should have kind of let the offense develop a little bit. Then you got to add another variable of the situation. Like, is it late in the fourth? Is it late in the half? Is it late in the quarter? Like, how are y'all down by points? Are y'all trying to protect the lead? It's so much different variables that it's really hard for anybody to break down what's a good and bad shot. It really depending on like if you a role player, I don't need you taking that deep three just because you open. If you hit it, cool. But if you don't, it's like, damn, like, I mean, you could have get that good. We could have get a better shot if you had swinging the ball one more time. Like, I feel like a lot of the time, to me, that's what a hidden thing when it comes to Lonzo that a lot of people don't look at. Lonzo always make the extra pass. The
yeah,
extra pass is always the easy shot for the next person. A lot of players don't make the extra pass because in
yep.
their mind is like, oh, he's swinging to me. I got the three. I'm gonna shoot him. I slightly open. But if you got a point guard that shit a rock around and everybody get a touch, you more willing to make the extra pass. Know what I
But
mean? Like,
to defend that though, I think it's again about the business of the NBA. You're more likely to get paid what you do individually, offensively, regardless of the skill set, than it is what you would do for the team. You could be the best
yeah,
ever, but they got to go play like for the objective purposes. Let's say LeBron was, which LeBron and CP3 did get paid, but they were also the best players at the same time. But if they were just solely with the playmaking and the defense and stuff like that, guys like Carmelo, Kobe, or Iverson, they would get paid second to them. Look how I treat Steve Nash like that too. But how people are making the arguments like Steve Nash was really that guy offensively. It's just that he relied on his passing more to make his teammates better. And I'm like, no, I don't know about that. I don't know what you're talking about, champ. Like, I ain't saying Steve Nash trash. And I'm not saying he was a bad defender, but I don't know what you're talking about. Like Derek Fisher. I see what people was talking about with Derek Fisher. But it was just like, okay, what do y'all want? Like, do y'all want all offense, all flash? Or do you want guys like Steve Nash to be flashy, but yet very team-oriented? Same thing with Tony Parker. And I think Dex was the one that we was talking about. Manny, whatever his name, Ginobili. His first name is. I know it's not Manny. But they was like, no, like the player that you seen in Pop System when he was overseas and playing, he could have did this and that if I would allow him to do this. And it's just like, I don't know. Because the only reference point I have is how he looked on the Spurs. Same thing with Tony Parker, how he looked on the Spurs. I don't see what you mean in terms of this offensive juggernaut player. Do I understand better now that you don't have to be high and in points to be that effective on offense? Absolutely. Chris Paul and Rondo especially have taught me that, but it's just like y'all pick and choose all the time. It's never consistent.
Yeah, it do seem like it pick and choose. Like a lot of fans do that. Like I know, like especially with me being like I do a lot of betting, so it's like it do be times where I'll be watching the game and I'll be like, well, shit, I need this player to score one more point, and they'll like take a three that they covered and be like, man, why you taking that back, man? This nigga, y'all trash. Like, so a lot of that do come into play or whatever. Like I said, it's different variables that go into what's a good and what's a bad shot. You got like KD. I feel like if KD take a shot, I ain't gonna be mad. I ain't never call a shot KD take a bad shot because I know he probably practicing that shot.
Oh, wait till that start. I feel that starting soon.
Yeah, like I see somebody the other day, but they been like yeah, they had the Rockets roster, and they been like, oh, all I gotta do is run a zone on them, saying, because a lot of
Yeah,
them
I've
boys
seen
ain't
that.
knowing the shooters, and it's
Yeah.
like, well, you can't really run a zone, especially in the NBA, because at the same time, you got Sengun. Sengun run not the point, but Sengun is a big man that can pass and he can shoot the mid range. So
Right.
everything coming from the post, you can't really zone that up. It's like it gonna be a lot of cutting going on around him that zone gonna get exposed. You got athletic that team perfect. Like you run zone against that team, it gonna be so much damn back cuts and shit, dunks from them different players. Then you got KD. You ain't zoning up. You zone up against KD. KD dropping 50. Well, maybe
Mhm.
not 50 because he don't take too much threes or whatever like that. He don't really get to the line as much. But KD's dropping like 30, 40 points. Like that's just how the world work when it comes to running the zone. So you can't just say we gonna zone them up. A lot of people don't be understanding. Like I say, like at least you can admit like certain things you don't understand, whatever. But some people don't understand basketball and they just be saying shit just because they're mad or just because they feel like, oh, he must have shot, so he shouldn't have take that shot. Halliburton take a lot of shots in the playoffs that would be considered quote unquote bad shots, but since it going in, it's like, he Halley time with the Halley, all that shit. They like
Yeah.
that shit just
And
variable
that,
and.
yep. Sorry about that. You can finish.
Oh no, I've been done. Everything is just like people do pick and choose now. Like a lot of people don't know what they're looking at, but they still gonna talk and say what they think. But
But I'm gonna tell you another thing that was easy for me to understand too. Like I said, I get it a little bit, but not all the way. Halliburton in his scoring. When I don't know how many games he went and didn't score a lot, or at least I think it was 20 points. I don't know how many games that was. I just heard people complaining about it. And I was just like, I want to know what y'all saying that y'all thought that he was just this scoring guard, like even though LaMelo's volume is hard, and to a lot of people, he's very inconsistent. Like, what did y'all see that y'all thought that he could compete with guys like LaMelo as inconsistent as he is? Booker, Kyrie, Luca. Like, I don't see that when I look at
no,
Halliburton. He
so
was
even
like,
if you watch the entire season with the Pacers, he never was that high volume scorer.
that's what I'm saying. But why did people like? I really, because to me, it didn't seem like they was looking at his. Maybe it was that they was looking at his box score, but I don't know what it was. But I'm like, I'm glad. I don't want to hear the discourse this year about that. This man, well, he's hurt, but when he comes back, oh, he didn't score 25. He didn't do this. I expect Halliburton to be a way better defender than what he is. I expect Halliburton to be a better playmaker than what he is. That's about it. Like the scoring, like he ain't cheats like Rondo was, but
Yeah.
it's not that. Like he's not that as a scorer. He okay. He can give you those points on a good day, but it's not maybe 15 points. Maybe it could be his average. I feel like that's kind of disrespectful, so I'm gonna boost it up to 18. But I wish people would just be realistic when it comes to certain, like De'Aaron Fox. They want him to be this playmaker, and I'm like, that's not De'Aaron Fox. He's clearly a scorer. As long
And
as
not even he. To be honest with you, bro, like De'Aaron Fox is De'Aaron Fox is exactly De'Aaron Fox is Chris Paul without the IQ but with a lot more athletic ability. Because if you look at Chris Paul game throughout the years, his game always been get me a pick and I'm gonna shoot this low mid range. That's what De'Aaron Fox do. He just do it at a quicker speed. He just ain't gonna stop and pop all the time. He gonna sometimes try to get to the basket, but he ain't no high volume scorer his damn. So the problem with people is they see the Pacers in the finals, and then instead of thinking about it like, okay, cool, how they get there, they be like, well, the only player I know like that is Halliburton. He the most popular person, so he got to be putting up 20, 30 points for them more to get here.
Mhm.
That's how that shit work with a lot of people. And then they look at the box score when time matter, like in the playoffs, is like, damn, he only scored 7 points this game. Damn, he only scored 17. Damn, he only scored 14. And then he would have that one game where he dropped 20, 25. You're like, oh, yeah, but Halliburton on today. But it's like, no, he been doing this all season. He will have them little games where he'll drop 20 plus or whatever. But he been kind of doing this all season.
Mhm.
But people don't really watch. It's 82 games in the season for every single NBA team. Unless that's your favorite team, you're not watching more than 70% of those games. Like I watch basketball, but I can't. If it ain't a Mavericks or if it ain't a team where like a popular team or one of the better teams in the league, I'm not going to sit there and lie like I watch more than damn 30% of the
I
games. Like
don't
Charlotte Hornets, I don't get me wrong, I do watch more Charlotte Hornets games than I should probably watch now, but it's
absolutely.
like that's only because I stay near them. That's who come on the fucking TV all the time, and I go to a lot of their games. But outside of that, if Charlotte Hornets, but in damn like Indiana Pacers, I maybe watched 4 games of theirs that been on TV or something like that. I couldn't really tell you about the Pacers throughout the season, but then when I look at them in the playoffs, I understand why. But looking at it, and then when I do look at the box scores, like okay, well that match up. Oh, I think every night somebody else contributes to stand a third. It's a team effort. Okay, cool. But like I say, a
Right.
lot of people don't watch games until the playoffs come, and they be trying to decipher this was gonna happen, that was gonna happen, boom, boom, boom. Like Pacers, one of them teams where they wasn't a popular team throughout the season for people to be like they watched them so heavily outside of Pacers fans.
Another thing that I'm interested, and I did get to watch because this team was successful, was what's that team name? Golden State with Steph. I'm not understanding the discourse when it comes to Steph's not top 5 or he's barely this because if he didn't have Clay, I do see more of a team cohesive unit and whatever when it comes to Golden State, when they was winning and being dominant. But I think we're too much in the mindset of because a lot of us grew up at the tail end in the 2000s watching Kobe, AI, and Carmelo and LeBron there too, that a lot of people think individualized instead of thinking in a team structure. As much as we preach teams, at the end of the day, it's more like it's still down to this individual on this team to be great. So when I look at Steph, I feel like the criticism is unfair. Y'all are punishing a player that instructively played within a system, executed that system well, him and Clay. But I don't like to participate in the all-time conversations. I really don't know what to do with them because I do feel like they're great, but I'm like, okay, let me get out of this mindset of Kobe because as an individual, he was really great. But within a team structure, if I took Kobe off of the Lakers, where Phil Jackson had a structure and a system, but am I wrong to say that Kobe might have worked outside of that system more times than not? I don't want to be disrespectful. Same thing with Jordan, whereas LeBron and Steph and even Clay play within the systems that the coach gave them to a certain extent. But when it came to LeBron, his talent he accomplished more by being more of an individual outside of that system. It's very different, but I do feel like people are doing Steph like just to do him wrong because I hear that discourse with Chris Paul too. I said Chris Paul we know has been hurt. Yeah, the times he's got into the playoffs, it ain't looked, but again, give him credit for getting there and the impact that he has. Y'all give the dudes to Rondo, but Steph and Chris Paul is inconsistent to me. And I do want to what do you want? Do you want a team player like we assume that KD is, or do you want more of an individual player like the Russell Westbrooks, Derrick Rose, even John Wall, guys like that, James Harden? Do y'all want players like that? Or do y'all want players like Steph? Because I ain't gonna lie, I want players like Steph, Clay, and KD all day long. I ain't gonna touch you. If it's for the appearance of playing like a team, that's Lonzo. I want players like that all day long, every day. I'll take a group effort more than the individual talent, which to a lot of people, why they'll say, "Oh, you'll get fired."
But see, the thing about Steph, and I ain't one of them people that I don't feel like Steph top 5, top 10, or even top 15. The problem with Steph is, and it do stem from a lot of the Kobe days and T Mac and all these different players or whatnot.
Carter.
When you look at like I'll use Katie for instance. Katie need the table to be set. Katie need a team where he can come in and do his thing. You don't need it. You don't need to be all. We need you to be all NBA defense. Oh, we need you to be the playmaker for the team. We need you to be. No, I coming in. I'm gonna give you buckets. Whatever everybody else need to do their job, but when y'all need a bucket and he might turn or a play coming to me, I'm gonna knock the shit down more times than not. That's what Katie best at. Not saying Katie can't score on a bad roster, but Katie best, and he helps you more when everything else set up on the table.
Yeah.
When you look at Steph. It's hard to put somebody in the top 5 if you can't affect the game more than one side of the ball. When you can only affect the game on one, not even one side, but one area of the game. Steph ain't going. If Steph off that night, you got to hide Steph defensively while also him having a bad night. Then when Steph get in the playoffs, yeah, Steph give you some good games, but Steph also got a couple finals where he didn't really show up. So when I think about Steph, I've seen a lot of dudes on the court that can do, and I ain't even talking about the NBA court. I'm talking about like just rec ball that can do a lot of the things Steph do outside of shoot the three that well. They can get to the basket the same way. They got the same type of flow of the game. They got the same way to get into the basket. But nobody in this world or in this universe can shoot the ball like him. Like him shoot the ball, turn around, and just forget about it. You ain't finding nobody else in the world that probably can do that at that rate that he doing or shoot that deep as he doing. But everything else you can find as a dude who around 6 feet, 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", that got handles, that can get to certain spots as far as like getting to his flow of the game. That's normal to me. I can't see you a top 5 player in the world when I can say, okay, cool, put him in a one-on-one against Kobe. Kobe locking that shit up, and he ain't fucking stopping Kobe. Put him against T-Mac. T-Mac can lock him up, and he ain't stopping T-Mac. You know what I mean? It's like, take away. I always say, take away a player's best attribute and tell me who that player is. Steph ain't no point guard. You know what I mean? It's like, if you take away his three, then what? Kobe, you can take away his three, he get into the basket.
And I'm asking, testing in the chat. Like, do you agree with that terminology? Jessica, you too, and Rap God, if he's still here, and L Train, like what he just, because that's what I hear about Steph, and I'm like, I really don't believe that. Like, I just think I don't.
Like think about it now. Like, every year Steph has had to been hit on defense. That's a liability. And like I said, Kyrie, you can't tell me shit about no Kyrie Irving. Same with Kyrie. I can't put Kyrie in no top 5, top 10 players of all time, no matter how much I ride for, bro. Because at some point you gotta hide him. At some point, if his shots ain't going down, like he play off ball defense now, he's a good off ball player now, but you can't give me nothing else.
So
he gives me more than Steph. Don't get me wrong. Kyrie gives you more than Steph gives you because you can take Kyrie handles away. He still shoot down there 40% from 3. You can take his 3 away. He can get to the bucket on you. He shoot a high percentage finishing at the rim. It's like no matter like offensively, he gives you more than Steph. But go ahead.
No, Derrick Rose as a creator for himself, Kyrie and Russell Westbrook, like in that group, John Wall. Would he be in that group or in Steph's group, like the Steph's older Ray Allen, guys like that? Which I've heard positive things about Ray Allen. That, of course, and I knew this already, that the Ray Allen that I seen in Miami and in Boston was not.
Nah, in Milwaukee,
Miami.
In Milwaukee and Seattle, he been that dude. Yeah, like he was that dude.
Yeah,
But
that's what I heard, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take out. So, do you think like I'm trying to give Stephen just like the baton, because I just think I don't know, man. I think it was a blessing that he got Clay. I think it's a blessing that he got Steph. I think we are too hard on Steph, man. Like I ain't gonna
no, it's
lie.
not really too hard on them. It's like it's when you think of, like I said, if I go, I always say if I go on the court right now, maybe not on the court because I mean a lot of people don't play defense. Defense is one of them things where it's like nobody really lock up outside no more. Whatever, you go play in the courts or the gyms or whatever. It's like okay, it's like a fast break the whole game. Damn near, it's fast breaking threes.
Hmm.
So it's like when I think about Steph, it's like I just don't see where he can dominate the game at from a standpoint of okay, his shots ain't going down. What else can he do? I just don't see it. Like I've never seen a Steph where it's like, oh yeah, like damn, I forget he even can shoot the three this game. Like shit, he been doing so much. He been doing this. He been doing that. He been doing this. Like I just don't see that. So it's hard for me to put him in the top five. Like for like with LeBron, like the reason why LeBron always get these conversations is because he ain't never been a great on ball defender, but he always been somebody that is like you gotta for better or worse, you gotta kind of worry about LeBron defensively when he been in his younger days, I should say.
Hmm.
LeBron can transform a team without scoring. LeBron can affect the team.
Okay.
He
So
can
you
get players in the right position. He can make the right passes. He do all these things offensively, and then on defense, you ain't gotta hide him. Even if he ain't the greatest defender of all time or one of the greatest defenders, you don't gotta hide a LeBron, but you gotta hide a Steph. You gotta hide a Kyrie. You know what I mean? You gotta hide a Dame. Them the type of players you gotta hide. But the
because
offensive output just so high that it's like you can't keep them off the floor.
so you think Dane don't besides scoring? I mean playmaking, obviously. I ain't really paid attention to him, and I mean it's mainly been highlights or like when I came into like the fourth quarter and stuff and seeing Dame scoring. But you feel like outside of scoring, Dame don't do nothing else.
No, you don't really offer you nothing else.
Ooh.
He always got the ball in his hand. You gotta think about like
Yeah,
when
I
he
know that.
when it's CJ McCullough's like CJ McCullough ain't no great defender, but he got a little more size on him. But it's like players that don't give you nothing outside of what you know them for. Like think about every player in league history and what you know them for. Take that away, and then what else? Like
Like
how
I
did, like I believe Jordan and Kobe's the only two players that ever touched a basketball that don't have any flaws. And when I say don't have flaws, I mean like, oh yeah, well they the best 3-point shooter plus the best this best that. I talking about like if we need a three, I don't have to be like, okay, our best player is KG. He can't get us three though. We gotta find somebody else on the court to give us that. We
mhm.
need to stop. Oh, Kyrie and Steph. No, they can't stop nobody like that. As every player in the NBA history outside of those two, you can find an attribute it is that's like, nah, they ain't gonna give you that. I love them, but
So
they ain't gonna give you that.
I think Shaq is too easy of an example. To
See,
be
Shaq,
fair,
Shaq is the most dominant player, but
yeah,
like I said, with Shaq is like the
that's
fact that we can employ hacker Shaq is already a weakness.
diabolically crazy. Like what?
Like it's
Heck is that?
already a weakness at that point. All I
Yeah,
gotta do is keep three or four big men on the bench who ready to pick up some fouls. We can slow that whole thing down. And like
yeah,
I even saying earlier about Kobe in the system, like yeah, in that triangle system, they did win a lot of championships playing that triangle. But even when you hear Phil Jackson talk, Phil Jackson said when Shaq going down and we couldn't really run the triangle like we wanted to, I let Kobe go. Kobe damn going 9, 10 games straight, 40, 40, 40, 40, 30 plus for 14 games. All these different numbers because he don't need to play in the system to produce. The problem is when you got Shaq in there, Shaq get bored if he ain't getting the ball. Now he can't be dominant Shaq because now he ain't running down the court as fast enough. Now he ain't doing the things, he ain't focused, he ain't locked in. So
yeah,
the triangle actually been a detriment to Kobe game. Imagine if he had Kobe off the leash his entire career with Shaq. It
yeah.
wouldn't like, and I tell people all the time, like if you people would like to say, oh yeah, Kobe got them 3 rings with Shaq. But if you really go back and look at all those Western Conference runs for Kobe and Shaq. Kobe been leading the way. Kobe been leading the points, or at least tie like in the same like half a point or a point different than Shaq. Shaq dominate when he get in the East because you knew he had to play in the finals. The Kimbe Walker older. Fucking the
Yeah,
Nets with fucking Collins and all, and not Collins, what the dude name was?
I forgot the
Um
center,
McCullough and all them, like
but
the Pacers. Like he ain't had nobody to go against in the in the finals, because that's the East. The East always been historically weak, and the reason why the East been weaker than the West, and because the West had that much more talented players, because they had big man every damn near. You go to Sacramento, you go to San Antonio, you go to LA, you go to Dallas. They had big man that could have dominated or whatnot. But when you get in the East, that been an easy kick. So when people be like, "Oh, he had Shaq," people just really thinking about them finals instead of thinking about the road to the finals.
overall,
Every year that they win the finals, the real NBA finals, but in the Western Conference Finals. But people like to
oh yeah,
discredit Kobe because of that. They like to discredit Kobe and not realize, like, no, like y'all gotta understand, Kobe been the best player on the court in all in Western
but
Conference Finals runs.
like somebody said, Kobe was second fiddle for until Gasol, and I don't know why they don't like to mention Bynum, but that's when he was first fiddle. Dirk was always first fiddle in their eyes. Tim Duncan was always first fiddle. KG was first fiddle. Carmelo was, they were first. Kobe was
Hmm.
second, and then Kobe came off the bench. Iverson was first. Kobe was the only one that was not first that played with a player as dominant as Shaq. But that's not like, yeah, Kobe had every right. The Charlotte, what was their team? Bobcats. To say, that, yeah, they're fucking ass. Yeah, I can be playing in LA and be ass, or this team be ass before I play in Charlotte and be ass. I don't understand. Like, was Kobe supposed to be like? I'm not gonna say Allen Iverson didn't want to be in Philadelphia, but if these guys literally have a choice, do you think they really, really said, hey, yeah, I want to go to this team? If I had absolutely not, I'm pretty sure they would want to come in, and because I don't think they really think, oh, I'm second fiddle. Like, it's selfish as Carmelo Anthony was, and people say Kobe was, and I don't think they really cared about that. I just think they cared about winning. And so in that object, I'm pretty sure for sure with Iverson, as people said he was selfish and too ball dominant, that if he could take it absolutely outside of the love Philly has for him, he would have went to a team that was better. If Wade was able to go into they would go into better situations. So to discredit Kobe because he played with people like Rick Fox, Shaq of all people, but it's somebody else on that roster that I always forget. Rick Fox and
Ray Fox, Shaq, Ori, damn, they had
yeah, Robert Horry is who I was saying. That's
Derek
not
Fisher.
Kobe's fault. Only thing Kobe
Yeah.
said was no to the Bobcats. That's all he said as far as what I can take from the situation about him being drafted. That's what he said. To punish him and to say, oh, he don't deserve to be in the conversations with LeBron or Jordan or Tim. And it's just like that's unfair.
Like that, like
Like,
I'm gonna give you the stats, right? Just the Western Conference runs that him and Shaq went on together. Kobe averaged 28.7, 5 assists, and 6 rebounds. Shaq averaged 27.6 and 13.7 rebounds. That don't sound like, if we just going off of raw scoring, that sound like, okay, Kobe won 1A and Shaq won 1B. Then when you get to the East, when you get to the actual finals, when they playing against the East, that's when Shaq numbers balloon to 35 and 36 a game type shit.
mm-hmm.
Because now you playing, okay, cool. Like, why would Kobe take over when the mismatch is at the center position? Ain't
Right.
nobody can play against Shaq inside the East or whatever.
Same thing with
But
LeBron.
the problem was people like to revise history the way they want to revise it. People like, you hear them talk about LeBron, they are like, oh yeah, LeBron did this, LeBron did that. Yeah, LeBron always was the number one, unquestioned number one. But
Right.
it's not that Kobe ain't been the number one. It's the fact that the situation he been in, you can't, when you think about Shaq and you think about the most dominant player ever, and then you seen all this, you want to discredit Kobe because in your mind it's like, well, shit, if he ain't had Shaq, he wouldn't be blah blah blah. But it's like, Bro, that been one A, one B. That been Batman and Superman. Damn, and Batman and Robin, and Batman and Superman. But see, a lot of people that talk basketball ain't old enough to be able to watch that shit in real time. So they going based off of what they know about players from the past. Well, they look at him like, oh yeah, well, shit. My dad said Shaq was just dominant, blah blah blah, woo woo. And in their mind, oh, if Shaq been that dominant, then I mean, and Kobe with him. Well, that's why Kobe won all them championships because he had Shaq. But then when they think about Jordan, same thing. Oh, Jordan had Pippen and he had Rodman, but they didn't realize Rodman, but the damn fucking he just been a rebounder and a hard fucking worker. He ain't been this. Oh, he be dropping 25 before he get with Jordan and him, and now he doing no, bro. Like that ain't what that button. But see, when they look at LeBron, they look at LeBron and say, "Oh, well, he had Kyrie and Kevin Love." Well, yeah, well, I mean, Kevin Love ain't really been a big three because Kevin Love been, and you know, Kyrie, he ain't did nothing by himself since he leave LeBron. Oh, he had AD. Yeah, well, you know, AD, damn shit, AD ain't did nothing before he get with LeBron. LeBron already had a championship. Oh, well, he had Chris Bosh and Wade. Oh, well, I mean, shit. At the end of the day, Wade ain't really been all that because Wade been always hurt, and it's like people give credit. People don't give Kobe credit for the team that he played. People take credit away from Kobe because they feel like he had a dominant teammate. But they don't never try to take none away from LeBron when he had dominant teammates. Like they'll try to say Bosh ain't been a superstar, but Bosh been a franchise player in Toronto before you get there. But see, you got a lot of younger people who start watching basketball around the time LeBron and leaving Cleveland and go to Miami. So all they ever know is LeBron. Like you got some people right now where all their life has been LeBron they've been born when LeBron been drafted and that been their whole life. So you can't tell them nothing, which I ain't gonna knock them about that because that's their generation. But at the end of the day, it's like you got people that's old enough to see these different people. Like I ain't old enough to see Jordan. So I can't sit there and be like, oh yeah, well Jordan, but this Jordan, but that Jordan, so and so. But at the end of the day, if my favorite player look at that player as his goal, who am I to argue against it if he himself said, I take my game and I follow everything this person does? Who am I to say, oh yeah, well, Kobe better than Jordan? If you sit there and say Kobe, Jordan the GOAT over Kobe, you ain't gonna never get an argument out me. I'll be like, I mean, it is what it is. If you want to say that, I ain't gonna argue with you. But you ain't about to say LeBron better.
But another problem I fear too, and I wish people would just let stuff be natural. Kobe passed on and all, but Kobe, what 10 years maybe? It would be, or is it less time since he retired than that? It's over 10 years, right? Since he last retired.
Yeah.
What people don't understand is anybody, I'm gonna put 5 kids. I say this all the time. Sometimes kids' favorite players are who they hear they adults talk about, or sometimes going to the game. For example, because I was more of a football person than a basketball person, it would seem not to be safe, but just to get the conversation going. If somebody asked me who my favorite player was, Kobe. You know, Kobe. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna miss something. I did like Iverson, but that was for different reasons. I ain't gonna lie. It's still to this day, it's a different reason. But as I tell people, regardless of how his career went, my player that I have to choose because I'm mature, you know, you get older, you look at things, is Rose. Like,
right.
Kobe was great, but Rose is my favorite player. And I don't think people understand. They're trying to force like LeBron being people's favorite player on these kids, and you have to just let it be. Understand? They should be aware of fucking LeBron. Like, come on now.
Yeah.
But that don't mean LeBron is their favorite. Who is their favorite player for real? Like, I think it's cheesy. Like I said, maybe how old was Cooper Flag when Kobe retired? How much does Cooper Flag vividly remember of Kobe's years? Like, I vividly remember Kobe, you know, with the Celtics and things, but not as much as Rose because I seen it. I didn't see Rose in high school. I seen a little here and there in college, but I literally got to watch the career that Derrick Rose did have, his whole career from, you know, the start of the NBA. Same thing with Russell Westbrook, John Wall, Kevin Durant. You know, to me, I understand how good Kobe was and Shaq was and the possibility that T-Mac, you know, the player that T-Mac can be, or Carmelo Anthony was, but they're just not like, I'm not like, yes, I'm taking Derrick Rose over all those people. I'm sorry. I'm
Right.
saying because I just wasn't there from the beginning, and I think that's the normal process of things. People like when I heard LaMelo, I forgot who LaMelo said is his favorite player, but when they do the teams, who would be on your team? I feel like Kobe, unfortunately, is only in the discussion because it's pressure, and backlash, and I don't like that about fandoms. When people don't mention Kobe being on their team, let these kids choose. Like that's not their favorite player. That's not who they want to be on their team. It is what it is. Like I don't hear nobody ever name Tim Duncan with these younger kids. I don't know why. I don't mind my business there, but I don't.
Because, like I said, a lot of the younger generation, and that's why I say, like, I agree with you, but this younger generation do not watch back. They don't watch sports in general.
Yeah, I
They
know.
don't sit
I get
down and
that.
actually watch it to understand what they watch, and they go based off of what other people say. So
Yep.
when you sit down and you really think about it, it's like if you ask a kid right now to name like they starting five, they gonna say the players that they feel like they like to watch play. And yeah, there's some type of pressure to put LeBron in there. There's pressure to put the Kobe in there. There's pressure to put Jordan in there. Cause if you tell somebody your top five and you don't got at least one of them three players, they can say, "Oh, you ain't know what you talking about." This and the third, and peer pressure is a motherfucker. Oh no, I mean whatever. Everybody don't like to argue about where a player should be. But if you look at all these players. Kobe coming to the league in the Jordan era. He played
Mhm.
his own era, and then
So
he leave out inside LeBron era. He won a championship while he won a championship right after Jordan retired in the 2000s. 2000, 2001, 2002 championship.
Mhm.
He won a championship in what 2010, 2011. If I'm mistaken, LeBron been in the league, KD been in the league, Steph been in the league. He put them same I want to say he put them same Thunders out the playoffs. He put them same young war before they start blowing out or whatever like that. Start
Yep,
blowing up.
Steph.
Put them
Yep.
like he played in all these different generations and he survived all. Like think about it. And just to go to the top three conversation, everybody the consensus top three is Kobe, Jordan, and LeBron, right?
Well, Tim Duncan now. They took Kobe out and put Tim.
Okay,
I,
so cool. Look at it like this. In Jordan era, but in the 90s, from 90 to 99, he
mhm.
dominated with rings. He gets 6 out of the 9, or 6 out of the 10, however you want to look at it, right? Kobe era, 2000 to 2010, he get 5 out of that 10. Tim Duncan get the rest. Well, I mean, Tim Duncan get 4, and I think who get the? I know, no, yeah, Tim Duncan get the 4 because Pistons I get one year in 2004 or 2003, one of the years. So he dominated. So Kobe dominated his era, which is the 2000s. What you want to say, you can say Shaq been on the team, whatever you want to say. The rings is the rings. Because if you want to take credit away from Shaq, I mean from Kobe for Shaq, then you got to take credit away from LeBron for having D Wade, who previously won his own championship on his own,
Yep.
and Chris Bosh, who been a multi All Star, young franchise player for Raptors and whatnot.
Yep. A
Le-
generation every 10
yeah,
years.
LeBron era to me is the 2011 from 2010 on up. We
To
see
like,
Steph get 4. We
yep.
see Giannis get 1. We see Jokic get 1. We see a lot of players get rings and on LeBron watch
And Shay, that's 7.
and Shea. So it's like
No,
at
wait a
what
minute, because a generation is every 10 years. So,
and
um,
LeBron. They say LeBron dominated since 2011
well,
because
still
Kobe.
Jordan led in rings now that I'm thinking about it, because I think it was like 87, 88 for the new generation. I forgot because it stopped at 2000, I think. That was
Yeah,
10 years in 2000. If I'm
yeah. So
thinking,
like I say, like Jordan dominated. If you and like I said, Kobe, even if Kobe ain't in somebody top 3, Kobe in somebody top 10 to 15, or he considered one of the
they
main
don't want to
people.
put them in that panic.
And that's
But
the problem. The
yep,
people
you're right though.
that's how the argument go right there. This is why Kobe getting off. Jordan fans don't mind Kobe being in the top 3. They just don't want him in front of Jordan.
Okay.
And Kobe fans don't mind him being number 2. They just don't want him outside the top 3. LeBron fans understand LeBron only got 4 rings. He ain't even get past Kobe yet, so he can't even have the ring conversation over Kobe.
Yep.
Then move on to the stats. The stats empty because he played all those years, so he can't really stand on stats because people really don't respect the stats how he wanted them, or he want them to respect the stats because it's a longevity thing for him. So
Mhm.
LeBron fans feel like if we take Kobe down a couple of notches, who else gonna be in the top 2 or 3? Now you really got an argument with Jordan because we can just bring up stats. So
Mhm.
when you hearing all these people putting Kobe at number 10, 11, and 12, that's only because people want you to feel like, well, damn, him and Kobe ain't even a conversation. It's really with Jordan. So Jordan got the 6 rings, but shit, LeBron got 4 and he got all the stats. So that kind of put them on the same thing. And if you think about it, Kobe, Jordan. It's like it's a dumb argument when all we got to do is go look at the context of everything we look at. I mean, the
Mhm.
context of the game of basketball.
I keep
What?
saying the top 10 needs to be by era, and then from that era, you take to make 25 players, top 25, right? You would take the 5 best players from each era, or generation, sorry, each generation, and do it that way. I think that's more simplistic.
Yeah, because
So
I always say that the '90s GOAT is Jordan, the 2000 GOAT is Kobe, the 2010s on up was it's a toss up. If you really want to keep it a buck, it's a toss up between LeBron and Steph. Because I know I said all that about Steph earlier, but at the end of the day, if we just gonna use rings and we gonna use accomplishments and we gonna use like for whatever I want to say about Steph, people do look at Steph as he should be in the top 5 to 10 players. So like I said, you got players in NBA history that they don't got a conversation to be had for them to be top 5. You got some players that ain't top 5, but they got a conversation for it. Then you
mhm.
got players that there's no conversation. They in the top 5, but we're at the top 5. Steph is one of them players where he got a conversation for top 5, but he just ain't top 5.
Yep.
LeBron in that top 5, he just where he gonna be at. Kobe in that top 5, but where he gonna be at. Jordan in that top 5, but where he gonna be at. That's the only 3 players that's solidified in the top 5. It's just a matter of where he gonna fall at. Then
But
you got
some
players
people,
like Tim Duncan who got a
yeah,
conversation for top 5. But hey, I mean,
and
do
that's
he got
my
a better
thing about,
conversation over players like Magic Johnson or
yeah,
Kareem
even with,
or
like, I'm confused about the eras there, but I do know Magic and Bird, I believe, we're in the same era, right?
they share the 80s. They
Outside of
to me
Magic
they
and
share the 80s.
Bird, huh?
I say
You
to me they share the 80s. Like
yeah,
if you using the era conversation, the top players should be Kobe for the 2000s. Kobe Tim Duncan for
we
the
need
2000s.
25 names. So
No, see, it can't be 25 because it's gonna be a toss up at some point because you got some players that had bad situations like KG. If KG had 2 or 3 more rings, it wouldn't be a conversation between how close he is to Tim Duncan. You would say him and
or
Tim Duncan
Dirk
damn near the same.
or
And
Dirk.
and Dirk, if Dirk had more rings, so I say if you look at the 2000, that's Kobe and Tim Duncan. That's 2 names right there in the top 10. Then you look at LeBron era, that's LeBron and Steph. That's 4 names. You look at Jordan era, it's really just Jordan if you keeping it a buck. That's 5 players.
Okay.
Then you go to the 80s, you got Magic and Bird. That's 7 players. Then you go to the 70s or whatever, you got to say Kareem. That's 8. Then you got to look at like Dr. J. He been in the ABA for a good minute or whatever. It's like you gotta do stuff like that,
Yeah,
and now you
that's a
gotta
fair list.
solidify top 10. Now
That's
you
it.
gotta solidify top 10. Now you can break it down to okay, out of those 10 names, give me 5 of them. Which one is the top 5? Then once you get to that top 5, it's like, okay, cool. If you want to say your top 5 was out of those 10 names is, well, I'm gonna go Kobe, Jordan, LeBron, Magic, and Tim Duncan. Okay, out of them 5 names, who was them 3 players that you feel like if you had to start a draft today of players, not forget what type of team you got around them, forget how you can build around them, just the players that you feel like if I draft them, I don't give a fuck who with them, they win in the championship. You ain't putting LeBron in that top 3. Because we don't see LeBron whole career had other players with him to win championships. So you gonna go Kobe because you're gonna be like, well shit, I see Kobe did him with a dominant player and I see him did him without a dominant player. You gonna go Jordan because you're gonna be like, shit, what other dominant player he had? Then it's gonna be like, okay, I mean, Tim Duncan always had a good system, so I wouldn't really put him top 3. Magic Johnson had Kareem, so he had a
Mhm.
dominant player, but I mean, his shit was so short that you can't really justify the shit.
Yeah.
Bird, you can't really justify the shit. So when you get to that point, you got to put LeBron in it by default.
Right. Which is
That's
what
why LeBron is 3. And that's how I look at this shit. It's like, ain't no other, I ain't saying no other way. Everybody got
I
their own
believe.
argument.
Which one got I think the 12 rings? That's Russell, right?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
see, the problem with Russell argument is there's nobody willing to argue for the competition he play against because everybody too old to do that. The people that watch that era is too old to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Either they've been too young when they've been playing to understand the game, or they ain't about to be on no Twitter or no Instagram or these.
Yeah, they not.
And ain't nobody but
They at
listen
the
to tell me.
barbershop though.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So it's like LeBron benefited from the social media era. If LeBron name get thrown around so much that you can't hide from a LeBron conversation of being top 3 or whatever, because all you hear is LeBron. But
and
when
I think
Kobe and Jordan playing
for what 25 years or something like that.
Yeah, like, and he got the shoes. So even if you don't believe Jordan is the best player ever, the shoes alone keeps him in conversations because it's like that's all people grew up on. Kobe ain't always had the highest selling shoe, not like that. But if you ask every NBA player right now what's their favorite shoe to hoop, and they're gonna say Kobe's. That's the only argument he got.
I think that's what's gonna keep his name going. But I tell people this too. People are like, oh, you can go back and watch and I say, yeah, but I think you have to think about. I told somebody this because I didn't realize until now. I was born in 93. 90% of the films that I consumed that I watched did not come out within, before I turned 10 years old. Like, yes, I was watching newer movies, but like things like Scream, Freddy versus Jason, Nightmare on Elm Street, those movies were all out prior to me being born. I think Final Destination might have been out, if I'm not for sure, but that might have came out after I was born. Things like, The Bodyguard and stuff. I said, you think with a different pair of eyes because you have a biasness to what you are now in today. Like, I admit, I have a biasness. I'm not one of those people that feel like today's game is better. I do feel like some of the guys are more talented, but at the same time, in today's game, I think, no, it's not that they're more talented. It's just that the game is more free flowing and it's not as structured. And like Thibodeau, it's a reason why outside of overworking players, in my opinion, that Thibodeau gets fired. That type of coaching is not acceptable anymore, especially at the NBA level. It's more freedom for letting the best players, the star players, do what they want to do. It's a lot of guys that are high value, as you said, role players that people are turning into stars. And when people say, well, how do you think a game is trash and you have not seen this game? Somebody literally said that to me. Oh, I thought back then the football games and the basketball games was trash. Well, what did you have at the time that you said it was trash to say that this was better? That don't make no sense to me. So in my opinion, football that I grew up on and for the little basketball that I did consume is better to me. Like, yeah, I don't care about people scoring 120 points. I don't think a pro football game should be over. I don't think a team should score over 21 points in pro football. I think when you do that, it's ass, but that's my opinion. Like, people feel like the offenses is so much better and stuff like that. I said, no, I think due to rule changes and all that is the reason why offenses are so overly powered. And then when you do run against a good defense and whatever, I don't think they really have a chance. I think it's just really fool's gold versus back then. Like, I'm not saying guys should hit harder and end people's life, but I just think the game was more entertaining to me. It's easier for me to keep up with a game, whether it's football or basketball nowadays, because it's all about offense. I don't care about nothing else, and that's boring to me. When I figured that I know how a game is going to end or start, it's I was always wrong back in the day about certain stuff, teams winning or losing. Like, oh, they got this because of this, and it wasn't all about offense at times. You had to play defense, and so it's interesting to me when people say, "Oh, yes," if you're saying back then because you had a chance, you're an adult versus a child. This game, of course, yeah, it's more entertaining. But to me, even as a child, if I'm a child seeing this, today's league, yeah, it's entertaining to me versus, games back when I was actually a child. But I'm not going to lie, games when I was younger were more entertaining. I don't care about the points scored. Defense is my thing. That I don't care that you say they're less talented as scorers. Like KG ain't Chet Holmgren. I don't care about that. I'm still taking KG over Chet or KG over Sengun, KG over Pablo Ben. Whoever you want to throw, I'm still going to take that player. The fact that you say, it doesn't matter to me. Like it's no player within this generation that I would take to be my star player back then. Back in the day, it's just no way like that I would take any of them. It's good, but it's boring to me.
Yeah. It's like with football, like back in the day, like football used to be like first down, it's gonna be a run. Even
Yeah,
man on man, like we knew you about to run, I know about to run, but I feel like the people I got up front, they can push your people around and might run it back and get yards after that. Nowadays, like first down is a pass, second down is a pass, third down may be a low run just to throw the defense off, and you going for it on fourth down. So it's like the game is quote unquote more exciting for the younger fan who don't respect defense and respect, hey, it's us against y'all. We gonna see who tougher. Football ain't play like that no more. And the teams that do play like that, like we gonna just out toughen you. Them the teams that got who winning, like the Eagles, they just try to out tough you.
yeah.
On offense, they running the ball. They ain't really slinging it around like that. They running the ball, whatever. On defense, they just hitting. Then
Like
you look at a bunch of different teams. Like some teams got that on offense only. Some team only got that on defense. But the best teams like the Eagles, they got it on both sides. So on both sides, you in for a dog fight every time.
I say this, Fanny, too. From my viewpoint of things, even though I haven't watched football over religiously like I used to, like in over 15 or 20 years, I'll say this. To me, these guys are flaming out faster than they did back in the day. Because I told people, I was like, that time when a player in football gets to their 30s versus basketball, they're considered old, and they're replaceable. And somebody said, no,
Mm-hmm.
that's not true. I said, these guys be in their mid 20s, 25, or sometimes late 20s and don't have a career. Like Kelvin Benjamin, I think is who I'm thinking about. I think he played for the Panthers.
Yeah.
I believe he was hurt his rookie year. And then I can't think of the other receiver that came out of what college did Kelvin Benjamin play at?
So I want to say Florida State.
Okay. Well, whatever that receiver was that I think it was the Panthers that got from South Carolina. I can't remember his name, but I was
Talking about
just like,
recently.
huh?
Talking about like recently came from South Carolina.
No, back when Kelvin Benjamin was with the Panthers. Because remember, he was hurt. All I remember was that he was hurt. And I think he had been in the league for maybe 2 years, 3 years, something like that. And then they went and got that receiver from Carolina. Or maybe I'm thinking about Stephon Gilmore. All I knew was that as quick as Stephon, which I can clearly remember, as quick as he started, it just dropped back down. Like he was just trash. I feel like they start up like to take an easier approach. Not Joe Flacco. What's the quarterback that's in Carolina, Cincinnati right now? Burrow. No, like try. Let's just swerve on past that. Josh Allen.
You saying borrow trash?
No, like I
Oh,
just feel like I understand that it takes a team, and stuff like that. But I feel like people like, it's the reason why Lamar can't get it done. He's like that. He's not like that. I feel like I'm gonna put it simple like this. I think Patrick Mahomes, from my viewpoint, I don't care about the game changing as much, but I feel like he's benefited more greatly than Brady. That's why he is not all time to me better than Brady, respectfully, because I feel like he ain't really had competition like people think he has. It ain't that the Chiefs I've watched the Chiefs for years. I still see a very mediocre team. I ain't gonna lie to you.
see the thing about the Chiefs. I'll say this about the Chiefs, right? First of all, Patrick can't be the GOAT over Brady at no point. I don't care if he win two more rings than Brady, because Brady beat him when he been kind of entering his prime. But a lot of things people don't talk about when he come to and when I say beat him, I talk about in the Super Bowl. He beat Patrick in the Super Bowl, whatever. But people forget the Chiefs been a fucking 11-12 win team before Patrick, but they put him in that starter.
Thank you. Mediocre.
And their defense carried them, boy, a lot of the years with Patrick, more
Yes.
so than they did when they had
say-
Alex Smith and Trent Green. Alex Smith and Trent Green had high octane offense, but they ain't have really no defense.
When I tell you I know this for a fact, when people the Chiefs darlings, I said, I'm gonna let them have it. I don't participate in the conversations. I let y'all do y'all thing. But I'm looking at the league, and I'm not saying Joe Burrow is flamed out, but and I know it takes a team to be successful. Patrick's had the team and the resources to be successful, but I feel like these quarterbacks, every last one of them, wouldn't have had a sunny chance in double hockey sticks making it. And Brady and Manning, even Eli, I don't even think they would. Everybody knew Eli needed to be benched. I don't think a lot of them could start over Eli Manning. I'm gonna just keep it 100. If they was benching, what's the Black Knight, Russell, Byron Leftwich? I forgot how many years he started for the Jaguars, but they expeditiously moved on from him. I'm used to I'm not saying Lamar Jackson would have got moved on from. Michael Vick got in trouble. That's why his situation was like that. But I'm telling you, like Burrow, it could have been like let's say if Burrow was on New Orleans when that year they made the team was good, right? But he just wasn't taking that team to the next. I basically feel like these guys don't take teams to the next level versus back then, because like a lot of them probably couldn't start over Phillip Rivers. And Phillip Rivers, it's not funny, but I always laugh about it. He stayed throwing interceptions just to go back on the field and throw a touchdown. It would make me so mad because he was so reckless at times. Like I'm like, Phillip, you like why you keep doing that? Like why? Like,
see, the thing about that, like, I'm gonna say this right, like Tom Brady had a defense. He had it. Like, I'm gonna keep it about Tom Brady had a defense too. Tom Brady, and people. I know people ain't gonna like me saying this shit, yeah. Tom Brady is the greatest game manager in the league history. And when I say that, I promise you, I ain't one of them type of people that feel like, because when somebody say game manager, they be thinking, oh, you trying to say he ain't that good or he weaker than a playmaker quarterback. No, what I'm saying is Brady's job and to not lose the game. Yeah, Brady does make a lot of plays as far as making the right throws or whatnot. He did make the right adjustments. He was like cool, calm, collected, and everything like that. That's what he excelled at. I feel like Patrick do the same thing he do, but with Patrick is more. It's like Patrick kind of create a little more based off of how his arm angles when he throw. He a little more mobile, but he kind of doing the same thing Brady did. I'm gonna let my defense dominate. My defense go hold you to a certain point, and then I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna not turn the ball over. I'm gonna make enough plays to get us in field goal range to win the game. Or I'm gonna make enough plays to score. Tom Brady to me always gonna be better than Patrick Mahomes, because Tom Brady been doing all this with less athletic ability, less arm strength. He been doing that shit off of just him being a great quarterback, him understanding what he looking at and how to defeat it or whatnot. He been a hard worker when it comes to looking at film. So, and you look at Peyton Manning just from a standpoint of what you want from a quarterback, I feel like he gave you more than what Tom Brady give you. The problem with Peyton Manning is Peyton Manning never really had a defense. Same with Dan Marino. Dan Marino been maybe the best quarterback. If you take away rings, if you take away all of the other ancillary things that don't really matter, and you look at it like, I want somebody that can decipher where he going at, and he can move the ball, and I don't gotta worry about, oh, this receiver gotta be this receiver gotta be that. All them quarterbacks I named, the reason why they great is because when you do look at their receiving core, you don't see these overly dominant players. Don't get me wrong, Marvin Harrison is a Hall of Fame wide receiver, but he ain't necessarily been the fastest. He ain't necessarily been no strong, big target or whatnot. And when you look at these quarterbacks that you do look at like game changers, like a Lamar or a Michael Vick, or like said right now, you can look at our boy name was Josh Allen. To me, he's a game changer. They usually get stuck with bad defenses. So that means they got to do more offensively. They got to put up all these points. Joe Burrow problem is he don't got a defense and he ain't really mobile. So it's like he a statue at quarterback. So every time he drop back the pass, it's like you ain't. That's one aspect of the game you do not have to worry about. You don't have to worry about him taking off for 10, 15 yards when your back turn. You can play whatever defense you want. You don't have to have like this spy on him and shit like that. Well, Lamar take a whole defender off the field for you. Josh Allen take a whole defender off the field for you. Tom Brady, he ain't been mobile. Tom Brady been, okay, cool, I'm going to just get us in the right position. He ain't been making no amazing throws as far as like sidearm throws or like he ain't really been no playmaker. He been just kind of like, he been doing what a quarterback should do, a basic quarterback should do.
Yeah.
The problem is he ain't been getting flustered. He ain't been throwing interceptions.
Call it.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. That's like you got people that you can go to a job right now, and I could be like, "Who is your best employee?" And they say, "Oh, that lady over there is my best employee. She been there for 10 years. She the greatest employee I ever had. She do her job. She good at this. She good at that. But why is she the supervisor? She's just not one of those leaders. And sometimes you do have to kind of like make sure her job, everything's set up for her. But it's like it's just certain things that is like I can't just put my finger on and say, oh, yeah, well, this person bad or this person ain't better. It's just like, I don't look at Tom Brady like Tom Brady, but some magical quarterback. I look at him like he just did his job at a high fucking level. And you can't beat that. You can't say nothing about a quarterback like that. You got quarterbacks that won Super Bowls like Trent Dilfer. He had a dominant Ravens defense. And all he asked him to go out there and do was the same thing he asked Brady to do. A little less. They asked him to do way less than Brady now, but don't turn the ball over. Throw them slants. Get the ball out to where you need to get them. Stay ahead of the sticks. That means don't take no bad sacks. Throw the ball away when you need to. So when we get to third down, 3rd and 4 is a lot more manageable than 3rd and 9 and 3rd and 11, 3rd and 12. Don't lose us the game. Don't lose us the game. Right. But if you got a team that got a bad defense, they ain't got like Lamar going a lot of years that they ain't had no weapons. Yeah. That's why I say if Lamar Jackson win one ring, that one ring will be as good as some quarterbacks who got 2 or 3. Because I know that one ring he win, I know he had to deal with. He ain't always had the receivers. This year, he ain't even got a defense, damn near. He got some good talent on defense, but their defense just give up 44 points a day to the Texans, who ain't even damn score more than 20-something points in the last couple of weeks. No more than I forget how much they scored recently, but that's what in Cincinnati, like they just don't got a fucking defense at all. So every game, Joe Burrow gotta go out there and drop 30, 35. And don't get me wrong now, they got Chase and they got Higgins, but it's like it all started at the quarterback. So if I would rank quarterbacks right now based off of the help they got, and that go back to the Jalen Hurts thing. A lot of Eagles fans argue about Jalen Hurts being top 5. Jalen Hurts ain't even top 10. The reason is because they asked him not to lose the game at all. They don't. Not this game that just passed because they lose the day, but to get last game, this man ain't complete not one pass in the second half. A whole half of football, he ain't complete not one fucking pass.
I'm trying to think, have I ever seen that before?
And he only attempt 5. Ain't like he been down throwing the ball around and the boy been just he attempt 5 and only complete 1. Why? Because they don't ask him to do shit. That don't mean he ain't a winner. Yeah, just like how with Tom Brady, you a winner, you won a Super Bowl, whatever. But bro, we're not asking you to do nothing. And then when you do it, like I said, he ain't the problem. The reason why this because they got this thing now with AJ Brown and Smitty. They mad, not mad, but they kind of disgruntled because it's like, damn, bro, I get we won him, but it's like, shit, I got 1 catch today, but they go like every week it's like 1 or 2 catches, and like at the end of the day, bro, like he can make throws, but he can't consistently make all those throws. He just one of them players where we trust Jalen Hurts to make the right adjustments pre-snap, and we trust him to not fumble the ball. We trust him not to throw interceptions, and then we gonna let our defense keep the game low scoring, and all we asking you to do is don't fuck up the game. If you telling me that's how if you telling me that's the description of your quarterback, I can't put that player in a top 10 or 15 or none of that shit there because it's like you're not doing nothing that excelling us. Like, you know what I mean? Like
So I'm gonna
with Joe
ask
Burrow,
you,
that boy fighting for his life with a bad offensive line, no
yeah,
defense. It's like you can't take that from him.
together. But I'm gonna ask you this. Speaking of Brady and Manning and all that, so I'm gonna give you a list of quarterbacks, and I want to know who's their equivalent in today's league. So of course you got Brady, Manning, Roethlisberger, Rivers, Breeze, older Kurt Warner. I'm gonna throw Trent Green in there. Matt Castle, can't forget about him. And Alex Smith. Who's their equivalent in today's league?
As far as being like that pocket passer type,
In the like, if you think since people like to, I disagree with it. Not because of how he plays his style, Patrick Mahomes to Brady. When I watched, I felt like people lived in fear of Brady and Manning, and especially Manning. When no matter how good the defense is, it always had you questioning, like, am I gonna slow them down? Like how teams was like, oh, you literally don't want them on the field at all because this is what they're gonna do. They know how to slow down the game and hold the ball for 7 to 10 minutes, or they can have the ball for 2 minutes and go right down the field. So who would be those quarterbacks? Who would be their equivalent?
to me, I think the best pound for pound quarterbacks in the league, 1 and 2, is Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Because when they on the field, it's like I don't care who defense they playing, they putting up numbers. They moving that motherfucking ball.
Okay.
When I think about Peyton Manning, see the thing about Peyton Manning, bro, is like it's like he ain't had the strongest arm. He ain't been fast. I don't even want to say he been slow. Slow is just as a compliment to him. It's like, but the thing about him is like, you can't really game plan against him because even if you kind of stop him a couple of drives, by the time that second half roll around, he's going to be picking you apart because he know where to go at with the ball at every time. At every play, he know where to go at with the ball. If he see you line up in a certain defense, he do his pre-snap adjustments, and he like, okay, cool. So if the safety come up a little bit, he move out there. Okay, the linebacker, he kind of come to the line. So all right, boom. So they playing the flats over here. They playing a deep zone over there. So I need to get this offense to where I can get Marvin Harrison come across the field and end up on the left side of the field where they playing the flats, so I can get it right there in the mid range because they ain't got no body in the they don't got no body in the curl flats. So it's like that's what Peyton Manning do. So he scratch the defensive coordinator out every game.
Yep, because I'm telling you, back then, Panic, I was hot. I could not stand. I could not at all. When they was on the field, I was like, I didn't fear Roethlisberger as much. I was like, okay, you gonna go do this. Same thing with Phillip Rivers and the interceptions. Eli, absolutely. Aaron Rodgers, I kind of feared a little bit, but I was like, you know what? When it came to Manning, I could not. You talking about knowing back then that they was gonna win that game and still picked against them every time. And I'm
and see with Eli, fucking man. He in my division. He always been in the Commanders/Redskins division. So I used to watch Eli all season be ass at quarterback and the defense carry him. And I watched how the Giants fans that want him replaced damn near every year. Even after he won the first Super Bowl, they had want him replaced and all that shit there. But the thing about Eli Manning is he do some dumb shit. But when it comes down to it, he just like his brother. They ain't like, well, he the opposite of his brother. When it come down to the clutch time, he ain't throwing no pick six against. Like Peyton Manning would have more Super Bowls if New England defense ain't been inside the AFC.
Yep.
Eli benefit from. I only had a deal with them one time that year, and that's in the Super Bowl. Even that, and remember that year that the Patriots were undefeated. I know the Giants are gonna beat them in that Super Bowl because I watched that last that Week 17 game when they've been now trying to go undefeated season. They had played against the Giants in the regular season, and the Giants kind of take them down to the wire a little bit. I say if them boy play again, Eli ain't losing that game. Eli used to do the man. When I say I've been happy that he been in our division because it's like Eli been good for a pick a game. But see, the thing about Eli
Yeah.
is like
Yeah.
his mind ain't up there with Peyton Manning as far as like being able to decipher a
No,
defense, but it's up there enough. And
but
he's so he ain't in his own brain about shit. I feel like Peyton Manning was so smart, he been in his own mind about shit sometimes.
no, but Panic, check this out. They shouldn't have told this. I don't care who knew it prior. So you know they do the after football thing. I don't be watching it, but I see they got a personality. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But they was like, oh, we used to call each other during the season and say, hey, you know, they like to. I was like, that's you mean y'all was doing that shit and we couldn't know. Oh my fucking God, man.
Cause Belichick defense.
mad.
Belichick defense. People don't give, and that's why when they say who he been, Tom Brady or Belichick, bro, Belichick had a defense so prepared to win. And I hear Patriots players say this shit all the time. He been like, he used to have us so prepared that it's like we could have just go out there and not really think. It's like he damn used to tell us where to be at pre-play and what he about to. So we ain't really had to do no thinking on our own. He's just like, okay, cool. If they run this right here, that's what they're doing. So make sure you come down a little more on that flag because when he see that, he gonna react like this and boom, boom, boom. And then, like I said, with Tom Brady, I'm not taking nothing away from Tom Brady because, like I said, Tom Brady solidified himself when he going to Tampa Bay and did the same shit. So it's like you can't take that away from Tom Brady, but at the same time, I understand football, so I understand that defense. They married the defense to the offense. The defense job, and we gonna make sure we get off the field. Tom Brady job and long drives, waste clock off, get a decent run game going, make the right plays. Eli Manning, like says, for whatever you want to say, like he closes out and throw that ball like a motherfucker, like that one down David Tyree when he catch him off his helmet. Damn, and like no, oh yeah, he made a play to where like he accurately threw the ball. Like no, that been one of them Eli specials. Like oh, let me just throw that shit up there and hopefully somebody will come down. Like I said, Peyton Manning used to run it. This Peyton Manning problem, but we get to the playoffs, we dominate, and we play the Patriots. Game come down to the line, he overthinking. And now when you overthink, you throwing these outs because let me just get a couple of yards and try to pin down the field. And now you throw an out route and get that shit picked by Asante Samuels to the house. You know what I mean? And mind you now, like if we talking about quarterbacks, Carson Palmer been one of them quarterbacks that been an accurate quarterback. The problem with that Cincinnati team with Carson Palmer is they ain't had no defense. Andy Dalton even been a damn decent quarterback at one point with Cincinnati. They ain't had no defense. Cincinnati always built the same way. Good, smart, accurate quarterback. Not flashy, but a good receiver because Palmer had Ocho Cinco. Dalton had AJ Green, and now Burrow got Chase and T. Higgins. But they never had a defense. Coach been the same way. Offense been out this world. Never had a defense. Tom Brady had a top 5 defense every damn year. But people don't talk about that. And I say, I ain't trying to take nothing from Brady or whatever, but Brady benefit from that. Brady benefit the fact that I know if we don't score this drive, I know my defense gonna give me the ball back and I'm gonna get another shot. So as clutch as he been, he had multiple chances to be clutch, as opposed to Peyton Manning, where it's like if he don't score this drive, that defense ain't stopping nobody.
Just like I'm about to pick this decks off them Dallas Cowboys, Tony Romo. Ooh.
Yeah, they a talented ass team, but it's like I feel like Dallas best chance to win a championship, but that year that Romo had get hurt and Dak had starting that rookie season or whatever.
I don't care for the numbers Dak put up. They need a new quarterback. They talking about a new owner. They need a new quarterback.
No, I don't see. I hate Dallas. Don't get me wrong. I hate Dallas, but I ain't gonna lie. Like Dak ain't the problem. The problem with them was this right here. They got a lot of talent all over the field, but I feel like sometimes the talent don't show up when it need to show up. Like Michael Parsons, for all people talking about him like he God and he LT right now, but he don't show up when he matter.
Yo, we about to get up out of here. We can pull back up tomorrow. Shout out Purple. Shout out No Panic. Y'all don't gotta leave. Y'all can stay in here though. Y'all good.